The Library of Broken Worlds. Every version of you leaves a trace. Some want theirs back. By Dorian Strafell. Copyright 2025 Dorian Strafell. All rights reserved. Prologue. The Tear in the Stacks. The crack appeared on a night without wind. No one saw the moment it formed. No flash of light. No tremor running through the endless halls. It was simply there, a thin white fracture cutting across a shelf that had never known damage. The library was eternal. It did not break. Yet the crack spread. Dust lifted from ancient spines as if the books exhaled in fear. Lanterns flickered overhead, their blue flames bending toward the fracture, drawn by something that felt like hunger. Beyond the shelves, in the deeper corridors where no footsteps echoed, a low hum rose like a distant choir waking from centuries of sleep. The library noticed. It turned its attention, slowly, like a mountain learning how to breathe, toward the anomaly. Worlds lived within its walls. Endless variations of lives, choices, futures. Every volume held a path that had been lived, or could have been. The tear threatened all of them. Paper rustled, ink shifted, characters moved inside their pages, sensing the disturbance. Something was pushing in, trying to enter a world that wasn't its own. From the crack, a pulse of cold air rippled outward, carrying a whisper. Not a voice, more like the memory of one. You left me. The lanterns dimmed. A second crack splintered downward, and somewhere in a labyrinth of aisles, a book fell to the floor, one that had never fallen before. Its cover bore a name the library had not seen in an age. Aiden Varis, the boy who was never meant to return. Chapter 1. The book that shouldn't exist. Aiden Varis woke to the sound of pages turning. Not in his room. There were no books here, no shelves, nothing but a narrow cot and a single lantern burning with its soft blue flame. The sound came from the corridor just outside, a slow fluttering, as if someone were skimming through a book far too quickly. He sat upright. The blue light trembled, casting deep shadows across the stone walls. The library was restless. Aiden stepped into the corridor. Rows of towering shelves stretched into distance, disappearing into the dim shimmer of the vaulted ceiling. Lanterns swayed overhead, reacting to his presence the way leaves react to a breeze. He felt it immediately, a faint pull, like a thread tugging at the center of his chest. Something wanted him to follow. Aiden moved between the shelves, his footsteps muffled by the old carpet runner that wound through the maze of aisles. The air tasted of dust and ink, familiar and comforting, until a chill slid down his spine. The fluttering pages grew louder. At the base of a distant shelf lay a book, unopened, unmarked, as if it had simply decided to lie there and wait. Books didn't fall in the library, not on their own. Aiden crouched and picked it up. The cover was plain, bound in dark leather, cold to the touch. No title, no author, only a faint indentation where a name should have been. As he brushed his thumb across it, letters surfaced on the leather like ink rising through water. Aiden Varis. His breath caught. What? He turned the book over, heart pounding. He had never seen it before, yet he felt the weight of familiarity, as if he were holding a memory he had forgotten. The spine creaked. The pages pulled slightly apart, as though the book were inhaling. A voice echoed behind him. You weren't supposed to find that. Aiden spun around. The archivist stood in the aisle, tall and lean, wrapped in a long gray coat that brushed the floor. His silver hair caught the lantern light. His eyes, always unreadable, were fixed on the book with something close to fear. Aiden held it tighter. It has my name on it. It shouldn't. The archivist approached slowly, as one might approach a wounded creature. Books that bear the names of living readers are dangerous. Dangerous how? The lantern above them dimmed. The shelves around them whispered. The archivist drew a sharp breath. Because they rewrite you. Aiden looked back at the book. The pages were trembling now, faintly, like something inside wanted to be released. I didn't write this, he said. I know, the archivist replied. That's why it's a problem. A sigh of cold air drifted down the aisle. The lantern flickered, then steadied, Aiden swallowed, feeling that pull again, stronger now. What's happening to the library? The archivist hesitated. Only a heartbeat, but enough. There's a fracture forming, he said quietly. And it seems to recognize you. Aiden stared at the book in his hands. The whisper he'd heard in the prologue seemed to echo again, faintly. You left me. The pull tightened. And Aiden realized something terrifying. The book wasn't just calling to him. It remembered him. Chapter 2. The Archivist's Warning. Aiden followed the archivist through the narrow aisles, still clutching the book with his name on it. The library reacted to them as they passed. Lanterns dimming, pages rustling, shelves groaning softly like an old house turning in its sleep. Every sound pressed on Aiden's nerves. He had walked these halls for months, yet tonight everything felt unfamiliar, sharper, watchful. The archivist stopped at the threshold of a long corridor. The shelves here rose higher, impossibly tall, disappearing somewhere into the shadowed vault above. Stay close, he murmured. Aiden tried to hide the tremor in his voice. Is this because of the crack you mentioned? The archivist didn't answer. His gaze lingered on the blue flames hovering along the corridor. They flickered uneasily, as if sensing something neither of them could see. Only when he seemed satisfied that the corridor was safe did he start walking again. Aiden followed. As they moved deeper, the air shifted, colder, heavier. A faint vibration pulsed under Aiden's feet, rolling through the floorboards like the heartbeat of something immense. That same pull stirred inside his chest, guiding him, almost pushing him. He tried to ignore it. Archivist, why would the library have a book about me? The archivist slowed. The library records possible worlds, possible lives. But a book bearing your active name, your current identity, should not exist unless. Unless what? Aiden pressed. Unless a version of you diverged in a way the library cannot categorize. Aiden frowned. You're saying I did something wrong in another world? I'm saying you did something impossible. The corridor opened into a circular reading chamber. A massive table occupied the center, carved from dark ironwood. Script spiraled across its surface. Ancient runes Aiden could not read but felt deep in his bones. The archivist gestured for him to sit. Aiden placed the book on the table. Its cover pulsed faintly under the lantern light, as though breathing. Open it, the archivist said. Is that safe? No, he replied calmly. But we need answers. Aiden swallowed hard. He opened the book. The first page was blank, but the air trembled as though a storm were gathering just beyond sight. Aiden flipped to the next page, also blank. The next, empty. But when he reached the fourth, the ink bled upward as if the page itself were remembering something. Aiden froze. A name appeared, written in shaky handwriting. Not the firm, bold letters of the cover. Mira Varis. The other one, Aiden whispered. The archivist leaned forward. Describe what you feel. Aiden tried. Like a place I've been before. Or maybe a dream. It's familiar but wrong. I don't know her, but I should. The ink shifted again, forming a second word below the name. Help. Aiden's breath hitched. He touched the page and a jolt shot up his arm, cold and electric. He saw something, just a flash, in the corner of his vision. A girl with eyes like fractured glass, reaching out through a storm of falling pages. Then the vision shattered. Aiden jerked his hand back. The lanterns flickered violently. The archivist stood in a heartbeat. The fracture is spreading. A deep groan rumbled through the shelves, like an enormous weight shifting. Dust cascaded from the highest beams. Somewhere in the halls beyond, a book slammed shut with a thunderous clap. Aiden forced his breathing to steady. Tell me what's happening. The archivist hesitated again, the same hesitation Aiden had noticed earlier. It wasn't fear of the library. It was fear for him. Finally, the archivist spoke. There's a tear in the foundations of the library, an entry point from a corrupted world. Aiden's throat tightened. Is that where Mira is? Perhaps. Or perhaps what you saw is only a fragment, a warning. The table vibrated. The words on the page began to blur. The archivist grabbed Aiden's shoulder. Listen carefully. Something is pushing through that tear. Something that knows your name. Something that wants you back. Aiden stared at him. Back? Back where? The archivist's voice dropped to almost a whisper. To the world where you were never meant to leave. A sudden gust extinguished one of the lanterns. The shadows thickened, twisting unnaturally. And from somewhere deep in the endless stacks, a whisper rose, soft at first, then unmistakable. You left me. The sound crawled through Aiden's spine. He closed the book with a sharp snap. The echo rolled through the chamber like a warning bell. Whatever waited on the other side of that tear, it had found him. Chapter 3. Into the Quiet Wing. The whisper faded, but the echo of it clung to the air like frost. Aiden forced himself to breathe. The archivist relit the lantern with a touch of his palm, the blue flame sputtering before settling into its usual soft shimmer. But the light seemed weaker now, as if the library itself were conserving strength. We can't stay here, the archivist said. The Quiet Wing will tell us more. Aiden frowned. The Quiet Wing? It's where the library stores worlds that stopped existing. Fragments, echoes, fates that never had the chance to finish. His expression darkened. It reacts when something tries to rewrite fate. The book in Aiden's hands warmed again, as though it heard every word. The archivist moved swiftly through the chamber and into a parallel corridor. Aiden followed closely, the old wood creaking underfoot. The halls grew narrower, older, the lanterns fewer and dimmer. Shelves leaned at strange angles, packed with volumes whose bindings were cracked and flaking like dried leaves. Aiden touched one gently. The spine dissolved under his fingertips like ash. Don't touch anything here, the archivist murmured without looking back. These worlds didn't survive. Their endings are fragile. Aiden withdrew his hand immediately. The corridor bent into a slow curve, and a faint thrumming sound vibrated through the walls. Not mechanical, not natural, more like breathing, ragged, uneven. The archivist stopped at a wrought iron door half buried in shadow. This is it. He placed his palm on a sigil engraved in the center. The sigil glowed faintly, gears beneath the metal shifting with a soft, grinding noise. The door opened inward. A cold wind swept out, unnatural, impossibly cold, as if the room held a memory of winter from a world that no longer existed. Aiden stepped inside. The Quiet Wing wasn't a wing at all. It was a towering cylindrical chamber, with shelves spiraling upward around a hollow core. The center stood empty, a vortex of darkness where stray pages drifted like lost feathers. Whispers fluttered through the air. Not voices, more like echoes of voices, stretched thin and distorted. This place records collapse, the archivist said softly. When a world breaks, its remnants fall here. Aiden shivered. Why bring me? Because the fracture in the library feels familiar. His gaze slid to the book in Aiden's hands. It feels like it started with you. Aiden stared at the spiraling shelves. I don't remember anything before waking up here. I know, the archivist replied. That wasn't an accident. Aiden turned toward him sharply. What does that mean? But before the archivist could answer, something moved in the darkness below. A ripple, then a shape. A figure emerged slowly into the dim light. Small at first, hunched, dragging something across the floor. Aiden tensed, stepping back out of instinct. The archivist lifted a hand. Don't run. The figure lifted its head. It had no face, only the shape of one, pressed into its skin like a forgotten imprint. Its limbs were thin, almost too long, joined like crooked branches. The thing tilted its head, sensing them, drawn by the faint glow of the lantern. What is that? Aiden whispered. An unwritten. The archivist murmured. A fragment of a life that never formed completely. They wander here, looking for stories to inhabit. Aiden's stomach tightened. It's coming toward us. Yes, it senses the book you're holding. The unwritten staggered closer, each step slow and uncertain, as if the creature were searching for balance. Its fingers, long, pale, trembling, reached toward the book. Archivist. Stay still, he ordered sharply. If you move, it will follow. Aiden froze. The unwritten's fingertips brushed the edge of the book. Aiden felt a surge, cold and burning, shooting up his arm. Images flashed behind his eyes. A broken hallway. A girl with fractured glass eyes. A storm of falling pages. A scream cut short. Aiden gasped, stumbling back. The archivist seized his arm and pulled him away. Do not let it touch you. The unwritten recoiled at the sudden movement, limbs shaking. A high, breathless whimper escaped its throat, a sound that didn't belong in any living creature. It turned sharply toward the darkness, collapsing into itself before dissolving into a scatter of drifting ash. Silence swallowed the chamber. Aiden clutched his chest, the phantom pain still burning. What did it show me? Not what it is, the archivist said, but what you are connected to. Aiden blinked. Mira, the archivist nodded. Her world is unraveling, and the fracture between your realities is widening. Aiden felt the pull again, stronger than before, a magnetic tug toward the darkness below. Archivist, he whispered, why do I feel like I'm being drawn somewhere? Because you are. The archivist stepped closer, his expression no longer hiding fear. The tear is calling you, and if it pulls you through, he hesitated. I don't know if you'll come back as yourself. A tremor shook the chamber. High above them, a book slipped from a shelf and plummeted toward the void, only to vanish before hitting the bottom. A ripple of force pulsed upward, rattling every shelf at once. The archivist's eyes widened. It's starting. Aiden swallowed hard. What is? The lanterns flickered violently, and from a hollow core of the quiet wing, deep, deep below, a voice rose. Clearer this time. Closer. Almost human. Aiden. Aiden staggered back. He knew that voice. He had heard it once before. Long before the library. Long before this life. He whispered the name without meaning to. Mira? The darkness stirred. Something was climbing up. Chapter 4. The climb from the hollow. The sound echoed through the quiet wing with a resonance that did not belong to this place. It was too clear, too precise, like a memory spoken aloud. Aiden stepped backward instinctively. The archivist placed an arm in front of him, his stance shifting from cautious observer to guarded sentinel. Stay behind me. Aiden barely heard him. His pulse thundered in his ears. The voice, Mira's voice, had struck something deep in him, something buried far beneath the fog of forgotten years. It awakened a sensation he had never felt in the library, recognition, and something close to longing. The hollow core of the quiet wing stirred again. The darkness wasn't just darkness anymore. It was alive, rippling like a heavy cloth caught in an unseen current. Papers drifted upward through the column, spiraling into the pale lantern light. A shape moved below, not the shambled posture of an unwritten. This was upright, deliberate, pulling itself upward with hands that gripped the air as if climbing invisible rungs. Aiden! The voice whispered again, echoing along the cylindrical chamber. This time the sound trembled as though strained, fragile. Aiden's throat tightened. Archivist, that's her. That's Mira. But the archivist didn't move. His eyes sharpened. Listen to me. Whatever climbs toward us may not be Mira. Aiden's heart dropped. But the voice. Voices can be stolen. The archivist snapped quietly. Echoed, bent, or woven from your memories. Aiden clenched his jaw. The whisper below grew clearer, almost pleading. Stop running. I'm not running, Aiden muttered under his breath. But the archivist stepped closer to the edge, analyzing the rising shadow. You don't understand what you're connected to. Until we know the nature of the tear, nothing is what it seems. Aiden gripped the railing. A cold shiver crawled along the metal into his hand. The shape emerged into the lower halo of lantern light. At first, Aiden thought it was humanoid, but the proportions were wrong. The limbs too thin, the torso too narrow, the head tilted at an angle that no living neck should hold. The figure climbed slowly, hands dragging along the invisible surface of the hollow shaft, body flickering like a glitch in reality. Then it lifted its head. Aiden staggered backward. The face was a distortion, almost Mira, almost recognizable, but warped by an invisible pressure. Features blurred, shifting beneath the skin as if caught between two identities. One moment her eyes seemed right. The next they were hollow, black pits swallowing the lantern light. Aiden's breath broke. Mira, the archivist, seized him by the shoulder. Do not move. The figure halted mid-climb, its warped head twitching toward them, the distorted eyes, if they were eyes at all, locked onto Aiden. And when it spoke, the voice was Mira's, yet stretched thin, overlaid with a second, deeper echo. You left me. Aiden, come back. The archivist exhaled sharply. It's not her. It's an echo wraith. Aiden's stomach twisted. A what? A parasite of broken worlds. It mimics memories to pull its victims across the tear. Aiden's grip on the railing tightened. It's calling me. Yes, the archivist said grimly, because something on the other side wants you. The echo wraith climbed faster now, more aggressively. Each motion jerked unnaturally, like a creature learning how to move in a borrowed body. The archivist reached into his coat and pulled out a metal sigil etched with runes. We need to seal this chamber before it fully manifests. Another whisper rose from below, louder this time, almost desperate. Aiden, don't listen to him. Aiden's chest tightened painfully. The word struck at something raw inside him, a memory just out of reach, a feeling he couldn't name. He turned toward the archivist. How do you know it's not her? What if she's... Because Mira Varis is alive, the archivist said, voice low and steady. And she is trapped on the other side of the tear. That thing is not alive. For a heartbeat, Aiden wavered. Then the echo wraith lunged upward. Its hand shot out of the hollow, fingers stretching longer than any human hand should reach. The skin cracked, revealing darking beneath, swirling like liquid shadow. Aiden stumbled back. The archivist slammed the sigil onto the floor. The runes lit up in a ring around them, glowing a fierce blue. A pulse of energy rippled outward, slamming into the wraith's hand. The creature shrieked, an inhuman, jagged sound, and its hand dissolved into a cloud of drifting ink. It fell back in the hollow, twisting, contorting, reforming as it dropped. We're leaving, the archivist ordered, pulling Aiden toward the door. Aiden resisted, but she called my name. It wasn't her. It sounded like her. That's the point. The archivist pushed him through the doorway, slamming it shut. The sigil on the metal glowed, locking the chamber with a deep groan. The muffled voice beyond the door whispered one last time, Don't leave me. Aiden froze. Something deep inside him cracked. The archivist grabbed him by both shoulders and forced him to look him in the eyes. Listen to me, Aiden Varis. Aiden's jaw clenched, breath trembling. There is a Mira, the archivist said, and you knew her, before the library, before everything. Aiden's heart pounded. Then why can't I remember? Because someone tore your memories out. Aiden's stomach dropped. Who? The archivist hesitated, then spoke with gravity Aiden had never heard in his voice. You did. Silence engulfed Aiden's mind like a collapsing world. He took a step back. That's not possible. It is, the archivist said quietly. You sealed your own memories before crossing into the library. You erased yourself. Aiden shook his head violently. That makes no sense. Why would I do that? The archivist looked away, jaw tightening. To protect her. Aiden froze. To protect Mira? He whispered. But the archivist didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned down the corridor, lanterns flickering in his wake, and began walking. We need to reach the heart of catalogs, he said. There are things you must see for yourself. Aiden didn't follow right away. His mind spiraled, a world collapsing, a voice calling his name, a distorted face climbing toward him, and the awful truth ringing in his ears. You erase yourself. He touched the book in his hand. The cover pulsed faintly, almost alive. Somewhere inside the library's labyrinth of worlds, the real Mira was calling for him. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. Then he followed the archivist into the dim corridor, toward the heart of catalogs and the truth he had once chosen to forget. Chapter 5. The Heart of Catalogs. The corridors narrowed as Aiden and the archivist moved deeper into the library. The lanterns grew sparse, their blue flames fading until the halls were lit only by the faint shimmer of runes embedded in the floor. Each symbol pulsed at their passing. Steady, steady, then a sudden jolt, as if startled by Aiden's presence. Aiden felt it too, a pressure in the air, like walking toward the center of a storm. The heart doesn't like being disturbed, the archivist murmured, especially now. Aiden kept pace beside him. What exactly is the heart of catalogs? The core of the library, the archivist answered. Every world, every life, every path threads through there. It is the library's memory. Aiden swallowed. Memory. The word hit too close. The corridor ended in a polished archway carved from black stone. On its surface were hundreds of names, worlds, timelines, destinies, scratched in delicate script too small to read. As Aiden approached, some of the names glowed faintly, while others flickered like dying sparks. Aiden felt a presence beyond the doorway. Heavy, aware, the archivist lifted a hand. Step only when I tell you. He pressed his palm against the archway. The stone warmed, the runes ignited, and the doorway dissolved into a curtain of drifting paper fragments. They swirled aside, revealing the chamber beyond. Aiden stepped inside. It was unlike any place he had seen. The heart of catalogs was a vast spherical hall, suspended between floors of spinning shelves. The shelves were not fixed. They rotated in slow orbits, shifting positions as though searching for balance. Books floated between them like constellations. Some glowed softly. Others pulsed in agitation. At the center hovered a massive luminous sphere of pages, thousands, maybe millions, circling around an invisible core. They moved like wings in flight, brushing against each other with soft rustles that sounded almost like murmurs. Aiden exhaled. It's alive. It always has been, the archivist replied, but it's wounded. The luminous sphere shuddered violently, pages splitting apart with jagged motion. A sharp crack sounded, echoing across the chamber like a world breaking. Aiden winced. What was that? The tear, the archivist said. Its influence is spreading. The heart feels it. A single page drifted down toward Aiden, glowing faintly. He held out his hand and caught it. The page trembled once, then burst into ink. Words formed rapidly across the liquid surface. The one who unmade himself approaches. Aiden's breath caught. What does that mean? The archivist didn't answer. He stepped to the edge of the platform and gestured toward a structure rising from below, a suspended dais wrapped in spiraling stairs made of translucent paper. Come, the heart wants to show you something. Aiden followed him down the paper stairway. The steps flexed beneath his weight, soft but sturdy. As he descended, the luminous sphere pulsed brighter, and the orbiting books rotated faster, drawn to him, drawn to his presence. Aiden tightened his grip on the book, bearing his own name. It felt heavier, almost resisting his hold. At the base of the stairway lay a circular platform with a carved pedestal at its center. The pedestal held a single book, large, bound in shimmering gold leaf. The archivist stopped. This, he said, is the Catalog of Truth. Aiden frowned. I've never heard of it. No one has, the archivist replied. Only those a library chooses may see it. And it has chosen you. The pedestal vibrated faintly, as if sensing their presence. The golden bindings shivered. Aiden stepped closer, drawn by a force that felt almost magnetic. The archivist gestured. Open it. Aiden hesitated. Last time you told me opening one of these books was dangerous. Last time it was your book, the archivist corrected. This one is the library's. Aiden exhaled slowly and placed his hands on the shimmering cover. The material shifted beneath his fingertips, soft as fabric, yet warm as skin. He opened it. The pages unfurled themselves, turning rapidly on their own. Then they stopped on a page filled with symbols, rows of interlocking runes, none of which Aiden recognized. The archivist leaned in. Read. I can't, Aiden said. I don't know the language. You do, the archivist murmured. You just don't remember that you do. Aiden blinked. The runes pulsed, and suddenly they rearranged themselves, slipping into patterns his mind did understand. Words emerged, clear, piercing. The fracture is a mirror. What breaks on one side bleeds into the other. One life was sacrificed. One name was erased. One world waits for its stolen son. Aiden stiffened. Is that talking about me? Yes, the archivist said quietly. The next line formed. The whisper approaches. Aiden frowned. What is the whisper? The room trembled. The luminous sphere flickered. A sudden wave of cold swept across the chamber, extinguishing half the lanterns in a single breath. The air darkened, swirling with ink-like tendrils that coiled around the floating shelves. Aiden stepped back. Archivist. I know, he said, voice tense. Stay close. Aiden clutched the book, heart racing. A sound rose in the shadows. Not a whisper. A chorus of whispers layered, spiraling into a single voice. It spoke like wind across broken glass. Aiden froze. His entire body shuddered. The voice was impossibly close. Inside the chamber, inside the air, inside him. The archivist stepped forward, summoning a glowing sigil in his palm. Show yourself. The darkness shifted. At the far end of the chamber, a shape emerged, tall, frail, robed in flowing strips of ink. It had no face, only a mask of shadow that shifted like a veil over an invisible form. Aiden's breath stilled. That was the whisper. The entity lifted a hand, thin, elongated, smoke-like. Its voice slid around Aiden like a cold hand closing over his heart. Come home. Aiden staggered. Home, he whispered. The whisper tilted its head. Pages tore from the luminous sphere and spiraled toward it like moths drawn to flame. You belong to the world you abandoned. Aiden's skin crawled. I didn't abandon anyone. The whisper's voice deepened. You erased yourself, Aiden Varis, but you cannot erase what you owe. Aiden's pulse pounded. What do I owe you? The whisper's form rippled with hunger. Bring me the girl. Aiden's blood turned to ice. Mira. The whisper's mass of shadow stretched into a grin that wasn't a grin, just a widening absence. Bring me Mira Varis. It hissed, and I will let your world live. The luminous sphere convulsed. Shelves cracked. Books wailed. The entire heart began to collapse inward. The archivist grabbed Aiden's arm. We need to run. Now. The whisper extended a hand toward them, ink streaming from its fingers like claws reaching across worlds. Aiden whispered, Don't make me take her myself. Aiden's legs finally moved. He ran, and the heart of catalogs collapsed behind them in a storm of torn pages. Chapter 6. The Forgotten Door. They ran until the ringing of shattered pages faded behind them. Aiden's chest burned, his breath coming in sharp bursts, but the archivist didn't slow. His long coat whipped behind him as he turned sharply into a narrow, slanted corridor where the lanterns flickered in agitation. Only once they reached a small alcove framed by two ancient statues did the archivist stop and press his palm flat against the wall. The wall vibrated like a heartbeat. We're far enough, he said finally, lowering his hand. For now. Aiden leaned against the opposite wall, heart still thundering. What was that thing? What does it want with Mira? The archivist studied him for a moment, not with coldness, but with the weight of someone who had held back too many truths for too long. It doesn't want Mira, he said quietly. Not truly. It wants what Mira represents. Aiden frowned, which is a thread you severed yourself. Aiden's lungs tightened. You keep saying that I erased myself. Why? What was so dangerous that I had to forget who I was? The archivist didn't answer immediately. Instead, he brushed his fingers along the rough stone, tracing a faint pattern Aiden hadn't noticed before. The symbols shimmered and rearranged, revealing an outline, thin as spider silk, shaped like a door. Aiden stepped closer, breath catching. Is that? A door you once sealed, the archivist said. A door only you can open. The outline pulsed, brightening until the symbols burned with soft blue fire. Aiden reached a hand toward it. The moment his fingertips brushed the glowing surface, the door reacted. Like a living thing startled awake. The blue fire flared. The darkness behind the symbols shifted. And Aiden's mind was hit with a flash of images. A girl standing in a burning hallway, her face streaked with ash and tears. A scream cut short. A hand, his, closing the door between them, locking it, locking her out. Aiden jerked his hand away, gasping. The archivist steadied him. Careful, the memory is suppressed. It won't surface cleanly. Aiden pressed a palm against his forehead. Why did I close it? Why did I lock her out? The archivist exhaled. The tear, the whisper, everything started the day you sealed this door. Aiden stared at the outline, feeling the echo of the memory pulse behind it like a living wound. I remember fire, he whispered, and Mira screaming. That was a collapse, the archivist said. Her world breaking. Your world. Aiden shook his head. I don't remember having a world. I don't remember being from anywhere but here. That's because you buried that life, the archivist replied gently. And this door is the burial place. A faint whisper rose behind the symbols. Not words, just breath, a presence. Aiden's pulse quickened. Is someone behind the door? The archivist's expression darkened. Yes. Aiden stiffened. Mira? No, the archivist said. Something you left there to guard the memory. A cold shiver crawled along Aiden's spine. What kind of something? A fragment of yourself. Aiden tensed. Myself. You tore apart your own identity out and locked it away. A version of you that... He paused. That didn't want to go. Aiden looked at the door with a growing dread. So to open this, I have to face that part of me. Yes, the part you abandoned. The whisper behind the door intensified. The symbols trembled. Aiden felt the pull, deep, violent, irresistible, but he forced himself to step closer. What do I do? He asked. Call your name, the archivist said. I already did, Aiden replied. Aiden Varis. The archivist shook his head. That is the name you chose after you erased yourself. Aiden blinked. Then what's my real name? The archivist hesitated. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a small, worn card, like a fragment torn from an identity book. He placed it in Aiden's hand. Aiden looked down. There was no photograph, just a faded signature. His breath caught. Not Aiden Varis. Not even close. The archivist stepped back. Speak your name, he said softly. Your true name. Aiden stared at the signature. The ink shimmered faintly, responding to him, recognizing him. Something inside his chest unlocked. He took a breath, placed his hand on the glowing outline of the door, and spoke the name he had forgotten, the name he had ripped out of his own past. The moment the word left his lips, the door exploded with light. The corridor trembled violently. The symbols ignited in a pulse that shook the entire library. The archivist shielded his eyes. Aiden! But the door wasn't listening. It was awake. It had heard the name. And someone or something behind it answered a cry that sounded exactly like Aiden's own voice. Not an echo, not a distortion. A perfect mirror of him. Let me out. Chapter 7. A Memory That Bleeds. The cry echoed to the corridor, like a blade drawn across glass. Aiden staggered backward, his heart hammering so violently he felt it in his throat. The voice behind the door wasn't distorted like the echo wraith's mimicry. It wasn't stretched or hollow. It was his voice, his real voice, unfiltered, unbroken. The archivist steadied him by the shoulder. Breathe. Do not answer it. But the voice came again, sharper, frantic. Let me out. Aiden's pulse stuttered. How is that possible? The archivist's eyes were grim. The person behind that door is you. The part you tore away. Aiden swallowed hard, staring at the glowing outline of the door. It pulsed with the rhythm of a heartbeat, his heartbeat, mirroring every tremor in his chest. The archivist continued, voice low. When you chose to abandon your world, you also abandoned the version of yourself tied to it. Aiden shook his head. That doesn't make sense. Why would I abandon myself? Because the part you locked away refused to leave Mira to die. The words hit Aiden like a punch. His throat tightened. So I split myself? One half stayed with her, one half ran. No, the archivist said, stepping closer. One half tried to save her. The other believed she could only be saved by cutting himself away. The archivist pointed at the door. That is the half you sacrificed. A violent tremor shook the symbols. The glow intensified, scorching the air. Aiden winced, his own skin burning faintly, as if sharing the door's pain. The voice cried out again, ragged, furious. You left me there. Open the door. Aiden flinched. Every word struck like a shard in his ribs. The archivist stepped between him and the door. You can't open it yet. Aiden's jaw clenched. Then why did you bring me here? Because the heart reacted to your true name. Something is awakening. And you must understand what you erased before the whisper uses against you. The archivist placed both hands on the doorframe. A sigil appeared, trembling above his palm. Lean in, he said. The door will show you a memory fragment. Only a fragment. Anything more would tear your mind. Aiden hesitated. The archivist's expression softened for the first time since Aiden had known him. Aiden, you cannot heal a scar you refuse to see. Aiden nodded. He placed both palms on the glowing door. Instantly, the runes flared and the corridor dissolved. A world of fire. Aiden stood in a narrow hallway. The walls were cracked. Smoke curled along the ceiling. Soot coated his arms. And the heat was unbearable, blistering, real. He staggered forward. Where is this? The world groaned around him. A memory. His memory. Mira, he shouted without thinking. The name tore from him like an instinct. A reflex burned into his bones. He turned the corner and froze. There she was. Mira Varis. But not the fractured apparition he had seen in visions. Not the distortion climbing from the hollow. This Mira was alive, breathing, terrified. Her long dark hair clung to her face, matted with ash. Her eyes, wide, bright, desperate, locked on him. Aiden, she cried, reaching for him. The world is collapsing. We have to go. Aiden felt something inside him break open, recognition so powerful it hurt. He ran toward her, but the hallway lurched violently, and a fissure split open between them. A torrent of blinding white light surged upward, swallowing part of the floor. Mira lost her footing. Aiden dove, catching her wrist just before she fell. Aiden, don't let go, she screamed. He pulled with everything he had. The floor gave way a second time. The light roared, hungry, tearing. Myra's grip slipped, her fingers trembling. Aiden, I won't lose you, he shouted. But then he felt it, a presence behind him. Cold, ancient, watching. The whisper, it spoke not from the air, but from his thoughts. You cannot save her unless you leave yourself behind. Aiden's eyes widened. What does that mean? Split yourself. Sever the weight of your life. Abandon your name. Abandon your identity. And I will let her live. Aiden shook his head violently. No, I won't sacrifice. Choose. The fissure widened beneath Mira. She slipped another inch from his grasp. Aiden, please. Her scream broke. Tears burned Aiden's eyes. For a heartbeat, just one, he looked into Myra's face and understood. He had made this choice before. His voice cracked. Mira, I'm so sorry. She shook her head, sobbing. No, Aiden, don't. He did the unthinkable. He tore something out of himself, a part of his soul, his identity, his memory, and hurled it backward, away from the fissure. His body split in a blinding flash. Two silhouettes, one stumbling backward into darkness, the other still holding Myra's hand. The world collapsed, and the memory snapped. Aiden gasped and felt his knees. The corridor reformed around him, cold stone replacing fire. The archivist caught him before he hit the floor. Aiden choked on his breath. I left myself there. Yes, the archivist whispered. And I left her. You tried to save her. And you did, but not in the way you intended. Aiden squeezed his eyes shut. The whisper tricked me. The archivist shook his head slowly. No, Aiden, you tricked yourself. The whisper only pushed the knife. Aiden's hands trembled uncontrollably. Behind the door his other self, the one he abandoned, pounded once, twice, 3 times, then whispered with poisonous calm. You stole my life. Aiden froze. The archivist's expression turned grave. He's waking up. Aiden looked at the glowing door. What happens when he wakes fully? The archivist answered without blinking. Then there will be 2 of you, and only one can survive. Chapter 8. The Lockbreaker's Paradox. The knock came again. 3 slow, deliberate strikes against the sealed door, too controlled, too precise to be the panic of a trapped fragment. The sound vibrated through the symbols, making the runes flicker in and out of phase. Aiden's breath caught. That's me. The archivist didn't deny it. He stared at the door with the grim, resigned expression of someone who had hoped this moment would never come. Aiden, he said quietly, we need to move. A faint whisper seeped through the cracks between the glowing runes. Don't run. Aiden flinched, pulse lurching. The archivist pulled him by the arm. This way. But now. The force in his voice left no room for argument. They hurried down the corridor. Every step Aiden took felt heavier, as though the library itself were pushing back against him. Runes on the walls sputtered, dimmed, then brightened again in frantic pulses. The library was confused. It didn't know which Aiden to respond to. As they turned a corner, the ground trembled beneath them. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Lanterns swayed violently, their blue flames flickering into jagged white. The archivist cursed under his breath. He's stronger than I feared. Aiden swallowed hard. He? You mean me? No, the archivist snapped. Not anymore. Aiden felt the words settle like cold iron in his chest. Not anymore. The version behind that door wasn't memory. Not a ghost. Not a fragment. He was Aiden without boundaries. Aiden without conscience. Aiden without the part that chose to flee, to sacrifice, to forget. Aiden looked back over his shoulder. A hairline crack had appeared in the glowing doorframe. Not wide, but wide enough to leak a faint sliver of darkness. Pure, dense, humming with anger too old to name. The archivist saw it too. His voice dropped to a whisper. Not good. The hall of revisions. The corridor widened suddenly into a vast hall lined with shelves of shifting parchment. The papers rewrote themselves constantly, sentences bending, reforming, collapsing, rewriting. Aiden slowed. What is this place? The Hall of Revisions, the archivist said. The library rewrites the endings of broken worlds here, trying to repair what it can. Aiden stared at a page rewriting itself over and over. She lived. She lived. She lived. Then suddenly, she died. The script bled across the page. The parchment shriveled. Aiden stepped back. It's rewriting fate? In fragments, the archivist said, but it can't rewrite yours. Not anymore. Aiden felt the pull again, the deep internal tug that had been with him since the crack first appeared. Why can't it rewrite mine? The archivist hesitated. Then, because your fate is split. A wave of cold rolled through the chamber. Every parchment froze mid-sentence. Aiden's heartbeat stalled. Behind them, something stepped into the corridor. A soft, steady series of footsteps. Not rushed, not frantic, controlled, measured, purposeful. The archivist turned, eyes narrowing. No, it's too soon. Aiden felt the hair on his arms rise. He didn't have to see the figure to know exactly who was approaching. Him. The door hadn't fully opened, but the fragment wasn't trapped inside anymore. He had slipped out as a projection. An echo with just enough substance to move, the stalk to pursue. Aiden turned slowly. The silhouette stood at the far end of the hall. Tall, steady, shoulders squared, head tilted slightly in a way that was unmistakably familiar. Aiden's breath tightened in his chest. It was like looking into a distorted mirror, one that showed not who he was now, but who he had once been when he was whole. The archivist whispered, "Do not engage him." The figure took a step forward. Aiden felt the impact in his bones. He tried to look away, but the moment his gaze broke, the figure's voice drifted across the hall like smoke. Aiden froze. The voice was eerily calm. Not desperate, not angry. Worse, it was disappointed. You shouldn't have run. Aiden's throat clenched. How are you out? The door. You opened it. The echo self-replied. I only needed a name. Aiden's stomach dropped. His true name, the one he spoke in Chapter 6, had not just awakened the door. It had awakened him. The archivist stepped between them. Aiden, stay behind me. The echo self tilted his head. You can't shield him, he said. Not from me. The archivist summoned a sigil in one hand, its runes whirling. Don't touch the boy. The echo self smiled faintly, The same half-smile Aiden had seen once in a mirror long ago. "I don't need to," he replied. "He and I are the same." Aiden felt the pull intensify, so strong it almost lifted his feet off the ground. The Echo Self extended a hand. "Aiden, come home." Aiden staggered, the pressure overwhelming. It felt like gravity reversing, pulling him forward, pulling him into himself. But the archivist slammed his palm onto the floor, triggering a shockwave of blue light that flung Aiden backward. The pull broke. Aiden gasped. The archivist's voice roared across the hall. "He is not your home." The Echo Self didn't flinch. He simply lowered his hand. "Aiden," he said softly, "you left me in the fire. I'm not going back alone." A shiver tore through Aiden. The archivist grabbed his arm. "We run. Now." The Echo Self took one step forward. The entire hall of revision screamed. Pages ripping, shelves collapsing, words dissolving into dust. The whisper shadow seeped into the cracks in the air. And Aiden finally understood. His other self wasn't here to kill him. He was here to fuse with him, to make them one again, whether Aiden wanted it or not. Chapter 9. The Echo That Hunts. The archivist pulled Aiden behind a towering stack of drifting manuscripts, pressing a hand to his chest to steady his breath. The hall of revisions raged around them, pages tumbling like feathers caught in a storm, sentences breaking apart, letters raining down in ink-black drops. Aiden tried to look past the archivist's shoulder, desperate to see where his Echo Self stood. "Don't," the archivist hissed. "His eyes will lock onto yours." Aiden froze. "What happens if he does?" "He'll step into you," the archivist whispered, as if you were an open doorway. Aiden swallowed hard. "He wants to merge. He wants to overwrite," the archivist corrected. "You are not equal halves anymore. He carries the weight of everything you left behind. Rage, memory, purpose." Aiden's pulse hammered against his ribs. A flicker of movement crossed the hall, the Echo Self pacing between collapsing shelves, searching. But he didn't move like Aiden. Not exactly. His posture was too still, too balanced, each step placed with deliberate precision, not cautious, calculated. Aiden leaned closer to the archivist. "Why does he want me so badly?" The archivist's voice dropped to a grim whisper. "Because you are incomplete without him, and he is dying without you." Aiden blinked. "Dying? Fragments cannot survive long outside their origin," the archivist said. "But he will not fade quietly. He wants your body, your mind, your choices." Aiden looked down at his hands. They were trembling. A feral whisper scurried through the room. "Aiden!" Aiden stiffened. The archivist grabbed his wrist. "We move on my signal." The Echo Self stopped walking. He turned his head, not toward them, but toward the swirling darkness at the far end of the hall. The whisper shadow expanded across the ceiling. The archivist's grip tightened. "It's here, too." Aiden stared at the dark cloud that seeped into the cracks between shelves, gliding soundlessly across the ruined hall. The whisper was hungry, its form collapsing into tendrils of ink that crawled along the floor. The Echo Self did not flinch. Instead, he lifted a hand, slowly, calmly, as if greeting an old friend. The whisper rippled toward him, darkness brushing against darkness. Aiden felt his stomach clench. "They're working together?" he gasped. The archivist's face twisted with something like fury. "No, worse. They're negotiating." Aiden's blood ran cold. The whisper tilted around the Echo Self, like smoke learning the shape of a flame. And then, with a voice that scratched the air raw, "Give me the girl." Aiden's breath shattered. The Echo Self didn't move. He simply stared ahead, unreadable. The whisper pressed closer, sliding around the Echo Self like a serpent. "Give me Mira Varis, or give me you." Aiden almost stepped out of hiding, but the archivist yanked him back. The Echo Self finally spoke, his tone calm, steady. "You can't touch me. You can't touch what isn't whole." The whisper hissed through the hall, peeling paint from the shelves, then become whole. Aiden's heart slammed inside him. "He's trying to push him into merging with me," Aiden whispered. "If he becomes whole, he'll be unstoppable," the archivist finished, "and Mira will be lost." The whisper swelled, flooding the hall with ink-dark waves that sent manuscripts flying like startled birds. The archivist clenched Aiden's arm. "We run in 3. Another surge of darkness shook the room. 2. The echo self snapped his head sharply in their direction. He sensed Aiden. He sensed exactly where Aiden was hiding. 1, go! The archivist shoved Aiden forward, and they sprinted across the hall, pages toward their faces. Ink hissed across the tiles like oil in a fire. Shelves collapsed sideways. Behind them, the echo cell broke into a run, silent, precise, impossibly fast. Aiden glanced over his shoulder and felt terror grip his lungs. His echo moved like someone who knew the exact length of Aiden's stride, and how to outrun it. "Faster!" the archivist barked. They darted around a fallen shelf, vaulted over a heap of shredded manuscripts, and slid beneath a collapsing archway that groaned under the weight of shifting worlds. But the echo self was gaining. He didn't stumble. He didn't hesitate. He moved in perfect balance. Aiden's balance, but sharpened into something lethal. "Aiden!" the archivist shouted. "Left, now!" Aiden veered sharply, and the archivist slammed his palm against an ancient sigil carved into the floor. The sigil pulsed. A barrier of shimmering script erupted between them and the echo. The echo self stopped just short of it. He tilted his head, regarding the barrier with mild interest. Then he exhaled, and the barrier cracked. The archivist cursed. "He's stronger than you think." The echo self lifted both hands, pressing them against the cracking barrier. His voice carried through the shimmering light. "Aiden, you don't get to choose twice." Aiden backed away, but the echo self wasn't smiling. His voice wasn't mocking. He looked almost hurt. "You abandoned me once." The barrier splintered. "You won't do it again." The barrier shattered. The archivist pulled Aiden by the arm, racing toward the only exit left, a spiraling staircase of floating pages, barely stable, flickering in and out of existence. The whisper's voice roared behind them. "Bring me the girl." Ink poured across the ceiling and floor, forming a black tidal wave. Aiden grabbed the archivist's hand. "Where does this stairway lead?" The archivist looked back once, just once, at the echo self stepping through the ruins of the barrier, and his answer was a rough whisper. "To the only place left the whisper can't follow." Aiden's stomach lurched, which is... The archivist shoved him onto the first floating step, the unwritten vault. Aiden's eyes widened. "The place where unfinished lives go." "Yes." The archivist hissed, pushing him upward. "Move." Below them, the echo self leapt onto the steps. Aiden felt the world quake. He climbed faster, heart thundering, up the spiraling pages, up into the shifting air, up toward a place where even the library feared to look. And below, the echo self climbed with him, silent, relentless, inevitable. Chapter 10. The Origin Page. The vault trembled. Aiden steadied himself as another ripple of force ran along the parchment floor, making entire columns of blank pages quiver like reeds in storm. The archivist lifted his lantern higher, the blue flame shrinking in fear. Beyond the echo of the tremor, Aiden heard it again. Aiden, Mira's voice, soft, weak, but unmistakably hers. He turned toward the sound, but the archivist grabbed his arm. "Don't chase it." "That was Mira." "It was her voice," the archivist corrected, "but not her presence." Aiden swallowed hard. "The whisper is using her again." "Not exactly," the archivist murmured, stepping forward. "In the vault, voices slip between realities. You might be hearing the real Mira or Mira that never existed." Aiden's pulse hammered. "Then how do I find the right one?" "You don't. You find you." The archivist pointed toward a massive pillar of rotating pages in the center of the vault, the spine of unmade paths. It was enormous, a spiraling tower of parchment turning slowly in the void, every page displaying a flicker of a life that had never been. 1,000 silhouettes, half-formed faces, silhouettes of people who might have been, but never were. Aiden felt the pull immediately. "It's calling me." "It should," the archivist said. "Your origin is inside that tower." Aiden stared at him. "What exactly is my origin?" What am I looking for? The archivist's eyes hardened. The moment you severed yourself. The moment you made the deal with the Whisper. The moment the world collapsed. Aiden's breath caught. But why did I do it? That, the archivist said, is what you're about to remember. He began walking toward the spine. But Aiden stopped. The vault door boomed behind them. A second, sharper crack split the air. Aiden turned in horror. A long, thin fissure was spreading across the sealed entrance, ink leaking through it like venom. The archivist stiffened. He's breaking in. Aiden's blood turned cold. His echo self, the version of him that never fled, the version he locked away, the version with all the memories he lacked. The archivist grabbed Aiden's wrist. Hurry! They ran toward the tower, the spine of unmade paths. As they reached the base of the spiraling pillar, Aiden felt an almost physical force pulling him forward. The pages shifted, reshaping, rotating until a single sheet slid out from the tower's surface, hovering inches from his face. It pulsed with a dim glow. Aiden reached for it. Wait, the archivist warned. Once you touch it, the memory will take you. Don't fight it. Aiden swallowed, nodded, and placed his fingers on the page. Instantly, the vault disappeared. A world before collapse. Aiden stood in a dimly lit apartment. Rain battered the windows. Alarms wailed in the distance. And there, sitting on the floor, back against the wall, was Mira, not the fractured vision, not a shadow. The real Mira. Her hands shook as she held a small, metal device, a shard-like machine humming weakly. Aiden moved toward her. Mira? But his voice passed through the space like fog. She didn't see him. She saw another Aiden, his echo self, whole and alive, kneeling beside her. Mira, Echo Aiden whispered, you need to go now. Her eyes brimmed with fear and stubbornness. I'm not leaving you. You have to. This world won't hold for much longer. She grabbed his hand. Aiden, stop. We can still stop the collapse. If we just... A second crack has opened. Echo Aiden interrupted. We're out of time. Myra's breath hitched. So this is it? No. Echo Aiden said, cupping her face with both hands. There's a way. A terrible way, but... Aiden, don't. Her voice broke. Don't say it. Aiden watched, stunned, as his past self pulled a small crystalline object from his coat, a shard glowing with unstable energy. Mira recoiled. A memory shard? Echo Aiden nodded slowly. If I break myself, if I separate the part that the Whisper wants, I can draw it away from you. I can lead it into the fracture. Mira shook her head violently. No, you'll lose everything. You'll lose you. I'll protect you, his past self whispered. That's all that matters. Mira grabbed his hands. No. Aiden, listen to me. I don't want a world where you're gone. He leaned his forehead against hers. I'm not dying. I'm just dividing. Mira sobbed. That's worse. Aiden felt tears burn his eyes. He had chosen this. He had chosen to tear himself in two. His past self rose, steeling himself, holding the shard over his own chest. Mira screamed, Aiden, stop! But he drove the shard into his sternum. Light exploded outward. Mira was thrown back, and Aiden watched in horror as his past self splintered. A brighter half staggered into the fracture, carrying all his memories, and the dimmer half collapsing onto the floor. Empty, gasping, alive but broken, that dimmer half was him, the Aiden who now stood in the vault. The memory shattered. Aiden collapsed to his knees in the vault, shaking. The archivist knelt beside him. You saw it. Aiden could barely breathe. I tore myself apart to save her. Yes. And I sent my original self, my real self, into the fracture? Yes. And I kept the empty shell, which became you. Aiden's tears dripped onto the pages beneath him. I'm not the real Aiden. The archivist gripped his shoulder. You are a real Aiden, a version with the right to live. Aiden shook his head. But the echo is the Aiden who remembers everything. You are the Aiden who suffered for it. The vault trembled violently. A massive crack ripped across the sealed entrance. A single hand, Aiden's hand, slid through the fissure, gripping the edge of the door. The archivist's eyes widened. He's almost in. Aiden wiped his face. Then I know what I have to do. He rose to his feet, turning to face the cracking doorway. I have to confront myself. Behind the cracking door, the Echo Self's voice slid through like a blade. I'm coming, Aiden. And this time, it wasn't a threat. It was a promise. Chapter 11. The Two Faces of Aiden. The vault door cracked open like a wound splitting wide. Pages flew outward in a burst of cold wind, spiraling across the chamber as though trying to flee what was slipping inside. Aiden stood his ground, breath tight in his throat, while the archivist stepped back, raising his lantern as if its small flame could shield them both. A hand pushed through the fissure, Aiden's hand, but sharper, steadier, too perfect. Then a shoulder, a face. It was like watching a reflection peel out of a mirror and take its first breath. The Echo Self stepped into the vault. For a moment, everything went still. Even the drifting pages paused, suspended in midair, as if the vault itself held its breath. He, Aiden's other self, took in the scene with calm, assessing eyes. Not furious, not frantic, almost serene. Aiden, he said softly, you found the truth. Aiden swallowed. His voice trembled. You're the part of me I cut away. Yes, his echo replied. The part with our memories. Our past. Our purpose. Aiden shook his head. I'm not your enemy. The Echo Self tilted his head slightly. No, you're my completion. He took a step forward. Aiden stepped back instinctively. The Echo Self paused, eyes narrowing, not in anger, but in something unsettlingly close to disappointment. You still don't understand, he murmured. I'm not here to destroy you. I'm here to restore you. The archivist lowered his lantern, voice tight. Aiden, don't listen. Restoration is annihilation. He means to overwrite you. The Echo Self didn't even look at the archivist. He speaks as though you are the original, the Echo said. But you know the truth. You saw it. Aiden's throat tightened. I saw what I did. To save Mira. You saw what we did, the Echo corrected, because only I remember how much she mattered, how much you loved her. A subtle tremor passed through Aiden. Why did you come here? Aiden asked. The Echo Self stepped closer, folding his hands behind his back in a strangely calm gesture. To save you, he said. To finish what we started. Aiden blinked. Finish what? The Echo Self smiled gently. To bring Mira back. The vault trembled. Aiden's breath hitched. Bring her back? She's alive. Alive in a world collapsing into the tear, the Echo Self said. I saw it. I lived it. You felt only the aftermath. I was abandoned in the fire you fled. His voice dropped, softer than before. I didn't survive the collapse. I was kept alive by the vault's memory of us. The archivist inhaled sharply. That explains a fracture. He is a living impossibility. The Echo Self's eyes darkened. Aiden, I need you. Only an integrated self can cross into a broken world where Mira is trapped. Aiden stepped backward until his back hit a column of pages. You mean merge? The Echo Self nodded once. If we merge, we can save her. If we don't, she dies. Aiden felt the weight of those words. The way the vault dimmed when Mira spoke. The way her voice cracked through reality. Mira, Aiden whispered. The Echo Self took another step. Close now. Too close. You want to see her again, don't you? He asked. You want to fix what you broke? Aiden's heart pounded. The archivist stepped between them. No, he wants to survive. The Echo Self finally turned to look at him. His expression didn't change, except for a tiny flicker of irritation. You've interfered enough. The vault shadows recoiled. A wave of force erupted from the Echo Self, silent, invisible, and slammed into the archivist, hurling him across the floor. He crashed into a column of drifting pages, coughing as he tried to rise. Aiden shouted, "Stop!" The Echo Self lowered his hand. "Aiden," he said calmly, "you can't protect him. He doesn't belong to our story." Aiden's pulse thundered. "You hurt him." "I nudged him aside," the Echo Self said. "Our other friends, the ones from the life we lost, didn't survive long enough for gentleness." A cold chill rippled up Aiden's spine. "You're dangerous," he whispered. The echo self exhaled softly. "I'm necessary." The vault rumbled again, louder this time. Shadows thickened behind the echo self. The whisper was pushing at the cracks, trying to seep inside. The echo self glanced at the fissure, unbothered. "He can smell the truth," the echo said. "He knows the stronger version of us is within reach." Aiden backed away. "No, I won't merge. I'm not letting you erase me." The echo self's expression softened again, almost pitying. "Aiden, you were never meant to survive without me." His hand lifted, palm open, reaching. Aiden stepped back, but the vault floor shifted beneath him, propelling him forward. The pages twisted, urging him toward the echo. The vault itself was choosing. "Aiden!" The archivist rasped from across the room. "Run." The echo self whispered. "Come home." Aiden's heart slammed in his chest. And then something grabbed his wrist. Not the echo, not the archivist. A drifting page. No, a cluster of pages wrapped around Aiden's arm, pulling him backward, deeper into the vault. The pages fluttered, forming a spiral path away from the echo self. The archivist shouted, "The vault is offering you a way out." The echo self snapped his head toward the spiraling paper pathway, eyes widening for the first time. Aiden ran. The pages beneath his feet transformed into a twisting staircase, leading deeper into the swirling core of the vault. Behind him, the echo self's voice echoed, no longer calm. "Aiden, stop." Aiden didn't stop. He ran into the spiraling white abyss, and the vault swallowed him whole. Chapter 12. The Corridor of Lost Names. Aiden fell, not downward, not upward, just through. The vault swallowed him away. A dream swallows memory. Softly at first, then with a force that left him gasping as he tumbled through an ocean of drifting pages. He reached for something, anything, but the paper around him parted like mist. Words flickered across them. Half-formed sentences try and manifest, only to vanish before becoming whole. Then he hit something solid. Aiden's palms pressed against a cold surface, smooth as glass, before he pushed himself upright. The world steadied around him, taking shape slowly, like a photograph developing in the chemical bath of an old darkroom. He stood in a long, narrow corridor, not made of stone, not made of pages, made of names. The walls glowed faintly, carved with thousands of names etched in soft white light. Some stretched into elegant loops. Others were jagged, broken. Some glowed brightly. Others flickered like dying embers. Aiden stepped closer to the nearest name. It pulsed once, reacting to his presence, then dimmed back into silence. "Where am I?" His voice echoed down the endless hall, swallowed by the faint hum of living letters. A soft flutter brushed past him. A page, blank, drifted through the corridor, turning lazily in the still air before slipping through a crack in the glowing wall. Aiden followed its path with his eyes. That's when he noticed something else. Halfway down the corridor, one of the glowing names was broken, literally. The letters were shattered, scattered across the floor like shards of glass. Only faint traces remained on the wall, barely readable. Aiden approached, heart pounding. The name pulsed weakly. He leaned closer. It read, Aiden Var. The last letters were gone, erased violently. Ripped out, Aiden swallowed. "My name?" "No." A voice echoed beside him, quiet but steady. Aiden spun around. The archivist stood at the far end of the corridor, walking toward him with slow, deliberate steps. His lantern flickered in one hand, the flame struggling to stay lit. Aiden blinked. "How did you—" "I thought the vault." "The vault brought me the same way it brought you," the archivist said. "It chooses who may enter its deeper layers." Aiden gestured toward the broken name. "This is me, isn't it?" "No," the archivist said softly. "It's what remains of one of your names. The name you abandoned." Aiden's chest tightened. "The name I tore out, that name was your anchor," the archivist said. "When you severed yourself, your original name fractured. One half stayed with your echo self. The other half died." Aiden felt a sting, sharp, cutting. So this corridor, is where the library keeps the names of those who lost themselves, the archivist said. Names that no longer have a reality to belong to. Aiden stared at the broken letters again. His breath turned cold. Is this why I don't remember anything? Yes. The archivist stopped beside him. Without your true name, your past cannot recognize you. Aiden dragged his fingers across the wall. The broken letters vibrated faintly, like a buried heartbeat trying to remember how to pulse. He whispered, "Can I fix it?" The archivist looked at him, pity and fear mixing in his eyes. That depends. On what? On whether the other half of your name wants to be reunited. Aiden's blood froze. You mean him? The archivist nodded. The echo self is the bearer of the other half. He holds the memories, the identity, and he has no intention of giving them back. Aiden clenched his jaw. Then how do I reclaim it? Before the archivist could answer, the corridor shifted. The walls rippled like water. Names flickered wildly. A violent tremor surged beneath their feet. Aiden staggered. The archivist caught his arm. He's breaking in. The echo self is forcing his way into this layer. The corridor darkened as ink seeped through the cracks. Thin lines of shadow crawling across the glowing names like veins of poison. Aiden stepped back. He can't follow us here, can he? He shouldn't be able to, the archivist said. But he is you, Aiden. He can go where you go. That's what makes him dangerous. Aiden's pulse hammered in his throat. The lights flickered again. And from somewhere down the corridor, a single voice echoed, chillingly familiar. Aiden, not angry, not desperate. Calm, too calm. Aiden shivered. That's him. The archivist gripped his shoulder. We need to move. Where? The archivist lifted his lantern. To the far end. Aiden looked down the corridor, an endless stretch of glowing names fading into a white horizon. What's there? The Chamber of Lost Elves, the archivist said, and inside it, he hesitated. The origin name. Aiden froze. The real one? Yes, the one you were born with, the one neither you nor your echo remember. Aiden felt the room tighten around him. If I learn it, you will become whole, the archivist said. Aiden's pulse quickened, and if he learns it, the archivist's expression turned grim. Then he becomes the only Aiden Varis. A cold wave rolled through Aiden. The corridor trembled violently. The echo self's voice came again, closer now, echoing between the glowing walls. You can't hide in here forever. Aiden turned to the archivist. All right, let's go. The vault's pages fluttered. The corridor dimmed. Ink seeped in from the cracks like hungry roots. And together, Aiden and the archivist ran deeper into the corridor of lost names, while the other Aiden followed. Behind them, the echo self followed in silence, and every name on the walls dimmed as he passed. Chapter 13. The Chamber of Lost Selves. The corridor narrowed as Aiden and the archivist ran deeper, its glowing names flickering erratically. The farther they went, the more distorted the script became. Letters bending into impossible angles, names stretching and warping as if fighting to stay written. Ink seeped between the cracks in the walls. The echo self was close. Too close. Aiden tightened his grip on the archivist's sleeve. How much farther? Not far, the archivist said, voice strained. The chamber is at the end of all unchosen paths. Aiden didn't know what that meant, but he didn't have time to ask. They reached the corridor's end. A vast circular door of black parchment stood before them. Far older than the vault, its surface etched with thousands of overlapping silhouettes. Not names. Shapes. Figures. People. Some crouched. Some stood tall. Some reached upward. Some curled inward, as if hiding. Aiden's breath hitched. What are they? The archivist approached the door reverently. They are the versions of every life that might have been born, but never were. Threads that almost existed. Selves that were nearly chosen. Aiden stepped toward the largest silhouette, a tall, confident figure that seemed carved with more definition than the others. Are these my other selves, too? Some are, the archivist said, but few ever enter the chamber. The vault allows only the ones whose identity is broken. A shiver ran across Aiden's spine. I'm broken, he whispered. The archivist didn't contradict him. Instead, he placed both hands against the door. Aiden, this next part you must face alone. Aiden blinked. What? I cannot accompany you inside. The chamber recognizes only the owner of the identity it shelters. It will reject me. Aiden's stomach dropped. Then what do I do? You walk forward, the archivist said, and you remember. Another tremor shook the corridor. The lights dimmed. Ink dripped from the ceiling like black rain. The archivist seized Aiden's shoulders, turning him to face the door. Aiden, listen to me. The chamber will show you the truth, not the memory, not the fractures lie. The truth, and the truth will hurt. Aiden swallowed hard. Will it tell me who I was? It will show you, the archivist said. But whether you accept it, that is something only you can choose. Aiden nodded slowly. A sharp crack echoed behind them. Ink spattered across the floor. The echo self had reached the edge of the corridor. No more time. Aiden pressed his palm to the black parchment door. It pulsed under his touch, alive and aware. And then it opened. The chamber. Darkness. Not empty darkness. Thick, warm, breathing darkness. Aiden stepped forward, and the door sealed shut behind him, snuffing out the lantern light. He stood alone. Then a faint glow rose around him, not from a flame, but from thousands of pages floating in concentric circles above and below him, each one shimmering with faint traces of ink. A voice whispered from everywhere at once. Aiden Varis. Aiden's heart pounded. Who's there? The darkness shifted. A shape stepped forward. A silhouette formed of drifting pages, like a human outline made of soft, glowing script. Its movements were smooth, almost gentle. You seek your origin, the figure said. Aiden nodded. Yes. The figure's head tilted. Then look. A single page drifted down from above, landing at Aiden's feet. He picked it up. At first, it was blank. Then ink bled across it, forming a name. Aiden Varis. Then striking it out, new ink flowed. Aiden's breath caught. It's missing. Your name is wounded, the figure said, half torn, half buried. Aiden clenched the page tighter. I need it back. I need to be whole. The figure stepped closer, its page body rustling softly. To be whole, it said, you must face the self you abandoned, the one you left in the collapse, the one who remembers what you did. Aiden closed his eyes, pain surging behind him. He's chasing me. Yes, the figure whispered, because he seeks the place you stand in now, the place where one identity ends and another begins. Aiden looked up sharply. You mean he wants his chamber? He wants your origin, the figure said. He wants the name, and the moment he speaks it, you cease. Aiden's heart hammered. Then give it to me, please. The figure raised a hand. I cannot give, only show. Aiden stared. Then show me. The figure touched his forehead lightly. The world broke. Truth. Aiden saw flashes, memories not of events, but of selves. A child version of him, clutching a book of stars. A teenage version laughing with someone whose face was blurred. A version older, sharper, gazing at Mira with a look Aiden had never felt and yet recognized. A version screaming as a world burned. A version kneeling in ash, holding Mira's hand. A version breaking himself apart. A version stepping into the fracture. And a version left behind on cold stone, gasping awake with no past, no name, no self. Aiden dropped to his knees. The figure knelt with him. You are not half a person, it whispered. You are a person who survived a splitting. Aiden's breath trembled. So who am I? What was my name? The figure extended its hand again. A page slowly drifted down from above, glowing so brightly it cast shadows. Aiden reached. A thunderous crack split the chamber. Ink exploded through the air. The echo self stepped inside. Aiden spun, heart-lurching. He had made it. He had broken in. The echo self's eyes locked onto glowing page descending toward Aiden's hand. No, he said softly, calmly, coldly. That page is mine. The chamber shuddered violently. The archivist banged on the sealed door from outside, muffled, desperate. Aiden, don't let him take it. Aiden lunged to the page. The echo self lunged too. Their hands collided, and the glowing page burst into blinding light. The chamber went white. Chapter 14. The Name That Decides. White, a blinding, all-consuming white. Aiden felt nothing beneath his feet. No floor, no air, only pressure, as if the chamber itself were holding him suspended inside a breath that refused to exhale. Somewhere in that infinite brightness, two shadows shimmered, Aiden and the Echo Self, their hands still locked where they had collided for the page. The glowing parchment, the origin page, hovered between them, splitting into fractal shards of light. Aiden struggled to speak. What's happening? The Echo Self answered without looking away from the shard. The chamber is deciding. Deciding what? Which one of us has a right to be Aiden? Aiden's heart clenched. The Echo Self stepped closer, not physically, but with an intensity that pulled the surrounding light toward him. You weren't meant to exist, he said quietly. You're the discarded half, the version built from loss. Aiden gritted his teeth. You're the one who shattered us. I shattered myself, the Echo corrected. You were never meant to carry the weight of our entire soul. His eyes softened with something dangerously close to pity. You were created to flee, to survive, to forget. Aiden's breath trembled. You think that makes me weaker? That makes you incomplete. The world flickered. White turned to gray, then white again. The chamber strained under the identical pulses of two beings who shared the same origin. Aiden's hands tightened into fists. If I'm incomplete, he said, it's because you cut me off from everything. I preserved what mattered. A pause. Especially Mira. Aiden's pulse stumbled. You don't get to use her. I don't use her, the Echo Self said. I remember her. The words stung with the precision of a knife. The chamber trembled, pages swirling like a storm caught between worlds. The figure of Pages, the guardian of the chamber, reformed ahead of them, voice echoing through the void. Only one may claim the origin name. Aiden and his echo turned toward it. The guardian lifted a hand. A new page materialized, brighter than the first, burning like a sun held within paper. A word appeared on it, just a blurred outline, not yet legible. The Echo Self stepped toward it. Aiden, the guardian began, but the Echo interrupted smoothly. No, that was a false name he chose after he broke himself. The origin name is mine. Aiden's chest tightened painfully. He felt the truth in those words. He felt the weight of the life he lost. But he also felt something else. The weight of the life he had lived since. He stepped forward. I want my name. The Echo Self's gaze sharpened. It's not yours. It was... No, the Echo Self said softly. It is... I am the one who lived it. I am the one who remembers it. I am the one who burned with Mira as the world collapsed. Aiden's voice broke. You sent yourself into the fracture to save her. I did, the Echo whispered, and the fracture kept me alive by turning me into an echo of the man I was. A beat. You weren't meant to wake. Aiden's jaw clenched. Maybe not, he said, but I did, and I fought for every piece of myself I've had since. That makes me just as real as you. The Echo Self moved so fast the world blurred. In an instant he was in front of Aiden, gripping his wrist, twisting it sharply, forcing Aiden to his knees. You are a half, the Echo whispered. I am the whole. Aiden stared up at him, pain searing up his arm. No, he hissed. You're just a memory. I'm the one who lived. The Echo Self's expression shifted, just a flicker, as if the word struck a part of him he hadn't expected to hurt. A crack zigzagged across the whiteness around them. The chamber was reaching its limit. The guardian raised both arms. The decision must be made. The glowing page between them flared, letters struggling to form, pulling both Aiden and the Echo closer. The Echo Self released Aiden's wrist and stepped toward the page. Aiden rose, breath sharp, forcing himself to walk beside him. Two silhouettes. One origin. The page pulsed. The first letter of the name began to form. Aiden reached. So did his Echo. Their fingertips brushed the page. Light exploded. A voice, ancient, the chamber's voice, shook the void. The name belongs to the one who chooses it. Aiden froze. The echo self turned sharply. What? The guardian repeated, louder. Identity is not memory. Identity is choice. Aiden inhaled sharply. It's not about who remembers a name, he whispered. It's about who claims it. The echo self's calm shattered. No. Aiden stepped toward the page. I choose who I am. The letters began to form fully. R-D-E-N. The echo self lunged. Aiden grabbed the page first. The name burned into his palm. Aiden Varis. The echo self screamed. A raw, furious, broken sound, as the chamber's white light ripped him backward. Aiden, and oh, you're not him. Aiden stood in the light. The name seared into his skin. He whispered, I am Aiden. The chamber exploded into darkness. Chapter 15. Echo Collapse. The darkness inside the chamber did not settle after the origin name was claimed. It thickened. It coiled around Aiden like a living smoke, pulsing in slow waves that responded to mark on his palm. The letters burned faintly beneath his skin. Aiden Varis, and each pulse sent a tremor along his nerves. The name wasn't simply etched into him. It was binding itself to every part of him that had remained empty for so long. Aiden staggered, pressing his back against a pillar of drifting pages. They shifted at his touch, reshaping themselves as if recognizing it with a mixture of curiosity and caution. For the first time since he woke in the library, he knew who he was. But the chamber knew it too, and so did the echo. A scream tore through the darkness. Aiden jerked upright, pulse hammering. The echo self hung in midair at the center of the chamber, his body convulsing violently as if invisible chains were twisting him. Cracks erupted across his skin, brilliant fractures of raw light. Each one spread like lightning beneath glass. That name was... His voice broke into static before reforming. Mine! Aiden raised his hands, as if trying to calm an earthquake. It was ours, but I chose it. You stole it, the echo roared, and a wave of force exploded outward, making the floating pages spiral away in terror. Aiden braced himself, sliding on the parchment floor. You can't hold without. I remember everything you don't, the echo snapped, his voice splintering into overlapping tones. I remember the fire swallowing our home. I remember Mira screaming your name. I remember the fracture opening beneath your feet while you ran and left me to carry the agony. Aiden's breath faltered. A shudder passed through him as a memory. Something blurred, distorted, rose from the depths of his mind. Mira's silhouette, her outstretched hand, a roaring wind of collapsing worlds. He swallowed hard. I didn't choose to forget. You didn't choose to remember, the echo spat back. A cluster of pages behind him convulsed and crumpled under the force of his fury. The chamber itself seemed to recoil, its walls flickering like distressed skin beneath harsh light. Then the guardian's voice emerged from above, soft, ancient, resigned. The echo cannot hold without the name. The echo self's entire body seized. A violent crack burst across his back. He fell to his knees. Aiden ran forward. Stop. Don't force it. I will not collapse, the echo snarled. I live with her memory. I suffered for her. You lived untouched, safe, ignorant. Aiden froze. You talk about Mira, he whispered. Why? Why does she matter so much? The echo's head snapped toward him. She was the only thing that kept us human, he said, voice trembling with rage and sorrow. She was the one who believed in you even when the world ended. She held your face in her hands and begged you not to throw yourself into the fracture. But you did. Aiden felt a cold shock run through him. You shattered yourself, the echo said, pointing a shaking finger at him. To save her. To save everyone. But I stayed behind with the memories. The pain. The guilt. He leaned forward, face contorting. You lived a lie. I lived the truth. Aiden throbbed with guilt he didn't know he had. Then let me help you. Let me... The echo roared and charged. He hit Aiden with the force of a collapsing world. They tumbled across the chamber floor, crashing into a whirlwind of scattered parchment. The echo pinned him by the shoulders, the cracks on his body glowing so brightly that Arden had to shield his eyes. "You forgot her," the echo screamed. "You forgot me." Arden gasped, trying to push him off. "I didn't know." "That's the worst part," the echo whispered fiercely, leaning close. "You didn't want to know." Arden flinched as if struck. The echo's grip tightened. "Mira believed in you," he said, voice dropping. "So I held on to every memory of her, even while the collapse burned me alive. I carried her smile while you slept in the library without a single scar." Arden felt shame coil in his stomach, like a knot tightening. "Then let me remember her now," he breathed. "Show me." The echo hesitated. Just a fraction. And that tiny gap was enough. Arden twisted his body, rolling sideways, freeing himself. He surged upward and slammed his burning palm against the largest crack in the echo's chest. Light exploded. The echo was thrown across the chamber, skidding across the floor, crashing through a curtain of drifting pages that burst like feathers. Arden staggered to his feet, panting. His palm burned fiercely, alive, angry, radiant. The name within it pulsed like a beating heart. He stared at the echo, who lay twisted on the ground, barely holding together. "No," Arden whispered. "Please don't fade." The echo's body flickered like a candle in a storm. He raised his head slowly. "You don't get to want me now," he whispered. "You had your choice." Arden knelt beside him, reaching out carefully. "You're part of me." "I was more," the echo murmured. "I was the part that loved her enough to burn." Arden's breath caught painfully. "That doesn't mean you have to die." The echo gave a weak, bitter smile. "You want to save me because you think it will make you whole. But I am not your missing piece. I am your scar." "No." Arden shook his head. "You're the memory, the truth, the pain. And you're the hope," the echo said. "That's why we split. One of us had to carry the agony. The other had to survive it." Cracks surged across his body again, brighter, deeper. He groaned and clutched his chest. Arden grabbed his shoulders. "Stop. Let me share the weight. Let me." "You made your choice," the echo whispered. "And I made mine." Darkness flooded Cracks. Or maybe it was light. Arden couldn't tell anymore. The echo's body gave one last tremor, and in a soft, breath-like exhale, he dissolved into a cloud of glowing dust. The fragments drifted upward, swirling like tiny stars, scattering into the chamber's vast emptiness. Arden reached for them, fingers trembling, but they passed through his hands. He bowed his head as the last particles faded. "Forgive me," he whispered, voice breaking. His words fell into the quiet, and the chamber responded with a long, mournful sigh, pages rustling like distant rain. Arden remained kneeling on the floor, breathing slowly, heavily, as the truth of what he had chosen settled across his shoulders. He had won the name, but the victory felt hollow, heavy, lonely. He closed his burning hand over his heart. "Aiden Varis," he whispered to himself, as if to anchor the new identity before it slipped away. And in the dim glow of the chamber, it felt both like a beginning and a loss that had no name. Chapter 16. The Memory Left Behind. The chamber dimmed after the echo dissolved. Not immediately, not all at once. The light faded in slow, uneven breaths, like the room was mourning beside Arden. Pages that once glowed softly drifted downward in lazy spirals, losing their luminescence as they touched the floor. The entire place felt emptied, hollowed, stripped of the tension that had stretched it to the breaking point. Arden stayed kneeling for a long moment. His chest hurt, not from the fight, from the weight of what he had taken. The name pulsing in his palm felt heavier now, as if the identity had doubled in mass after the echo's passing. It throbbed in a slow, aching rhythm, one that matched the tears he tried not to shed. Finally, he rose to his feet. The chamber watched him. He felt it, soft, sentient, aware, like an ancient thing trying to decide what to do with the only Arden, who remained. "Is it over?" he asked the silence. The chamber didn't answer. Instead, a faint flutter drifted down from above him. Arden lifted his hand and caught it gently. A page, blank at first, then ink bled across it, forming a faint outline of a figure. Not the echo. Not him. A woman. Her form was blurry, unfinished, her hair flowing in a loose, familiar shape. Her face was undefined, like a painting smudge before it dried. But there was something about her posture, about the softness of her outline. Mira. The name escaped him in a breath. As if the chamber had been waiting for that recognition. The ink sharpened instantly. The figure came into focus, her eyes drawn with a deep, vivid black, her expression frozen between fear and hope. Arden's chest clenched. He remembered her hands now, her voice calling for him, the heat of fire behind her, the moment she reached. AR. The memory cracked like a broken photograph. Auden closed his eyes, trying to force it into clarity. The echo had carried the whole truth, but he had left something behind. Something he could now feel tugging inside his mind like a thread, pulling him toward a door he had sealed long ago. The figure on the page shifted. Words appeared beside her. Help me. Auden inhaled sharply. The letters twisted, ink trembling, rearranging. Still alive. His breath caught. Mira, he whispered. Where are you? The page lifted gently from his hands and drifted forward. Auden followed it to the chamber as it floated with purpose, navigating the spiraling structure of pages that hovered like constellations. The path led him toward the far wall, a portion he hadn't noticed before, where the parchment wasn't floating but woven, forming an archway of tightly interlocked sheets. A shimmer pulsed inside it. The page pressed itself against the archway and fused into the structure like a missing piece. The woven pages rearranged, folding outward. A doorway opened. A corridor unfurled before Auden. Not like the corridor of lost names, but narrower, darker, lined with faint silhouettes moving just outside the edges of vision. Auden hesitated. Where does this lead? The guardian's voice, soft and low, rose from above. To the memory the echo could not take with him. Arden's pulse flickered. A memory of Mira? A long silence. Then, a memory of your last moment with her. The truth, only half of you survived. Arden's throat tightened. The echo had died, but he had left this behind. A remnant, a fragment, a truth that had lived inside pain too deep for Arden's former self to carry. Auden stepped toward the doorway. Will it hurt? He asked quietly. Pages rustled like wind in answer. Yes. He swallowed. Will it help me find her? A pause. Yes. Auden set his jaw. I'll take it. He stepped into the corridor of ash. The air changed instantly. It grew heavier, hotter, charged with metallic scent that made Arden's stomach flip. The floor beneath him darkened, as if scorched. The walls shimmered with phantom firelight, shadows shifting in patterns that felt too familiar. He walked forward cautiously, each step echoing like a drop of water in a cavern. In the distance, a soft crackling sound grew louder. Heat washed over him, dry, intense. Auden froze. This world was burning. This was the end. The collapse. His breath quickened. His palms went cold despite the rising heat. A voice echoed faintly through the corridor. Not Mira's. Not the echo's. Not his. Auden. A whisper. The chamber's voice. A guide. Auden pushed forward. Flashes of memory burned at the edge of his vision. A collapsing sky. Walls splitting open. A storm of pages and fire. A hand grabbing his jacket. Mira's. His own voice screaming her name. He staggered, gripping the scorched wall. Mira. The corridor twisted sharply. Heat blasted against his face like opening an oven door. And then he saw it. A doorway at the corridor's end, its frame glowing red-hot. On the other side flickered a world in flames. Buildings collapsing, sky tearing like fabric, firestorms swirling in impossible spirals. And in the center of it, a silhouette, a woman, reaching, calling, crying. Arden's heart plummeted. Mira! He sprinted forward. The fire surged. The world roared. The truth, the memory, opened wide before him like a wound. And as Auden stepped through the burning doorway, the final memory struck him. The moment Mira was lost. The moment he broke himself. The moment the world ended in his hands. Chapter 17. The last moment. Auden stepped to the burning doorway, and the world changed. Heat slammed into him like a physical blow. The air thickened, rippling with waves of fire and collapsing light. The ground beneath his feet cracked open in jagged lines, glowing as if molten veins ran beneath the stone. This wasn't memory as a dream. This was memory as it truly was. The corridor of ash had led him into the collapse. Aiden staggered, instinctively shielding his face as embers spiraled past him in violent bursts. Smoke curled through the air in long ribbons, stinging his eyes. The heat burned his lungs. Buildings, once whole, now splintered in impossible angles, pulled apart by forces tearing reality itself open. A storm of pages swirled overhead, catching the firelight like dying birds. And beneath the roar of destruction, Aiden heard her. His heart froze. The voice was faint, cracked, choked by smoke, but unmistakable. Mira. Aiden's breath stuttered. He pushed forward, boots slipping on debris, forcing his way between ruptured stone and spiraling ash. The landscape trembled underfoot, collapsing in sections as the fracture widened across the sky, an enormous tear splitting the heavens. He rounded the corner of a shattered corridor and froze. There she was. Mira stood a few meters ahead, framed by swirling ash and the bending light of a world unraveling. Her hair, dark and tangled, whipped violently in the burning wind. Dust streaked her face. A cut bled across her cheek. But her eyes were fixed on him. Aiden, she screamed, reaching through the chaos. Come here now. He ran. The ground shook violently beneath him, sending a wave of rubble rolling between them. Aiden leaped over it, his breath burning in his chest. Mira! She extended her arm. Her fingers grazed the sleeve, and in a thunderous crack, split the sky. A violent force slammed between them, shoving Aiden backward. He hit the ground hard, air knocked from his lungs. Mira staggered forward but caught herself, using a fragment of wall to remain upright. Aiden, listen to me, she shouted, voice breaking. The fracture, it's pulling everything in. You need to. A sonic boom drowned out the rest of her words. The fracture above them widened again, releasing a blast of spiraling wind that sucked flaming debris into the sky. Aiden crawled toward her, fighting against pull. Mira, I can reach you. No. Her voice cut sharply. You can't. Aiden, listen. Tears streamed down her face, carried away by the blistering wind. Don't come closer, she cried. You'll be dragged in. I won't leave you. Aiden shouted back. You have to. Mira sobbed. I can't hold on. The ground split open beneath her feet. She screamed as she stumbled, barely catching herself. Aiden's heart slammed painfully. He forced himself to stand. Wind tore at him from all directions. His name, Aiden Varis, pulsed inside him like a beacon trying to anchor him to this collapsing memory. He took a step forward. The world turned inside out. A blast of unstable light erupted from the fracture, engulfing the sky in a spiraling vortex. Aiden shielded his face as the wind howled like 1,000 voices. When he looked again, Mira was sliding toward the tear in reality, her hands clawing into broken stone, her legs kicking desperately against the pole. Aiden, she cried. Aiden, please. He sprinted. Every muscle screamed. The wind tore at his clothes. The ground crumbled under his feet. He reached her, barely, grabbing her wrist before the pull could rip her away. Her hand closed around his with desperate, bone-crushing force. Don't let go, she sobbed. I won't. Aiden shouted, but the fracture pulled harder. His feet slipped. His grip faltered. The wind screamed, pulling harder and harder, as if trying to tear reality apart through them. No and oh! Aiden pulled with all his strength. Mira, hold on. I've got you. Her eyes locked onto his. A moment that should have lasted a lifetime. Aiden, she whispered, voice trembling. You have to survive. You have to. Another seismic blast surged. Her fingers slipped. Mira, remember me, she cried. Her hand tore free from his. The wind swallowed her scream. She was pulled upward, her body twisting in the spiraling light, her silhouette stretching toward the fracture. And then she was gone. The world exploded. The force hurled Aiden backward, slamming him into the ground. His mind splintered, his vision fractured. Every memory, every scream, every heartbeat shattered, and something inside him broke. In the burning glow of the collapsing world, Auden saw himself, the version who couldn't save her, split into two, one half. The Auden who loved her, dove into the fracture after her. The other half, the Auden who could not bear the grief, collapsed on the ground, breathless, empty, alive. The world dissolved around him. The memory ended. Auden dropped to his knees in the corridor of ash. His entire body shook. Mira's scream echoed in his ears, her hand slipping from his, her voice begging him to remember. Tears streamed down his face, not just from the memory, but from the knowledge that the echo had carried this agony alone for years. "I'm sorry," Auden whispered into the ash. "I tried. I swear I tried." The corridor shifted around him, dimming, preparing to close. But one truth now burned inside him. Mira did not die. She was taken, and she was still somewhere inside the fracture, alive. Auden rose slowly, his legs trembling. His identity was whole. His past was no longer hidden. His purpose was terrifyingly clear. He had failed her once. He would not fail her again. Chapter 18. The Archivist's Fear. The corridor of ash dissolved around Auden, like smoke pulled back into a dying fire. The heat vanished first, then the glow, then the trembling of the collapsing world beneath his feet. In the final second, Mira's scream faded into silence. Auden stumbled forward, breath ragged, and fell to one knee as a chamber of lost selves reformed around him. Its light was dimmer than before, as if the memory had consumed part of its strength. The archivist was waiting. He stood at the entrance, lantern in hand, face taut with an emotion Auden had rarely seen on him. Fear. When Auden finally raised his head, the archivist stepped toward him cautiously, as though afraid to break something fragile. "You saw it," he said quietly. It wasn't a question. Arden's throat tightened. "I did." "The collapse?" the archivist asked. Auden nodded, voice hoarse. "I saw her. Mira. I held her hand. I tried to keep her." The archivist lowered his gaze. "You did, but I failed." Arden's voice cracked under the weight of the memory. "She slipped from me. The fracture took her. She's alive, archivist. She was pulled in. That means..." "It means she's somewhere between worlds," the archivist finished softly. "Still calling for you." Auden staggered to his feet, fists trembling. "So you knew." The archivist didn't flinch. He didn't pretend to misunderstand. "I knew she survived the initial collapse," he said, "but I did not know if she endured beyond that moment. The fracture consumes. Most things don't return." Auden felt anger rise in his chest. "And you didn't tell me?" "If I had told you earlier," the archivist replied, "you would have run straight into the tier unprepared, and it would have taken you too." Auden opened his mouth, then stopped, because that was exactly what he would have done. The archivist spoke again, more quietly. "And there is something else." Auden looked up sharply. "What?" "The fracture has grown stronger. Since the moment you reclaimed your name, it has begun to respond. To you." Arden's blood ran cold. "What do you mean, respond?" "React," the archivist corrected. "It flares when you speak. It trembles when you remember. And now that your echo is gone..." He hesitated. "You're the only anchor the fracture recognizes." Auden felt a slow chill crawl up his spine. "So it can find me?" The archivist nodded. "Yes, more easily now." Auden paced in a tight circle, mind racing. The walls of the chamber shimmered uneasily, reacting to his agitation. Pages fluttered loose from their columns and drifted in nervous spirals. "Mira is alive," Auden muttered. "She's alive. I saw her. I saw where she was taken. She's still calling for me. Archivist. I can't just stand here." "And you won't," the archivist said. "But you must proceed with caution. You are not whole yet." Auden rounded on him. "I took back my name. What else do I need?" The archivist held his stare for a long, tense moment. Then he said the words Auden didn't know he feared. "Your name was only the beginning." Silence. The chamber darkened, pages huddling closer to their spirals. Auden felt the weight of those words settle across his shoulders. "What does that mean?" he whispered. The archivist approached him slowly, lantern casting long shadows across the parchment floor. To reclaim your life, he said, you must confront not just who you were, but what you became after Mira was taken. Arden frowned. After? The archivist nodded. That part of your story is still locked away. The echo held the memories of the collapse. But you, Arden, did not disappear afterward. You lived on. You made choices. You wanted the fracture before the library found you. Arden staggered. No, I woke up in the library. I didn't exist before that. Yes, the archivist answered softly, because you erased those memories yourself. The chamber trembled. Pages peeled off the walls. Arden felt his stomach drop. Why would I do that? Because what you did in the fracture, the archivist said quietly, is worse than the collapse. Arden's breath caught in his throat. He stepped back, shaking his head. No, I wouldn't. You don't know, the archivist interrupted, what a soul becomes when it loses everything but a name. You don't know what you were when a fracture swallowed Mira, but you will have to face it. Arden felt dizzy. So what now? He whispered. The archivist lifted his lantern. Now, he said, you follow the memories she left behind. As he spoke, the page Arden had seen earlier, the one that showed Mira, slid out from the chamber wall. It hovered in front of Arden, glowing softly. New ink bled across its surface. A single word emerged. Follow. Arden took a trembling breath. He reached out and touched the page. It fluttered once, then drifted toward the corridor outside. The archivist nodded. The fracture is waiting for you, Arden. And so is Mira. Arden clenched his fists. I'm coming for her. He stepped out of the chamber, and behind him the vault shivered, as if preparing for the storm his return would unleash. Chapter 19. Into the fracture. The vault shifted around Arden as he walked deeper into its inner corridors, following the single luminous page that glided ahead of him like a living compass. The air grew still, stretching thin as if the library itself were holding its breath. Each shelf, each spiral of floating tomes, every drifting fragment of parchment seemed to move just slightly out his way, granting him passage while also recoiling, as if reluctant to guide him toward what lay ahead. He sensed tension in the structure, not a physical force, but something older, something woven into bones of the place. Every step forward made the silence heavier. Every breath sounded louder than the last. Arden dragged his fingertips along a floating spine and felt it tremble faintly, like a bird trying to escape a cage. Behind him, the archivist followed at a slow, deliberate pace. His lantern glowed with its usual blue flame, yet even that light flickered each time they passed certain thresholds. Arden noticed it dim, then flare, then shrink again. The flame behaved like a heartbeat losing its rhythm. You don't have to come, Arden said without turning. The archivist answered calmly, but his voice held a weight Arden had not heard before. I must accompany you to the boundary. Beyond that, the fracture will not permit me. Arden didn't ask why. The answer lived inside the archivist's tone and inside the walls of this impossible place. Some paths were meant to be walked alone. Some destinies could not be shared. The luminous page fluttered once, curved left, and passed beneath an archway made of interlocking books that shifted like vertebrae. Arden followed, and the air immediately rippled. It turned cold, so cold he could see his breath, then hot, then cold again, in rapid flashes that made no sense. The vault was reacting to the presence of the fracture, or to his presence, or to the two combined. Finally, the corridor opened. A massive circular hall unfolded before him, so vast that the ceiling dissolved into darkness. Hundreds, no thousands, of books hovered in slow orbits, drifting like celestial bodies across a sky that had never known sunrise. Their pages fluttered softly, forming a faint whisper that sounded almost like language, though no word could be distinguished. At the center of the hall was a platform, and above the platform hung the fracture, a thin vertical slit of darkness, so sharp, so impossibly defined, that Arden felt a physical ache behind his eyes just by staring at it. It pulsed lightly like a heartbeat reversed, contracting when it should expand. expanding when it should rest. Arden stepped closer. His chest tightened. "That's smaller than what I remember," he murmured. "For anyone else," the archivist said, moving beside him, "it would appear small. For you?" He paused, lowering the lantern slightly. "It has never been small." The flame shuddered violently and retreated toward the back of the lantern as though frightened. Arden could feel it too, the pull, a faint tug at the center of his ribs, like an invisible thread being drawn toward the fracture. A memory struck without warning. The fire, the collapsing world. Mira's scream, her fingers slipping from his. The spiraling light, the tearing sky. The moment she was taken. Arden staggered and steadied himself on the platform's edge, breath shaking. The archivist placed a steady hand on his shoulder. "Arden, before you enter, you must understand what waits for you." Arden turned to him. "What?" "The fracture does not hold only Mira," the archivist said. "It holds what you became after losing her, the decisions you made, the moments you erased to save yourself, the version of you that survived in ways you no longer remember." Arden's jaw tightened. "I thought I woke in the library after the collapse." "You did," the archivist said quietly, "but not immediately. Between the moment Mira was taken and the moment the library found you, there were days, months, perhaps years. You lived inside the fracture, wholly, painfully. You fractured further. And when you escaped, you asked the library to remove everything you had become." Arden swallowed. "Why would I do that?" "Because the pain would have broken you beyond repair," the archivist said. "And because something inside the fracture was using that pain to reshape you." Arden looked at him sharply. The whisper. The archivist nodded once. "Yes, and it will feel you the moment you step inside." As if summoned by the word, the luminous page drifted toward the fracture. It touched the surface, just barely, and dissolved into it with a soft ripple. The fracture pulsed. And then he heard it. Arden. His entire body froze. The voice was faint, distant, distorted by layers of space and time, but it was unmistakably human. It was Mira. The archivist stepped back, lantern dimming. "She calls for you because she remembers you. But the fracture calls for you because it needs you." He paused. "Do not confuse the two." Arden approached the platform. The closer he came, the more the fracture reacted, its edges widening, its pulse quickening. The air around him bent like heat mirage. "When I go in," Arden asked softly, "what happens to the library?" "It strains," the archivist said. "But it holds, unless the whisper follows you in. Then everything becomes uncertain." Arden nodded, though every instinct screamed at him to hesitate. Instead, he stepped onto the platform. The fracture unfurled slightly, forming a narrow curve, like a hand reaching toward him. He lifted his hand in return and extended it toward the dark surface. It felt cold, then hot, then weightless. It felt like nothingness becoming aware of him. The archivist spoke his final word behind him. "Remember your name. Remember why you chose it. The fracture will try to claim you as something else." Arden closed his eyes. "Mira, I'm coming." He leaned forward. The fracture opened. He stepped inside. The world vanished behind him, and reality shattered like glass falling into deep water. Chapter 20. Between Worlds. The sensation of falling came in pieces, as if time itself had been sliced thin. At first, Arden felt nothing, no movement, no sound, not even a sense of having a body, only pressure, a slow, insistent tension all around him, like 1,000 invisible hands keeping him suspended just a breath away from crossing a threshold he had already stepped into. The fracture seemed to study him, tasting the edges of his identity, deciding if he still belonged to it. Then the world gave way. There was no gravity, no direction, no front or back. Arden floated through a void so complete it felt unnatural, like silence made tangible. A thin vibration hummed beneath everything, the kind of sound that lived inside bones rather than ears. It grew steadily, as if something enormous was breathing somewhere beyond sight. He tried to inhale and realized he didn't need to. The fracture was reshaping the rules around him, adjusting his senses to its own logic. He existed here differently, like a thought wearing a body. Slowly, the darkness began to change. Not with light, at least not at first, but with color. A faint violet tone seeped through the void like ink spreading underwater. It deepened into indigo, then into metallic blue. Silvery streaks shimmered across the space, twisting like rivers of liquid glass. The emptiness around him thickened, gaining dimension, forming edges, corners, outlines. Lines appeared, thin glowing traces suspended in the void, pulsing gently as if alive. They bent and curved into shapes Arden didn't recognize at first. Then the shapes expanded, forming corridors, fragments of ceilings, echoes of walls. But everything was unfinished, like a sketch abandoned halfway. And yet the fragments breathed, shrinking and expanding faintly with each silent pulse. He wasn't walking, yet he moved. He wasn't being carried, yet the world shifted beneath him. The fracture guided him the way a tide guides a leaf. It remembered him. A whisper rolled across the void. Not a voice, not a single tone, but vibration that threaded itself through his mind. Arden. He flinched, not from fear, but recognition. The fracture wasn't calling him. It was acknowledging him. Mira? He asked, or thought he asked. Words didn't behave like sound here. They traveled like impulses, rippling outward. The space responded with a tilt, a gentle shift of the lines, as if the world had cocked its head to listen. A path materialized beneath him, formed a thin silver light, arranged like veins across the darkness. Arden stepped carefully onto it, feeling it firm beneath his weight, though it had no texture, no true substance. His foot sank slightly, then held. The second step stabilized the path. The third changed the world. The void peeled back like a curtain. A scene unfolded. It began as a distortion. Smears of color forming walls, then a ceiling, then a cracked floor. A room flickered into existence, its edges wavering like heat haze. Arden recognized it instantly, even though he couldn't name the place. A room from his old life, from the world before the collapse. It smelled faintly of metal and dust and something warm. Sunlight, perhaps, preserved imperfectly inside the memory. At the center of the room sat a man. Arden stopped breathing. He knew that posture. He knew that jawline, that trembling hand, that hopeless curve of the shoulders. It was him, a version of Arden hunched on the fractured floor, his fingers digging into his scalp, his breath ragged and uneven. Around him floated shards of mirrors, not real glass, but reflective fragments of memory. Each shard showed a different Arden, one exhausted, one furious, one older, one desperate, one half-mad. Hundreds of versions, suspended like orbiting moons. The Arden sitting on the floor lifted his head and looked directly at him. Arden's pulse pounded. The room flickered, distorting around the frozen connection between them. The copies in the mirrors twitched at the edges, reflections shifting their attention simultaneously. The Arden on the floor spoke first. You came back. His voice was cracked, stripped of hope, weighted by years Arden didn't remember living. Arden steadied his breathing. What are you? The other Arden rose slowly, legs shaking. I'm what you left behind. The part you didn't want. The part you carved out of yourself so you could keep going. Arden's palms grew cold. This is impossible. No, the reflection corrected. This is what the fracture does. It keeps what breaks you. It feeds on it. And you, he pointed at Arden, voice trembling, you broke more than you know. The mirrors around them flared softly, revealing new reflections, an Arden screaming at an empty void, an Arden clawing at luminous walls, an Arden curled on the floor, whispering Mira's name over and over. Arden swallowed hard. How long was I here? Long enough, the reflection said. Long enough to stop being one person. Long enough to become many. The space trembled, as if the fracture itself acknowledged the truth. Another wave of distortion passed through the room. The other Arden's eyes widened, fear blooming across his face. He's coming. Arden stiffened. Ooh! A deep vibration rolled through the void like distant thunder. The reflection spoke the name quietly, barely a breath. The whisper. Arden felt something shift behind him, like a shadow gaining weight. He fought the urge to turn around. You know what it is? He asked. I know what it did to you, the reflection replied. I know what it tried to remake you into. And I know why you chose to erase everything. Arden's chest tightened. Where's Mira? The reflection hesitated, and for a moment Arden felt the world pause with him. She's alive, the reflection said finally, but she's trapped deeper, in a place where the fracture folds into itself, a place that isn't meant to exist. Take me, Arden said immediately. You're not ready. I don't care. You will, the reflection murmured, because every step forward will cost you something. And this place, he glanced at the shadows thickening around them, this place breaks anything it holds too long. The floor beneath them rippled violently. The mirrors cracked simultaneously. A low growl, not human, not animal, something alien, vibrated through the darkness. The whisper was near. The reflection grabbed Arden's arm. His grip was strong, colder than it should have been. This way, he said, pulling him toward a slit of light opening behind the room, a doorway forming itself from living shadow. Arden hesitated only a heartbeat. He glanced once over his shoulder. The void stared back. A presence, unseen, waited in it, watching, recognizing, hungering. Arden turned away and followed his fractured self toward the next level of the fracture. The doorway sealed behind them, and the darkness shuddered with interest. Chapter 21. The Path That Breaks You. Arden expected darkness. He expected the void he had seen before, with the half-formed corridors of memory that twisted like wounded veins across the fracture. Instead, when the rupture closed behind him, the world opened into a storm of shifting colors and shapes, alive, fluid, and hostile. He stood on nothing, yet something held him. The ground beneath his feet was not solid but woven from strands of light that tangled and unraveled like threads pulled from a tapestry. They flickered in and out of existence with every breath he took, as if the fracture itself was examining him, deciding how real he deserved to be. A cold wind swept across the space, carrying whispers that weren't words but intent. Arden squinted into the shifting horizon. There was no sky, only swirling geometry, shapes that folded inward, turned inside out, and disappeared. The fracture didn't obey physics. It obeyed memory. Something moved beside him. Not a creature, not a shadow, a presence. His other self stepped forward from the fading echo of the last doorway, a reflection molded into flesh. This Arden was slightly older, scarred under the eyes, jaw sharper, posture tense with exhaustion. He studied the landscape with a familiarity the real Arden didn't have. This is where you started to break, the fractured Arden said. Arden looked around. I don't understand what this place is. It's the first layer of the fracture built from your grief, the reflection answered. Your pain shaped it. Your guilt fed it. Your memories held it together. The ground beneath them slowly tilted, revealing a long pathway stretching into impossible distance, a path made of cracked, reflective plates. Each plate shimmered with faint images, like memories trapped beneath ice. Arden stepped forward cautiously. The reflection stopped him with a hand on his chest. Before we go, he said, you need to know something. Arden's pulse quickened. What is it? You won't like the version of you that walked this path before, and you won't like what he did. He paused. What you did. The space around them groaned, low, resonant, as if something massive was shifting beyond the horizon. Arden swallowed. Show me anyway. The fractured Arden nodded and stepped onto the first plate. Arden followed. The plate lit beneath his foot, and a memory erupted upward. Not a vision placed in front of him, but one that swallowed him whole. For a brief second he tasted smoke, felt heat against his cheeks, heard a frantic heartbeat that wasn't his own. Then the memory dissipated like shattered glass reforming. He gasped, That was me? One version of you, the fractured Arden said. The version the whisper influenced. Arden narrowed his eyes. You said the whisper got inside me. No, the reflection corrected. It got inside your pain. They walked. The path bent backward, forward, then sideways, as if the world were rearranging itself with every step. More memories sparked from the plates underfoot. Arden screaming into the void, Arden pounding against walls that rebuilt themselves, Arden reaching for Mira through layers of shimmering distortion. He watched himself fall apart in 1,000 ways. How long was I here? He whispered. A lifetime, the reflection murmured. Maybe two. Arden felt sick. Why didn't I remember any of this? You chose not to. A pause. And the library helped you. Arden clenched his jaw. So I abandoned everything, just erased it? You erased what was killing you, the reflection said. What you couldn't carry alone. Arden felt anger rise. And you? Why do you exist? To carry the rest, the reflection said simply. The library may remove memories, but the fracture keeps shadows of them. I am one of those shadows. An echo of a man too broken to leave intact. Arden stared at him. Are you another echo self? No, he said. He carried your love. I carry what's left of your pain. Arden's stomach dropped. They continued walking as the path sloped downward into a valley of spiraling structures, buildings made of memory fragments, towers stitched from reflections. At the base of the valley, a long fissure pulsed with violet light. The fractured Arden stopped. This is where the whisper first spoke to you. Arden stiffened. What did it say? The reflection breathed in slowly. It told you the truth. What truth? That Mira didn't fall by accident. A beat. That the collapse wasn't natural. Arden felt cold rush through him. What are you saying? That someone caused it, the reflection replied. And the whisper wanted you to believe that someone was you. Arden staggered. No, that's not. I would never. The reflection touched his shoulder, firm but steady. It doesn't matter if it was true. It mattered that you believed it. The whisper fed on that belief. It shaped the fracture around your guilt. The world trembled around them. Arden braced himself. If what you're saying is true, then everything I experienced, every memory I lost, was shaped by your pain, the reflection finished. And the whisper isn't done with you. A ripple moved through the horizon, folding the sky inward. A dark wave approached, soundless, shapeless, but undeniably alive. Arden felt its attention land on him like a weight. The fractured Arden's eyes widened. It found you faster than I expected. Arden stepped back. Is that the whisper? No, the reflection said, voice low. It's something it sends ahead of itself. The wave solidified into a figure, a silhouette, tall, bent, blurred as if underwater. It had no face, but Arden knew it was looking at him. What does it want? He asked. You, the reflection said. It wants to finish what it started when Mira fell. Arden clenched his fists. Then let it come. The fractured Arden turned to him sharply. No, you cannot fight it. Not yet. We need to move. Where? To the place you broke, the reflection said. The moment that shattered the path. The moment you tried to follow Mira, and the fracture remade you. The figure moved closer. The plates crackled. The world tilted. The fractured Arden grabbed Arden's arm and pulled him into a run. The path shattered behind them. The silhouette sliding across the remains like shadow pouring downhill. Arden's lungs burned even though this body didn't need oxygen. The fracture bent around him. Walls, corridors, impossible geometry shifting in wild directions. His reflection kept dragging him, guiding him through tunnels of shimmering memory and twisting light. Behind them, the silhouette shrieked, not a sound but vibration that stabbed into Arden's skull. They reached a ledge overlooking a corridor of spiraling mirrors. There, the reflection shouted. That's where you broke. Arden stared. At the end of the corridor was a familiar shape, a tear in reality just like the one that swallowed Mira, and in its center, a hand, a woman's hand, reaching. Arden's heart cracked wide open. Mira! The reflection tightened his hold on him. Don't move. Not yet. Arden trembling. Is she? Yes, the reflection whispered. She's alive, but not here. That is the memory of her fall. And behind that memory is the next layer, the place where the whisper keeps her trapped. Arden's vision blurred with fury. Then I'm going. The reflection's voice hardened. If you step through now, without understanding what you became on the other side, you will not reach her as yourself. You will become what the fracture once shaped you into. Arden turned to him. Then show me what I became. The reflection hesitated. A long silence. Then he nodded. Very well. Prepare yourself. The mirrors around them cracked, reshaping into a spiraling tunnel of blinding light. The silhouette behind them screamed, this time fully audible, violent, furious. Arden stepped toward the tunnel. He didn't look back, and the path that once broke him opened again. Chapter 22. What the Fracture Made of You. The tunnel of spiraling mirrors swallowed Arden and his fractured self in a whirl of blinding white. Light bent and twisted around them until it felt like falling through 1,000 reflections of the same moment, each one slightly altered. Arden couldn't tell if he was running, floating, or being pulled to the tunnel by a force older than memory. His feet touched something that felt solid but didn't sound like anything. No echo, no impact, just contact without noise. The fractured Arden ran ahead of him with a sense of urgency that Arden hadn't seen before. His movements were sharper now, almost desperate, as if the tunnel itself was shortening, collapsing behind them. Arden could feel the space closing in, the mirrors shrinking and bending inward like a beast swallowing its own throat. "Keep moving," his fractured self said. "Where does this lead?" Arden asked. "To the truth," the reflection answered. "To the moment you stop being one person." The tunnel narrowed again, forcing both of them into a tight spiral. Arden reached out a hand to steady himself, and his fingers brushed against one of the mirrors. The instant he touched it, a shock of cold pierced his arm. The mirror rippled, revealing a distorted version of himself. Eyes hollow, expression vacant, arms dripping with a luminous residue that looked like tears made of molten memory. Arden recoiled. "What was that?" "One of the versions you shed," the reflection said, without looking back. "One of many." The tunnel opened suddenly, and Arden stumbled into a massive chamber. The ground here was jagged, uneven, a mosaic of broken memory shards fused together. The air shimmered with residual heat, though no flames were visible. Above him, the ceiling was a void of shifting colors, violet, indigo, black, swirling in slow, chaotic patterns. At the center of the chamber was a crater. Arden felt his chest tighten as he approached it. The fractured Arden stopped him with one arm. "Before you look," he said, "listen." Arden forced himself to remain still. The chamber hummed faintly, a low vibration pulsing through the ground. It grew louder, deeper, more insistent. Arden recognized the sensation. He had felt it just before Mira fell. He had felt it in the collapse. He had felt it in the echo of her scream, the fracture's heartbeat. "What happened here?" Arden whispered. The fractured Arden stepped aside, looking to the crater. Arden approached the edge and peered down. His breath vanished. At the bottom of the crater lay a figure curled in on itself, pale skin, trembling hands, clothes scorched and torn, eyes wide open, glowing faintly with a sick, unnatural light. It was him, a version of him ripped apart by sorrow, reshaped by despair, a version that looked nothing like the man he remembered being. Arden stumbled backward. "No, that can't be me." "It is," the fractured self said. "That's what the fracture made of you." Arden stared, horrified. "How? Why?" "When Mira fell," the fractured Arden said slowly, "you did something no one should have survived. You followed her." Arden's heart stopped. I tried to jump after her," he murmured. "You didn't try," the reflection said. "You succeeded. For a moment, you touched the fracture directly. Not a tear in the world, not the collapse, but the fracture's core. And it reshaped you into something it could understand. Something broken. Something desperate enough to feed it." Arden swallowed. "This version of me?" "This version of you," the reflection interrupted, "clawed at the fracture's walls for months, maybe years. You screamed her name until your voice shattered. You bled memories trying to reach her. You begged to whisper, to give her back." Arden's knees weakened. "I don't remember any of this." "You weren't meant to," the reflection said. "You asked the library to erase it. You left this part of yourself behind." Arden looked at the version lying in the crater. The figure twitched. Not dead, not alive, suspended, trapped in a loop of agony. "This thing is still me?" Arden whispered. "It is the you that broke," the reflection said. "The version you abandoned. The version the fracture never released." Arden felt sick. Why show me this? The fractured Arden didn't answer immediately. He looked toward the shifting sky, where a shadow was beginning to coil. "Because you cannot face the Whisper as a half-self," he said. "And you cannot reach Mira unless you reunite with the part you left behind." Arden's breath hitched. "You mean I have to become him?" "No," the reflection said, stepping closer. "You have to forgive him." Arden froze. "Forgive?" "For losing her," the reflection said. "For falling apart. For failing. For surviving. For everything you hate about what you became." Arden's pulse roared in his ears. "I'm not sure I can." "You must," the reflection said quietly, "because the fracture feeds on your guilt. And if you don't accept this version of yourself, the Whisper will." A sudden gust tore through the chamber. Arden looked up. A silhouette was forming in the void, taller than before, clearer than before, shaped like a human but wrong in every way. Its edges rippled like smoke meeting water. Its presence filled the air with pressure that felt like memories pressing against the skull. The Whisper, the fractured Arden, stepped between him and the approaching figure. "We don't have much time," he said. "And this next step you take alone." Arden stared at the broken version of himself lying in the crater. He climbed down slowly. The figure twitched again, eyes flickering weakly. Arden knelt beside him. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The broken Arden blinked. His lips moved without sound. Arden placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry I left you here. I'm sorry I ran for what you carried. I'm sorry I forgot, no, erased your pain." The figure's trembling slowed. Arden continued, voice shaking. "You survived something no one should have survived. You held on when I couldn't. You are the reason I'm still alive. You are the strength I didn't know I had. And I need you back." The figure's body dissolved, not into dust, but into light. It flowed into Arden's hand, up his arm, across his chest. Pain and clarity surged through him, sorrow and strength, grief and resolve. He gasped and stood. For the first time, he felt whole. Above him, the Whisper unleashed a violent, soundless scream. The fractured Arden pulled him up to the ledge. "Hurry, you're almost ready." Arden clenched his fists. He felt power humming inside him, a memory of strength he had never known, a purpose sharper than fear. "What's next?" he asked. His reflection looked toward a distant fissure glowing with violet light, the place where Mira waits. Arden nodded. "I'm ready." Chapter 23. The echo of her voice. The chamber around Arden vibrated with a low, resonant tremor as the last remnants of his broken self fused into him. The air shimmered with the aftershock, light shifting through his veins like a remembered fire. The world no longer felt distorted beneath his feet. It felt clear, sharper, too sharp. The fractured Arden stood beside him, watching with an expression that hovered between relief and fear. The Whisper hovered in the distance like a coalescing shadow, its form bending the horizon. It wasn't approaching. Not yet. It was waiting, studying, calculating. Its patience was worse than any attack. Arden inhaled deeply. His breath came steady. For the first time, the fracture didn't pull him in every direction. It stood still around him, listening. "You feel different," his fractured self said quietly. Arden nodded. "I feel connected." "Good. You'll need every part of yourself for what comes next." Arden looked toward the glowing fissure at the far end of the chamber, a tear in the world that flickered like a pulse. The air around it warped in waves, stretching and recoiling. Behind that slit was a deeper layer of the fracture. The layer the reflection had warned him about. Is she really there? Arden asked. The fractured Arden didn't answer immediately. He looked toward the fissure, his jaw tightening. Yes, but she is not as you remember her. A cold shiver crawled up Arden's spine. What does that mean? You'll see soon, his reflection replied. But first, you need to understand what this layer is. He gestured around them. This place, this chamber, is where you broke. But that fissure leads to the place where the whisper keeps what it takes. It's not a prison. Not exactly. It's more like a nest. Arden swallowed. A nest? The whisper builds itself from lost things, the fractured Arden said. From shattered memories, from pain left untended, from people who fall through the cracks of worlds. Arden's pulse raced. Is she trapped? She's held, the reflection said quietly. As you were, but different. She didn't fall because she broke. She fell because she was taken. Arden felt heat rise under his skin. Anger, guilt, love, all woven together. Then I'm going to get her back. The fractured Arden placed a hand on his arm. Be careful. This layer plays with perception. It twists sound first, then memory. Arden nodded, but determination had already taken root. He stepped toward the fissure. The moment he approached, the air rippled violently. A pressure rose in his ears, like a scream trapped underwater. Arden gritted his teeth and pushed forward. The fractured Arden stayed behind. The next steps are yours alone, he said. I know, Arden replied. Thank you. He wasn't sure what to call the fractured self. Friend, ghost, guide, pain, but he felt gratitude. And something like pity. Arden stepped into the fissure. The world bent. Then it snapped. He emerged in a corridor that seemed endlessly long, disappearing into an impossible horizon. The walls weren't walls. They were layers of translucent memories stacked like glass sheets, each filled with versions of himself, Mira, and strangers he didn't recognize. They flickered, distorted, looping fragments of moments he couldn't fully place. The floor was made of echoes, soft, shifting ripples of sound that shaped themselves into paths beneath his feet. Every footstep generated a reverberation that ran ahead of him, mapping his way forward. A whisper drifted through the corridor. Not the whisper, not that deep, ancient vibration. This was lighter, familiar, human. Arden froze. His entire body tightened. He turned his head slowly, pulse hammering. The corridor behind him stretched into distance. Empty. He swallowed. Mira, the whisper returned, clearer this time, cutting through the ambient hum of the corridor. Arden, were you? His chest clenched so hard, he almost fell to his knees. It was her voice. Raw, tired, frayed at the edges. Mira, I'm here, I'm coming. Can you hear me? His voice traveled in a spiral, bouncing off the memory walls, multiplying till he could barely distinguish his own call from the shapes echoing it. But Mira's voice cut through the noise again. Please, don't let me disappear. Arden's breath shattered. He started running. The floor shifted beneath him, forming a path of vibrating light. The corridor bent and twisted, as if reacting to his desperation. Walls folded inward, then reopened, reshaping themselves like a living maze built from memory and thought. Mira, keep talking. Keep talking to me. Arden, please, it's dark. His legs burned. His lungs ached even though he didn't need air here. Hold on, I'm close. The corridor tilted sharply, throwing him sideways. Arden caught himself on a glowing memory pane, and the moment he touched it, an image flashed. Mira sitting on a stone bench, sketching, her hair blowing in a gentle breeze. A life before everything collapsed. The memory dissolved. Arden ran harder. Another whisper came, this time sharper, almost panicked. He's here. Arden, he's here. Arden stumbled. The air thickened like tar. No. Stay with me, Mira. He's watching. Please don't let him take the rest of me. Arden felt something move behind him. A shadow stretched across the corridor floor, long, thin, unnatural. It slid along the wall, like an ink stroke dragged by invisible hands. The whisper, not fully manifested, but close, too close. Arden pushed forward, forcing his legs into motion. Mira, I'm coming, listen to my voice. Arden, her voice trembled. He could hear tears in the sound. He could hear fear and hope. I'm here, he shouted. I'm right here. He rounded a bend. The corridor widened into a circular chamber, made of polished memory glass. In the center of the chamber floated a sphere of shifting light, violent, unstable, pulsing with rapid flashes. And from inside that sphere came Mira's voice. Arden, he approached slowly, breath shaking. The light pulsed. The sphere flickered. And for a split second, through the chaotic glow, he saw her silhouette, thin, trembling, hands pressed against the inside surface. Mira! Her head snapped upward, Her face broke into a mixture of disbelief and relief. Arden! He reached for the surface of the sphere, but the moment his fingers brushed it, a surge of force threw him backward across the chamber. He hit the floor hard, sliding across the reflective surface. The sphere roared with shifting light. A deep vibration shook the chamber walls. A new voice entered the space. Cold, ancient, layered with countless overlapping tones. She does not belong to you. Arden's blood turned to ice. The whisper had arrived. He pushed himself up, jaw clenched. She's mine. Her voice is mine. Her life is hers. The chamber shook again. You are what brought her here. That's a lie, Arden hissed. IT is a memory, and memory does not lie. The sphere trembled as Mira screamed. Arden's heart nearly tore itself apart. Arden, help me! He charged toward the sphere again. He didn't care about the whisper. He didn't care about the fracture. He didn't care what happened to him. He would reach her. He would reach her or die trying. Chapter 24. When the whisper shows its face. The chamber shook violently as Arden pushed himself to his feet, the air vibrating with an ancient pressure that seemed to crush thought itself. The sphere holding Mira flickered wildly, light flaring in jagged pulses. Each flash revealed her silhouette, arms raised, palms pressed desperately against the barrier, before darkness swallowed her outline again. Arden staggered forward, his vision blurred from the earlier impact, but he didn't care. His fingers brushed the ground, steadying himself as he pushed into motion again. "Mira!" he shouted. "Hold on, I'm right here." Her voice cracked through the sphere like lightning through storm clouds. "Arden, please, don't let go. Don't let him take me." A deep resonance swept across the chamber and cut her voice off in an instant. Not silence, something far worse. A reversal of sound, a sucking absence that dragged the warmth from the air. Arden froze. The whisper entered. He didn't walk. He didn't glide. He simply appeared, unfolding from the chamber's shadows like a nightmare merging with reality. A towering silhouette took shape at the far end of the room, a man-shaped void stitched together by broken reflections. His form flickered, blurred, then solidified just enough to suggest limbs, a torso, a head. But everything was wrong. Lines bent at impossible angles. Shards of memory floated around him like debris orbiting a dying star. He had no face, but he looked at Arden. Every hair on Arden's arms lifted. The air smelled of cold iron and burning dust. "Show yourself," Arden whispered, though fear cut into his voice. A ripple ran through the whisper's form. When he spoke, it wasn't a voice. It was a chorus of stolen breaths, layered memories, fragments of screams. The words cracked the air with each syllable. "You do not command me." Arden steadied his stance. "You took Mira. You took me. I'm taking us back." The whisper tilted its head in a slow, unnatural motion. "You broke first. She followed you." "That's not true," Arden spat. The whisper's body pulsed with a dark violet light. "The fracture opened because of you. She fell because of you." Arden's throat tightened. He shook his head violently. "No, I remember what happened. The world collapsed, something tore it apart. You did." The whisper took one step forward, and the chamber warped around him, walls bending inward with each footfall. "You called a fracture. You broke the world to save her. And you failed." Arden stumbled back. "No, that can't be." The whisper raised an arm. The chamber's walls split open into layers of shimmering memory. Images flashed within them. Arden screaming Mira's name during collapse. Arden reaching toward her as the ground tore apart. Arden burning with white-hot panic as a tear in the world cracked open at his feet. "You're lying," Arden whispered. "Memory does not lie." The whisper lifted another hand. "Only you do." A memory pane ripped itself from the wall and hurled forward like a blade of light. Arden dodged just in time, rolling to the side as the shard embedded itself into the floor where he had stood. Another followed. Then another. Arden leaped behind a fractured pillar, breath shaking as luminous shards tore through the chamber like thrown knives. "What do you want?" he shouted. The whisper didn't move, but his voice struck Arden like a blow. "I want what is mine." "Who?" "You." Arden felt the ground tremble beneath him. And the piece of you inside her, Arden's blood iced. "What are you talking about?" he asked breathlessly. The whisper stepped forward. The memory shards orbiting him glowed brighter. "When you tried to save her, you gave her part of yourself. You tied her fate to yours." The chamber shrank around them, squeezing the space. Arden felt his heart thunder in his chest. "And I will not allow you to undo what you have made." Arden pushed himself upright. "I didn't choose this." "You did. You always do." The whisper's form split into several overlapping silhouettes, each made from Arden's past selves, his broken version, his echo self, fragments he had forgotten or abandoned. They stepped forward as one, merging into a single towering figure. Arden swallowed hard. "If you want me, take me, but let her go." The whisper's body pulsed. "I want all of you, and she is part of you, so she stays." Arden felt rage flare inside him. "No, I am part of her, but she is not yours." The whisper raised both arms. The sphere containing Mira shook violently, cracks of light racing across it like lightning frozen in glass. "Mira!" Arden screamed. She cried out inside the sphere, her voice breaking. "Arden, he's trying to. Don't let." Arden sprinted toward the sphere, but the floor collapsed under him. He fell into an abyss of light and shadows, twisting in midair as the fracture reshaped itself. The whisper's voice followed him, resonant and cold. "You cannot save her until you accept what you are." Arden hit a floating platform hard, rolling across it as fragments drifted around him. He scrambled to his feet just as the platform dissolved beneath him. He jumped, caught another platform, leapt again. The chamber's geometry folded into an impossible labyrinth, like a puzzle rearranging itself in response to his movements. He ran toward the sphere. He didn't care about the whisper's words. He didn't care about the reshaping world. He cared about her. Mira's voice cracked the air again, raw and terrified. "Arden, Arden, please, don't let him take me. Don't let him." "I'm coming." Arden yelled. The whisper appeared directly in front of him, rising like a shadow from the ground. Arden skidded to a halt. A face formed on the whisper's void. A face that wasn't his, wasn't human. A mosaic of stolen memories, shaping themselves into features that flickered constantly, as if the whisper could not decide which identity to wear. It leaned in. Arden tasted frost on his breath. "You cannot reach her because you are not complete. You are still hiding from the rest of yourself." Arden's jaw clenched. "I accepted him. I took him back." "Not him." The whisper's voice rumbled low. "The worst part." Arden's heart pounded. "What part?" The whisper pointed toward the sphere. "Toward Mira, the part of you she still holds." Arden froze. Face that. His form expanded, towering over Arden like a tidal wave of shadow. "Or you will lose her forever." Mira screamed again inside the sphere, a sound that sliced Arden open. He braced himself. His hands curled into fists. His pulse surged with the strength of every piece of him he had reclaimed. He stared into the whisper's shifting face. "I'm done running from myself," Arden said, "and I'm done letting you decide who I am." He charged, straight toward the whisper, straight toward Mira, straight toward the truth he had tried to bury. Chapter 25. The Heart of the Fracture. Arden ran, not through space, through shifting intention, through a landscape that formed itself out of memory and fear and the raw electricity of choices he didn't remember making. The whisper surged ahead of him like a collapsing storm, its silhouette expanding and splitting into overlapping forms, echoes of Arden, Mira, strangers, monsters, every identity it had devoured or borrowed flickering in its limbs. The chamber lit with violent pulses as the fractured platform shivered under Arden's feet. Each step reshaped the world. Each heartbeat widened cracks in the fabric of the layer. He wasn't following a path. He was forcing one into existence. "Mira!" he shouted again, voice scraping against the vibrating air. Her scream came back to him, distorted, fragmented. "Arden, don't, he'll..." Her voice collapsed into static. He felt something in his chest tear. "Hold on," he roared. The whisper twisted toward him, its overlapping silhouettes forming a ripple of faces that were almost recognizable. Arden's own face surged across its surface, layered with agony, rage, fear. You run from what you do not understand. Arden didn't stop. I run toward her. The whisper extended an arm, long, distorted, fingers stretching like threads of ink. Reality cracked under its touch, walls folding inward like paper. The chamber narrowed, the platforms dissolving beneath Arden's feet. He leapt, caught a ledge, pulled himself up. The whisper spoke again, each syllable a blow against Arden's spine. You are not who she thinks you are. Arden's jaw clenched. I am. No. You are what the fracture made you, and you have not faced it. A spike of violet energy slammed into the floor beside him, carving a smoking rift. Arden flinched. Then show me. The whisper paused. Then it reached toward the sphere. The moment its hand touched the light, Mira screamed, a broken, strangled cry that ripped through Arden with brutal precision. He snapped, "Get away from her." The whisper turned its faceless head toward him. "Come then. See what you fear." The world convulsed. The chamber tore open like a wound, and everything fell. Arden hit ground, or something like it, hard enough to knock the breath from his lungs, even though he didn't technically need to breathe here. He pushed himself upright, heart pounding, eyes struggling to adjust. He was in a new place, a place that didn't resemble any chamber he had passed through, a place that felt older, deeper, alive, the heart of the fracture. The air was thick with shimmering particles that drifted like ash. The floor was a vast circular surface made of mirrored layers, stacked reflections showing fragments of Arden's life, Mira's life, and stranger things he didn't recognize. Above him was no ceiling, no sky, only a spiraling vortex of light and shadow that reached into an infinite void. Mira hung at the center of the room, suspended inside a sphere of fractured luminance, light and shadow swirling like liquid marble. Her hands were pressed forward, her face contorted in fear and exhaustion. "Mira!" He ran toward her, but something stepped into his path. Arden froze. It was him, not the fractured Arden, not the broken Arden, not the echo self. Another version, taller, sharper, darker. His eyes glowed faintly with violet light, and cracks of shadow ran along his skin like fault lines. He looked stronger than Arden, faster, more certain, more dangerous. He was Arden, the Arden the fracture had tried to shape, the Arden who had belonged to the whisper. Arden's breath trembled. "What are you?" The other Arden tilted his head in an eerily familiar way. "I'm what you would become," he said, voice smooth as glass, "if you had surrendered completely." Arden took a step back. "I didn't." "You did," the other Arden corrected. "For a time. You broke. You begged. You reached for power you shouldn't have touched. I am the memory of that choice." Arden shook his head. "You're not me. I am your potential," the Shadow Arden said. "Your desire to tear the fracture open, to steal Mira back, to burn the world that failed you." "No!" Arden shouted. Shadow Arden raised a hand, and the world reacted, rippling outward as if obeying a command it had been waiting for. "You think yourself noble?" the Shadow asked. "You think reclaiming your broken self made you whole?" Arden tensed. "You've only reclaimed what you could bear," the Shadow said, "not what you fear." Arden's fist tightened. "What do I fear?" The Shadow Arden pointed behind him. Arden turned, and the truth hit him like ice. In the mirrored floor beneath him, one reflection moved independently, a reflection that wasn't his, a reflection of Mira, a Mira who looked at him with sorrow, not hope. Her whisper drifted up from the mirror. "You didn't save me, Arden." Arden shook, backing away. "That's not real." Shadow Arden walked slowly around him. "She's the part you left behind," the Shadow said. "The guilt, the truth you refused to face." Another reflection flickered. Mira falling, Arden reaching. "Too late. You let go," her reflection whispered. "You let me fall." Arden's pulse thundered. "That's a lie." Shadow Arden's eyes burned brighter. "Is it?" The chamber shook. The whisper descended from the vortex above, finally taking shape. Light bent around him like gravity, distorted by a black hole. His presence crushed the air, warped the ground, unmade edges of reality with every flicker. Shadow Arden bowed his head slightly, as if acknowledging Creator. Arden trembled. Why are you showing me this? So you understand, Shadow Arden said, that you cannot save Mira until you accept a version of yourself that abandoned her. Arden's voice cracked. I didn't abandon her. I tried. The whisper's voice rose from the void like a tide. You failed. Arden fell to his knees. Images struck him like blows. Mira's face when the world cracked, her hand slipping away, his own scream, his panic, his fear, his hesitation. No, Arden whispered. I didn't. Shadow Arden knelt beside him. The fracture didn't choose you, he murmured. You chose it. In your desperation, you called it. You tore the world open unintentionally, and Mira suffered for it. Arden's world spun. No. Shadow Arden touched his shoulder. Accept it, he said, or lose her. Arden looked up. Mira's real voice echoed from the sphere, trembling and raw. Arden, I'm still here. Something inside him snapped. Not with pain, with clarity. He stood, slowly, fully, chest heaving, eyes burning. No, he said, voice steady. I didn't abandon her. I failed, but I never left her. Not then. Not now. He met his shadow's gaze. And I'm not leaving her again. The Shadow Arden hesitated. The whisper loomed. Arden stepped toward them. For every version of me that broke, he said, for every part one lost, for every mistake. His voice hardened. I choose her. The chamber cracked with light. Shadow Arden's eyes widened. The whisper recoiled. And Arden reached toward the sphere where Mira waited. Chapter 26. The name she speaks. Arden moved toward the sphere as if pulled by a tide older than memory. The heart of the fracture shuddered around him, its mirrored floor trembling under every step. The vortex overhead pulsed brighter, slinging ribbons of violet light across the chamber's spiraling walls. He felt the whisper's presence pressing down, bending the air, but it no longer crushed him. Not fully. Not now. He was stronger than he had been moments ago. Not whole yet. He could feel that, but closer. Mira's silhouette flickered inside the sphere. Her hand splayed against the inner surface as if pressing through a window made of lightning. Her hair drifted around her face in slow, frightened waves. She looked exhausted, pale, trembling, terrified. But she was alive, and she was aware. She knew he was here. Arden, she whispered again, voice faint through the distortion. The sound cut him open and stitched him back together in a single moment. Every memory he had ever tried to protect deepened with that one word. I'm coming, he murmured, forcing strength into his legs as he approached. Behind him, Shadow Arden watched silently. The whisper stood further back, its form eclipsing the vortex overhead. It didn't attack, not yet. It was waiting, watching, measuring him. The chamber felt caught in a breath that never finished. Arden reached the sphere. The barrier rippled, rejecting his touch like static. His palm sparked with burning light. Mira, he said, taking another step closer. I'm here. Look at me. She lifted her head. Her eyes found his. And Arden nearly collapsed. They weren't empty. They weren't fading. They weren't lost. They were full of fire. Arden, she said more clearly this time, her voice cutting through the distortion like a blade. You're real. You're really here. He pressed his hand against the sphere again, gritting his teeth as a wave of pain stabbed through his arm. Yes, I'm here. I never stopped trying to reach you. A tremor ran across the chamber. Shadow Arden stepped forward, concern tightening his features. She's slipping. This layer drains memory the longer she stays. Arden turned sharply toward him. How do I reach her? Before the shadow could answer, Mira spoke again, louder, desperate. Don't listen to him, she said. Don't listen to anything he says. Arden's eyes widened. Mira, her gaze flicked past him, toward the whisper. He wants you to doubt yourself, she said. He wants you weak. He wants you divided. Shadow Arden stiffened. She can see me? She sees everything, the whisper answered, its voice rolling like an avalanche through the chamber. She sees what you will not, what you fear to face. Mira flinched, hands trembling against the sphere. Arden stepped closer. "Tell me how to help you." She shook her head. "You can't help me until you know the truth." Arden swallowed. "What truth?" She pressed her forehead against the sphere. The light around her flickered violently, like a dying star fighting extinction. "Your name," she whispered. He blinked. "My name." "You've been speaking the wrong one," she said. "You've been living behind the wrong one. Everything here, everything you fear, everything that haunts you, it's because you're holding on to a name that isn't whole." Shadow Arden looked shaken. She shouldn't know that. The whispers formed distorted, tall shadows rising behind it like wings made of stormlight. She knows too much. Mira ignored it, eyes locked on Arden. "Your true name," she said, voice trembling but determined, "is the only thing that can break this place, the only thing that can open the path to me." Arden stared at her, breath caught in his throat. "My name is Aiden Varis." "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "That's only the surface. That's the name you clung to when everything else was falling apart. The name you chose because you couldn't bear the one you were losing." Shadow Arden took a step back. "Stop. She's pulling too much from you. From both of us." But Mira lifted one hand, placing it over her heart. "I remember," she said. "I always remembered." Arden felt the floor tilt beneath him. "Mira, what do you remember?" Her eyes softened. The chamber dimmed around her. The whisper's presence vibrated in the walls like a distant storm. "I remember who you were before the collapse," she said. Arden froze. "And I remember what you whispered to me," she continued, voice thick with emotion. "The night before everything shattered." He swallowed hard. "Mira," she pressed her hand harder against the sphere. This time, the barrier didn't push back. It yielded, bending slightly beneath her touch. "You told me your name," she said, voice cracking. "Your real name, the one you buried, the one the fracture is trying to make you remember." Arden's pulse roared in his ears. He felt the whisper shift, its attention sharpening. "Stop." The word hit like a physical blow. Mira gasped but forced herself to continue. "You said it to me," she whispered fiercely, "when you thought I was asleep. When you thought the world would still be there in the morning." Arden's heart pounded against his ribs. "What did I say, Mira?" Her eyes filled with tears, not of fear but recognition. "You said your name was—" The chamber detonated with a shriek of fractured light. The sphere convulsed, collapsing inward. The whisper roared, its form expanding violently. "Enough!" Arden was thrown backward, as if struck by a hurricane. Shadow Arden hit the mirrored floor, sliding across shattering reflections. Mira screamed inside the sphere, as it snapped shut around her, like a fist made of lightning. Arden fought to rise, teeth gritted, lungs burning. "Mira, say it. Say my name." She pressed her palm against the sphere one last time, and her voice broke through the collapsing light with a single, desperate cry. "You aren't Arden." Arden froze. The chamber fell silent. "You never were," she whispered. "Arden is the name you took to hide from the truth." The whisper descended fully now, drowning the room in shadow. Arden stared up at Mira, his entire world tilting. "What is my name?" Mira met his eyes through the thinning barrier, and finally spoke the name he had spent an entire lifetime forgetting. "You're Aiden Varis." Arden's knees buckled. A shock wave tore through the chamber. Shadow Arden screamed. The whisper surged in fury. Mira reached toward him, tears streaking down her cheeks. "Aiden, come back to me." And the fracture ripped itself open. Chapter 27. The name that breaks the world. Aiden didn't move at first. He couldn't. His name, his real name, still echoed to the chamber like a bell struck in the heart of a cathedral. The sound didn't fade. It expanded, rippling across every reflection, every mirrored surface, every trembling shard of fractured reality around him. Aiden Varis. 2 words that cut deeper than any blade the whisper could summon. 2 words Mira had spoken with absolute certainty. 2 words that refused to let the fracture bend itself back into its former shape. Light flickered across the chamber in jagged lines. The mirrored floor cracked, sending ripples of broken memory outward. Aiden staggered as a wave of heat shot through his chest, memories slamming into place with all the subtlety of falling stone. His breath hitched. He saw Mira's hand slipping from his. He saw the collapse tearing across the horizon. He saw himself screaming her name into a sky, splitting open like paper. He saw the tear, the first fracture, blossoming beneath his feet. He saw the version of himself who fell into it. He saw every moment he had tried to bury. And for the first time in years, maybe decades, he saw them as Aiden, not Arden. His identity snapped into alignment, and the heart of the fracture reacted with fury. A violent tremor shook the chamber. The vortex above twisted itself into spirals of black and violet flame. The floor expanded and contracted in uneven breaths. Mira gasped inside the sphere, her palms pressed desperately against a barrier as it constricted around her. "Aiden!" she shouted, voice strained. "Don't fight it! Breathe, let it come." He tried. He really tried. But the memories flooded too fast, too sharp, too heavy. Shadow Aiden, the version shaped by the fracture's darkness, watched with tightening eyes. His expression was neither pity nor contempt. It was something between warning and recognition. "You have to stabilize yourself," Shadow Aiden said. "If you let the flood swallow you, he wins." Aiden forced a breath past clenched teeth. "I'm trying." The whisper descended like a collapsing shadow, not gliding, not stepping, simply forming in front of him, an apparition carved from the darkest corners of memory. The silhouette trembled, its shape bending in ways that made Aiden's vision blur. The whisper's voice tore through the air like a thunderclap woven from 1,000 stolen whispers. "You were not meant to remember." Its form surged forward. Shards of mirror-like debris spiraled around it. The chamber dimmed beneath its presence. The name that built you, a pulse of violet light spread from its chest. "Unmakes what I am." Aiden steadied himself despite the tremor in his limbs. "I'm done letting you choose my name." The whisper's shape distorted violently. Faces flickered across its surface. Arden, the broken man, Mira, his echo self, strangers he had never met. Endless identities swallowed and recycled. "You are too fragile to be Aiden Varis. You could not bear that name when the world fell." Aiden's fist tightened. "But I can bear it now." Shadow Aiden stepped forward, his voice low and urgent. "He'll try to strip it away from you. Don't let him. The moment you lose your name again, he takes everything." The whisper raised both arms. A wall of darkness slammed downward. Aiden dove aside just in time. The impact exploded across the floor, sending up a shower of reflective dust. A shriek escaped Mira's fear as the barrier shuddered, cracks of gold light racing across its surface. Aiden sprinted toward her. The whisper materialized in front of him again, blocking the path entirely. "She stays." A spike of cold slid down Aiden's spine. "Let her go. She is part of you now, and you are mine." Aiden's voice broke with fury. "She is not yours." The whisper tilted its head, absorbing the outrage as if tasting it. "If you take back your name," it pointed a long, jagged finger toward Mira, "she ceases to be." "No!" Aiden roared. Shadow Aiden grabbed his arm. "Listen to me. There's a way to survive this." Aiden jerked away. "Tell me." "You must fuse," the shadow said. "With me?" "With the broken version. With every version of yourself. All of them." Mira pressed her hand against the barrier, voice trembling. "Aiden, you don't choose between yourself and me. You choose both." The whisper shrieked, an unholy sound that rippled through the chamber. "He is not ready. He is weak." Aiden turned slowly toward the whisper. Something changed in his posture, shoulders straightening, jaw setting, gaze steadying. "I was weak," he said, "but I am not weak anymore." Shadow Aiden extended his hand. Mira whispered encouragement from her prison. The whisper recoiled, shadows whipping around it like torn banners. Aiden reached out, and the moment his hand touched his darker self, the chamber erupted with light. Aiden staggered as memories from every version of himself poured into him. Rage, hope, fear, love, despair, determination. It was overwhelming, crushing, powerful. He saw Mira laughing. He saw Mira crying. He saw Mira falling. He saw himself shattering. He saw what the fracture had tried to build. He screamed, but it wasn't pain. It was release. Shadow Aiden dissolved into him, the broken version merging next, then the echo self, then every remnant scattered across the fracture's layers. He became whole. Aiden stood tall, breathing slow and steady. The Whisper stepped backward for the first time since their encounter. Aiden looked up. I know who I am. The vortex overhead twisted violently. Mira lit up inside the sphere. Hope and terror tangled together. Aiden clenched his fists. Strength surged through him. Memory, identity, love, and fury aligned like stars. And I'm coming for her, he said. The entire fracture shook. The mirrored floor rippled outward. And the Whisper, ancient, hungry, furious, finally understood fear. Chapter 28. The Unraveling. The fracture began to lose its shape the moment Aiden Varis stood whole. It did not break all at once. It twisted, hesitated, pulsed like a wounded creature unsure whether to collapse or retaliate. The air thickened with vibrating light, the mirrored ground warping beneath his feet as patches of reality sagged inward before snapping back into place. Overhead, the swirling vortex convulsed, shedding fragments of broken starlight that fell like sparks burning to the chamber's dim horizon. Aiden remained steady through it all. Every version of himself, echoes, shadows, fragments, had fused into him with the force of tidal wave, but now that the storm inside had calmed, he felt anchored in a way he had not known since the world before the collapse. The Whisper sensed a shift, recoiling with visible unease. Its silhouette quivered, its outline shedding shards of memory that dissolved before reaching the ground. The chamber trembled as Aiden stepped forward, and thin cracks followed his footsteps like threads of glass dragged across the floor. The fracture had never had to reshape itself around someone who remembered exactly who he was. It wasn't built for people who refused to break. Inside the sphere, Mira pressed both hands to the trembling barrier. Her expression flickered between relief and terror. She understood what his clarity meant, what it could grant, and what it could cost. Aiden never looked away from her even as the Whisper rose again, its limbs extending like spears pulled from shadow. "The barrier is weakening," Mira called, voice shaking with each pulse of the sphere. "Whatever you just did, keep doing it." Aiden nodded once, but the Whisper answered with a shrill, jagged cry that made the walls bend inward. It was losing control, losing him, losing everything it had taken. But it wasn't finished. The vortex above split open, releasing a rain of memory shards that crashed into the floor like falling stars. Each shard showed visions. Aiden and Mira at the river. Aiden laughing under a canopy of firelight. Mira calling his name during collapse. Moments of warmth, panic, tenderness, despair. Aiden refused to look at them. Those memories mattered, but not the way the Whisper intended. They were meant to distract him, weaken him, pull his attention away from her. Nothing, not even the fracture's last desperate illusions, would make him lose sight of her again. The Whisper regrouped. Its core pulsed with violet fury as dozens of smaller silhouettes crawled from its outline, distorted imitations of Aiden. The creatures twisted forward on warped, half-formed limbs, crawling and slithering across the mirrored ground like memories gone feral. They weren't monsters. They were abandoned echoes, versions of himself left behind in the fracture's labyrinth, forgotten fragments the Whisper was now desperate to weaponize. Aiden lifted a hand. Light surged from his palm like breath made visible. The swarm evaporated in a single pulse. The Whisper staggered, its form losing cohesion. "You can't hold me in pieces anymore," Aiden said, his voice steady and low. "You can't control what I don't deny." The Whisper's silhouette rippled violently. "You are not complete." "I am," Aiden answered. Then why does she still hear him? Aiden stiffened. The chamber dimmed. Mira's head snapped upward at the same moment his heart did. "Don't listen to him," she said quickly, pressing harder against the barrier. "Aiden, he's twisting everything." The Whisper extended a trembling arm toward the sphere. "Listen." Inside the sphere, Mira whispered something, fragile, blurred by distortion, but unmistakably shaped like a name. Aiden froze. His pulse hammered against his ribs. "Mira," he said quietly, "what did you say?" She shook her head, tears forming. "Nothing." He's manipulating the sound. Aiden, don't. She remembers someone else. The whisper's voice ripped through the air. Another version of you. The floor collapsed in a fracture of shattered reflections. Aiden steadied himself, refusing to be thrown. What version? He demanded. Shadow Aiden, still partially fused into Aiden's aura, stepped close. This is what he does. He makes you believe there's a truth missing. Don't let him split you again. The one she loved before you broke. The one you let die when you called the fracture. The tear in the chamber widened. A figure stepped through. Aiden felt the ground vanish beneath him. It was himself, but unbroken, untouched, whole in a way no one inside the fracture could be. Aiden Varis as he once was, before the collapse, before the trauma, before the fracture carved itself through his life. Mira's breath shattered. Aiden, she whispered, her voice trembling with a complicated emotion that tore through Aiden's chest. The whisper surged forward, feeding on the moment. This is the one she remembers. The future you could not protect. The life you lost. Aiden swallowed the pain. Mira, do you still want him? She shook her head fiercely. I want the man who came for me. The one who wouldn't stop. The one who chose to remember. I want you. Her words steadied him more than any burst of power. The fracture convulsed again, the mirrored ground rippling outward as a clean, untouched version of Aiden stepped forward, wearing a look full of sorrow and longing. Shadow Aiden whispered behind him. This is the final fracture. Accept it or you'll never reach her. Aiden inhaled long and slow. He stepped between Mira and the version of himself who belonged to a different fate. I'm not that man anymore. Aiden said softly, firmly, I can't be. I lived through everything he never had to. But I didn't break. I grew. I changed. I came for her. The whisper shrieked, the chamber collapsing around it. Aiden lifted his chin. And I will not let you use the past to steal my future. The world tore open as the whisper lunged. Aiden ran straight into the unraveling, ready to end this. Chapter 29. The Fall of the Whisper. The fracture did not simply shake this time. It convulsed. The entire chamber twisted in a rolling, thunderous ripple, as if the world were trying to fold itself away from what was about to occur. The mirror ground buckled beneath Aiden's feet, bending like liquid metal before snapping back into a hardened sheet. The vortex overhead spiraled, tightening into a blinding whirl of violet fire that rained shimmering particles across the impossible sky. The whisper lunged in the collapsing shadows, its form expanding into a towering, contorted silhouette, limbs splitting into jagged branches of darkness. Its presence pressed against Aiden's skin like cold iron. Every breath felt heavier, every sound sharper, every heartbeat louder. But Aiden didn't flinch. For the first time since entering the fracture's depths, he felt anchored, centered in a way that made the world's distortion seem distant. He advanced, matching the whisper's momentum step for step. Each footfall radiated ripples through the mirrored floor, bending the reflections beneath him. The clean version of himself, the Aiden that had belonged to a different future, stood motionless behind him, fading slowly like a ghost that had no claim on this moment. Shadow Aiden merged seamlessly into his movements, no longer a separate presence but a vein of strength running through him. Inside the sphere, Mira pressed her hands against a trembling barrier, her eyes locked on Aiden with fierce intensity. End this, she whispered. End him before he takes anything else. Aiden nodded once, then met the whisper head-on. The creature attacked without restraint. A storm of jagged limbs crashed toward him, shadows sharpened into spears, memory shards used as blades, echoes twisted into weapons. Aiden blocked the first strike, sidestepping the second, deflecting the third with a surge of his own reclaimed power. The impact sent shockwaves through the chamber, rattling loose fragments from a vortex above. A rain of glowing debris fell all around them, each piece bursting into smoke upon hitting the ground. The whisper roared, its voice fracturing into a dozen discordant tones. You do not belong here. Aiden steadied his stance, energy building in his chest. I made this place. I survived this place. And now I end this place. You cannot hold yourself together. I already have. He lunged, A burst of white gold light exploded from his palm as he struck the Whisper directly in the chest. The creature staggered back, its shadowed form flickering violently. Cracks of light tore through its outline like fractures spreading across glass. Aiden followed with another blow, then another. Each impact rattled the chamber, each strike drawing more structure from the Whisper than it could regenerate. The vortex above them shrank into a thin spindle of spiraling darkness, reacting to the weakening presence of the entity it had once served. Mira's sphere trembled harder with every pulse, its surface thinning, its cracks widening. She breathed harder, bracing herself against the violent pull of the unraveling world. "Aiden, don't stop," she cried. He didn't. He refused to. The Whisper lashed out with a blast of shadow that hurled Aiden across the chamber. He slid across the mirrored floor, palms burning from the friction. The world blurred around him, but he forced himself upright before the aftershock reached him. The Whisper's silhouette loomed larger, pulsing with unstable waves of violet energy. You were never meant to survive this. Aiden spat blood and wiped his mouth. "I did anyway." The Whisper surged forward again, this time engulfing the chamber in a cloud of choking black smoke. Tendrils wrapped around Aiden's arms, chest, throat, trying to bind him, suffocate him, pull him back into fractured depths where he had once been lost. The creature whispered into his ear, a multitude of voices layered into one. "Let go and I will spare her." Aiden snarled, "You can't spare what you don't own. Let go and I will end your pain." "It's not pain anymore. It's clarity." "Let go." "No." The light inside Aiden surged in a blinding wave. Energy burst from his skin, dissolving the tendrils. The chamber illuminated as if a star had ignited from within him. The Whisper recoiled, shrieking in fractured tones as its limbs dissolved into fading ribbons of shadow. Aiden rose. "Let go," he said calmly. "I did. I let go of the lies. The names. The broken pieces. All of it." He stepped forward again, hands glowing with the luminous fire of everything he'd reclaimed. "Now I take back what's left." The Whisper tried to flee, its form dragging away from him, limbs pulling into the vortex overhead. But the once mighty creature was collapsing, unable to maintain its shape. Its voice came in spasms. "You cannot exist without me." Aiden cut it off with a burst of blinding energy that shattered half the chamber. "I just did." He pressed his palm against the Whisper's collapsing core. A torrent of force exploded outward. Light devoured shadow. The Whisper's form buckled, folding inward like a dying star. Its scream cracked the chamber walls. Every mirrored surface shattered simultaneously, thousands of reflections exploding into dust. A final shockwave tore through the heart of the fracture. When the light dimmed, the Whisper was no longer a towering entity. It was a flicker, a fading imprint, a dying shadow clinging to air. Aiden spoke the last words calmly, with quiet resolve. "You exist because I broke. I remain because I healed." He closed his hand. The Whisper vanished in a soundless implosion, a single point of collapsing darkness. And then nothing. Silence followed. Heavy, absolute, sacred. The vortex overhead unraveled into streams of harmless luminescence. The mirrored floor softened into rippling light. And Mira's sphere, finally free from the Whisper's tension, shattered into a cascade of gold fragments. Mira fell forward. Aiden sprinted, catching her before she hit the ground. She clung to him, shaking, burying her face in his shoulder as the fractured world dissolved around them in gentle spirals of light. "Aiden," she whispered, breath trembling, "don't let go." "I won't," he said, holding her tighter. "Not again." The fracture collapsed into a horizon of soft radiance, pulling them toward whatever came next. And for the first time since the collapse, the world did not fight him. It opened. Chapter 30. The World That Waits. The collapse of the fracture was not a fall. It was a release. Aiden held Mira tightly as the last shreds of the broken dimension dissolved around them in spirals of fading light. The shattered remains of the Whisper drifted upward like black dust swallowed by the collapsing vortex overhead. Walls of mirrored memory folded into themselves, layers peeling away one after another until the chamber resembled the inside of a dissolving dream. Mira clung to Aiden's coat, her breath ragged against his shoulder. The heat of her body, fragile yet undeniably real, grounded him more than the shifting world around them. Her heartbeat trembled against his chest, a reminder that she was alive because he had finally chosen the truth instead of the pieces. The floor beneath them rippled like water. Aiden steadied his posture, bracing for the next distortion, but the ground did not crack. Instead, it began to glow, warm, soft, golden light blooming outward beneath their feet, as if the fracture itself were offering them a path. "Aiden," Mira whispered, lifting her head. Her voice still carried the tremor of fear, but her eyes held hope, bright and fragile. "Where are we going?" "Home," he said. The word felt strange on his tongue, familiar but distant. Or what's left of it. Mira looked at the dissolving space around them. Does home still exist? Aiden held her closer as the world vibrated around them with a gentle, rhythmic pulse, no longer violent but almost peaceful. "It will," he said softly. "We will make it exist again." The golden path beneath them stretched forward, rising from the dissolving chamber like a bridge grown from sunlight. It extended into a horizon of swirling radiance, as if the fracture had opened a final doorway not into darkness, but into possibility. Aiden stepped onto the path, and Mira followed without hesitation. Behind them, the last remnants of the fracture collapsed inward, forming a shrinking orb of silver blue light that beat once, twice, then faded like a dying star. But the path remained. A warm breeze brushed Aiden's face, smelling faintly of leaves, rain, and something he hadn't felt in so long he nearly stopped walking. Air that belonged to a world rather than a wound. His pulse quickened. Mira gasped softly beside him and gripped his arm as the radiance parted ahead, revealing a silhouette of a doorway made of rippling light. "Aiden," she murmured, "do you think it's real?" He nodded slowly. "It's something beyond the fracture. That means it's real enough." They moved forward together, steps steady, breaths measured. Aiden felt his memories settle, like dust finding their place after a long storm. For the first time, he felt no pulling in opposite directions, no dissonance, no incomplete edges. He felt whole. When they reached the shimmering threshold, Mira hesitated. "Once we cross, there's no going back, is there?" He shook his head gently. "No, but why would we?" Her eyes softened with a mixture of sadness and longing. "Because the world we lost might not be the world we find." Aiden cupped her face gently with one hand. "Then we build a new one together." Mira inhaled shakily, leaning into his touch. "I'm not afraid," she whispered. "Not anymore. Not with you." Aiden kissed her forehead, then intertwined their fingers. They stepped through. The world changed in an instant. The blinding gold radiance dimmed into a soft dawn light. Their feet touched solid ground, not mirror and shifting, but real earth, cool and slightly damp. A breeze rustled through nearby trees, carrying the scent of pine and distant water. The air felt quiet, open, alive. Aiden exhaled, breath shaking. Mira squeezed his hand. They turned together to look around. They stood on a hillside overlooking a vast plain of gentle green grass that swayed like an undisturbed sea. In the far distance, mountains loomed under a pale morning sky. No fractures, no distortions, no echoes. A world that seemed to breathe naturally. Mira stopped, searching for a word. "Beautiful." Aiden nodded, his chest tightening with an emotion dangerously close to relief. He closed his eyes briefly, letting the wind wash over him. "It's real," he said, as if he needed to hear it aloud. Mira walked forward a few steps, lifting her hand to feel the breeze. "Do you think this is our world or a new one?" Aiden scanned the horizon. The shapes of the mountains tugged at a distant memory. "I don't know. Maybe a part of what survived. Maybe something the fracture didn't destroy." Mira looked over her shoulder at him. "Do you remember this place?" "Not clearly," he admitted, "but it feels familiar, like something from before." He stepped beside her. "Whatever it is, we're not trapped anymore." Mira nodded slowly, her expression softening with cautious hope. A sudden tremor rippled through the ground. Aiden grabbed Mira's arm, holding her steady. "What was that?" she asked. The tremor faded as quickly as it arrived, replaced by an intense stillness. The sky brightened slightly, as if the world itself had taken a breath. Aiden scanned the horizon again. This place is stabilizing around us. The fracture left scars, but the world is trying to heal. Mira's eyes widened. Is that even possible? For a world. Aiden said, maybe. For us? Definitely. They walked down the slope, moving toward the open field. Grass brushed against their legs, and each step felt like rediscovering the sensation of being grounded. The sound of water reached them, steady, rhythmic, soothing. Mira followed the sound until they reached a narrow river flowing through plain, its surface reflecting the emerging light of dawn. She knelt and dipped her fingers into the water. Cold, she whispered, almost laughing. It's actually cold. Aiden crouched beside her. He looked at the water, then at their reflections. Two figures finally reunited, whole real. No distortions. No echoes. Just themselves. Mira met his gaze. Aiden, what happens now? He stood slowly, extending his hand to help her rise. We explore. We rebuild. We find out what survived and what didn't. And if this world doesn't belong to us, she asked softly. Aiden intertwined their fingers again. Then we make a world that does. Mira looked into distance, eyes shimmering. Together, he squeezed her hand. Always. A new wind swept across the plain, ruffling their hair as the first true rays of sunlight broke over the horizon. The world, whatever it was, seemed unfurled before them in an endless stretch of possibility. Aiden took a deep breath. For the first time since the collapse, he felt the pull of the future, not as a threat, but as an invitation. He turned to Mira, voice steady and full of quiet certainty. This is our beginning. And together, they walked into the world that waited for them. Chapter 31. Where the Light Falls. The sun climbed slowly over the horizon, warming the plains of the light that felt soft but newly born, as if this world had only just remembered how to glow. Aiden and Mira walked side by side to the tall grass, listening to the gentle rustle that followed their movements. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, neither of them heard the hum of distortions, the bending of mirrors, or the whisper of something watching from behind fractured walls. Only the wind, only the faint murmur of a world stretching itself awake. Mira studied the landscape with quiet fascination. Her fingers grazed the tips of the grass as she walked, each strand bending beneath her touch, as if welcoming her back to a place she had been meant to stand in all along. I almost forgot what it felt like, she murmured. What? Aiden asked. To be somewhere that doesn't want anything from me. Aiden looked toward the distant mountains, their shapes softened by the rising light. This place seems peaceful, he said, but that doesn't make it safe. Mira nodded slowly. I know, but can we pretend for just a moment that it is? Aiden considered the question. The world around him was quiet, still adjusting, still stabilizing. He could sense it under the wind, beneath the earth, like a heartbeat that had lost its rhythm and was now learning it again. We can try, he said finally. They followed the river as it curved gently across the plain. The water glimmered under the sunlight, reflecting the sky in shimmering bands of blue and gold. As they approached a bend in the river, Aiden noticed something in the soil, patterns etched into ground, winding lines like veins of metallic silver. They pulsed faintly, almost too faintly to see unless the light hit them just right. Aiden, Mira said, kneeling beside him as he crouched to examine the markings. What is that? He touched the surface lightly with his fingertips. The grooves were shallow, precise, deliberate. It's not natural, he said. Someone or something made this. Is it from the fracture? She asked quietly. Aiden felt a dull vibration resonate through the markings, but it wasn't the same as the fracture's hum. This energy was older, steadier, heavier. No, he said. This isn't from there. This feels ancient. Mira glanced around the plain, suddenly alert. Then we're not the first ones here. Aiden stood, scanning the horizon. The plain seemed empty, but the patterns in the ground told a different story. They followed no random path. Each line connected to another, forming a map too complex to decipher at a glance. They continued walking, following the river until the terrain shifted gently upward. A cluster of tall stones rose from a hill, their surfaces covered in faded carvings. Aiden approached cautiously. Mira followed, brushing dirt from the closest stone with the edge of her sleeve. "These symbols," she whispered. "They look like the ones in the fracture." Aiden traced one of the carvings. "Similar," he said, "but not the same. These feel like the originals, like the fracture was imitating something it remembered." Mira stepped back and studied the circle of standing stones. They formed an incomplete ring. 3 stones standing, 1 shattered on the ground, 2 missing entirely. A soft breeze moved between them, carrying a faint metallic scent. Aiden felt a pull in his chest, subtle but unmistakable. Something about this place resonated with him. Not with Arden, not with the fractured versions of himself, but with something deeper, older. "This place is connected to us," he said quietly. Mira frowned. "To you?" "To both of us. But I don't know how." Before she could respond, a flicker of movement drew her attention. She turned sharply toward the plain. "Aiden, did you see that?" He followed her gaze. At the edge of the tall grass, for the briefest second, he thought he saw a shape, a silhouette, thin and pale, gliding between the blades. He stepped forward, but the shape vanished. Mira's voice trembled. "We're not alone." Aiden's hands curled into fists. "Then whoever's here knows we're awake now." They descended from the hill, threading through the grass toward a stretch of land where the river widened into a shallow pool. Sunlight glistened on the surface, but beneath the water, something caught Aiden's eye. Fragments of dark material, like stone or bone, arranged in patterns. He knelt beside the pool, dipping a hand into the cool water. The fragments shifted as his fingers brushed against them, forming a momentary symbol before scattering again. Mira crouched beside him, gripping his arm. "Aiden, what is that?" He watched the fragments settle into a new pattern, and his heart tightened. "It's a sigil," he said quietly. "The Whisper used ones like this. But these are older." Mira's voice trembled. "Does that mean the Whisper wasn't the first of its kind?" Aiden didn't answer immediately. He watched the fragments in the water swirl, forming a new shape, one he recognized instantly, a circle of broken light. His breath caught. "Someone else made this world," he said slowly, "long before the fracture, long before us. The Whisper was only a shadow of something larger." Mira swallowed. "Something still here?" Aiden stood. Something watching, something waiting. They turned from the pool and continued onward, moving across the shimmering plain with increasing caution. The sunlight brightened, but the sense of being observed tightened around them like an invisible thread. As they reached a rise overlooking a dense grove of ancient trees, Aiden stopped abruptly. Mira stepped beside him. "What is it?" He pointed toward the grove. There, half hidden in the shade, stood a figure. Not a shadow, not a fragment, not an illusion. A person, tall, slender, wrapped in pale fabric that moved like liquid with the wind. Their face was indistinct at this distance, but their stillness was unmistakable, too controlled, too deliberate. Mira clutched his hand. "Aiden, that isn't a memory." "No," he said, voice steady. "It's real." The figure raised an arm and pointed toward them. Slow, deliberate, purposeful. Mira's breath hitched. "What do we do?" Aiden stepped forward, placing himself slightly in front of her. "We find out who survived this world." The figure turned and disappeared into the grove, moving with a grace that felt unervingly familiar. Aiden and Mira exchanged a glance. Then, together, they walked toward the trees where the light fell. Chapter 32. The Pale Wanderer. The grove swallowed the sunlight almost immediately. The air beneath the ancient canopy grew cooler, thick with the scent of moss and something faintly metallic that Aiden couldn't immediately identify. The trunks of the trees rose in pale spirals, smooth as carved stone, their branches bending into arcs that intertwined overhead like the ribcage of some long-forgotten creature. A soft, shifting glow filtered through the leaves, blue and silver, like moonlight trying to break through water. Aiden moved slowly, his hands still entwined with Mira's as they stepped deeper into the grove. Their footsteps made almost no sound on the cushioned ground, and the silence that surrounded them was complete, the kind of silence that felt intentional rather than natural. The sensation of being watched intensified, settling on Aiden's skin like static. "Are you sure we should follow?" Mira whispered. Aiden scanned the trees ahead, eyes narrowing. If they wanted to hurt us, they wouldn't have shown themselves. "Or they wanted us to come," she said. "Maybe," he admitted. "But the only way to learn what survived this world is to meet it." They continued until the grove opened into a narrow clearing. A ring of pale stone pillars rose from the ground, their surfaces etched with the same faint, winding patterns they had seen earlier near the river. Light gathered at the top of each pillar, forming a trembling circle of luminous mist in the center of the clearing. The figures stood there, closer now. Their features were clearer, though still softened by the glow. They wore layered fabric the color of morning frost, each fold drifting with their movements like drifting smoke. Their hair fell long down their back, pale as the bark of the trees. Their eyes, when they finally lifted them to meet Aiden's, were a shifting blend of silver and blue, reflecting the clearing like two liquid mirrors. Mira inhaled sharply. "Aiden, they're not from the fracture." "No," Aiden said quietly. "There's something else." The figure tilted its head slightly, studying them with an expression that carried neither hostility nor fear, only curiosity, deep and ancient. When they finally spoke, the voice was soft, steady, and layered with a resonance that felt older than the grove itself. "You came from the broken place," they said. There was no accusation, only recognition. Aiden stepped forward carefully. "We escaped it." The figure's eyes shifted, watching him closely. "Escape? Yes. Few who fall into the rift return. You carry its wounds." Mira hesitated. "Do you know what the fracture is?" The figure's gaze flicked toward her. "A wound in the world. A wound in memory. A wound in him." Their eyes returned to Aiden, and something like acknowledgement passed through them. "You are the one who split the sky." Aiden tensed. Mira squeezed his hand gently. He stood straighter. "The fracture wasn't intentional. Intent is irrelevant. The tear answered your grief, your call. The world bends when a soul breaks deeply enough." The figure's eyes softened. "You are not the first." The statement dropped like a stone into still water. Aiden exchanged a look with Mira. "There were others?" "Long ago, before your kind walked these lands, before the world chose silence." Mira stepped forward. "What are you? Who are you?" The figure placed a hand over their chest, fingers long and graceful. "I am called Saris. I watched the ruins of what was, and the dawn of what comes next." Saris lowered their hands slowly, then gestured toward them. "And you are the first to cross back from the broken realm in an age." Aiden felt a chill run down his spine. How long was the fracture feeding? "Long enough to reshape the sky," Saris said. "Long enough for the world to forget itself." Mira's eyes widened. "You mean the whisper wasn't the original source?" Saris shook their head. The whisper was a remnant, a shadow of a deeper hunger. The fracture was not born from it, only fed by it. Aiden stepped closer to Saris. "Then what started it?" Saris was silent for a moment, their silver blue eyes reflecting the trembling light above the pillars. Finally, they said, "A fracture is not created by a creature. It is created by an event, a moment so powerful it steals breath from the sky." Aiden felt Mira's grip tighten around his. Her eyes turned toward him, filled with the fears she didn't want to voice. "And in your world," Saris continued, "that moment was your collapse." Aiden swallowed. "Our world, does it still exist?" Saris studied him, then gestured for them to follow. They moved deeper into the grove as Saris' voice drifted ahead of them. "The lands are quiet. The sky is wounded. The echoes of your world drift like dust on the wind. But pieces remain, held together by the same force that returned you here." Mira hurried a step closer. "Force? What force?" Saris stopped before another stone pillar, placing a hand upon one of the glowing sigils etched into its surface. The light responded instantly, pulsing in slow waves. "Memory," Saris said softly. "Yours, and the world's." Aiden exhaled slowly. "You're saying the fracture didn't destroy everything." "I am saying it tried," Saris corrected. "But something resisted. Something tethered you and the world together." Saris let their gaze linger on Mira. It took Aiden a heartbeat to understand. Mira's voice trembled. I held the world together? Saris nodded once. You held him together, and through him, something of the world endured. Aiden felt the weight of it, the truth settling like a steady flame in his chest. Mira turned toward him, and for the first time since their escape, he saw her eyes shine not with fear, but with belonging. Saris stepped backward, folding their hands calmly. There are others who survived. Not many, not near, but they exist. The world is not empty. Aiden's breath stilled. Where? Saris pointed eastward, toward the mountains. Beyond the ridge, a settlement holds a remnants of what was. If you wish answers, if you seek others, you must go there. Mira inhaled softly, the first glimpse of hope rising in her expression. Aiden nodded. We will. Saris bowed their head slightly. Then go with caution. The world is healing, but wounds do not close without leaving marks. Aiden took Mira's hand once more. They turned toward the mountains, toward the rising light, toward whatever waited in the distance. The pale wanderer watched them leave, silent and unmoving, and the grove behind them whispered with the sound of an ancient world remembering itself anew. Chapter 33. The Path Through the Ruins. The mountains rose ahead like a jagged wall sculpted from ancient stone, their peaks still wrapped in morning haze. Light spilled across the slopes in broad strokes, illuminating channels of rock and shadow that wound toward the upper ridges. Aiden and Mira walked steadily toward them, guided by the direction Saris had indicated. The air shifted as they left the grove behind, a little drier, carrying a faint mineral taste, as if the earth itself remembered fire. The ground sloped upward gradually, and the grass thinned into patches of hard soil scattered with pale stones. Small plants curled around the rocks, their leaves tinted silver rather than green, reflecting the sun like tiny mirrors. As they moved, the world remained unsettlingly quiet. No birds, no insects, no distant hum of life, only the wind whispering across the landscape. Mira adjusted the strap of her satchel, her gaze sweeping the empty horizon. It feels like everything's waiting, she said softly. Aiden nodded, the world still stabilizing. The fracture tore through more than memory. It ripped through the land itself. He glanced toward the sky. The clouds were thin, pulled into streaks as if stretched by invisible hands. It may take years for everything to settle. Mira stepped closer to him. At least we're here to see it. They climbed steadily, following a narrow path worn into the base of the hillside. As they reached a ridge, Aiden paused. The valley below spread out in sweeping lines of green and stone, but something caught his attention. A patch of broken ground where the soil formed a perfect circle, its edges too clean, too precise. Another mark, he murmured. Mira knelt beside it. The soil inside the ring was darker, compacted, almost glassy. This wasn't made by footsteps or animals, she said. Do you think it's like the patterns near the river? Aiden touched the edge. Maybe, or maybe it's something left over from the collapse. A crater formed by impact or energy discharge. Mira stood slowly, brushing dirt from her hands. Do you feel anything here? He closed his eyes and focused. The earth beneath his palm was warm, not in temperature, but in memory. A vibration pulsed faintly, like an echo of something ancient. There's resonance, he said, but it's weak. Whatever happened here was a long time ago. They continued upward, the terrain becoming steeper. Large boulders jutted from a hillside. Some cracked, others fused together in unnatural patterns. Aiden recognized the signs. Distortions form when raw energy bends matter, similar to the scars left by the fracture's deeper layers. But these marks were older, much older. Saris said this world had a history before us. Mira whispered. Maybe these are the remnants of it. Maybe, Aiden said, or maybe this was once part of our world before the fracture twisted it. They reached the base of a tall outcrop of stone. A narrow crevice led deeper between two massive slabs. A faint breeze flowed from within, carrying a cool, earthy scent. Aiden studied the crevice a moment before turning to Mira. We need to go through. She nodded, trusting without hesitation. They entered the narrow passage, the stone walls rising high on both sides. The light dimmed as they moved deeper, and the air cooled noticeably. Their footsteps echoed softly. As they emerged on the other side, the passage opened into a wide plateau, and the ruins began. Massive stone structures lay scattered across the plateau, remnants of walls, pillars, foundations of buildings long since collapsed. Vines draped over broken arches, weaving through fractures in stone as if nature had attempted to reclaim what time had eroded. Some structures were nearly intact. Others were only faint outlines traced in the dirt. Mira stepped forward in awe. Aiden, this was a city. He nodded, his gaze sweeping the expanse, or part of one. The architecture was unlike anything in the fracture. The stones were carved with the same symbols they'd seen earlier: spirals, branching lines, interlocking sigils. But here, the carvings were deeper, sharper, more deliberate. These ruins held purpose. Mira approached a fallen pillar and ran her fingers across the etched surface. These symbols, they looked like they were meant to guide something, or contain something. Aiden examined another stone, or protect something. The plateau stretched far, with pathways splitting in multiple directions. Most of the structure seemed positioned with mathematical precision, forming lines that intersected in patterns too complex to be natural. When Aiden squinted, he noticed faint shimmering lines connecting some of the stones, lines of energy so thin they almost disappeared. This wasn't just a city, he murmured. It was an anchor point. Mira turned. Anchor for what? For reality, Aiden said softly. For memory. For the world. They moved deeper into the ruins. A few structures had preserved enough form to walk inside. They entered what appeared to be an inner courtyard. In the center stood a tall monolith, perfectly smooth, untouched by erosion. It hummed faintly with a soft blue glow. Mira stepped back instinctively. Aiden, do you think it's dangerous? He approached cautiously. Everything here could be, but this, he placed a hand gently against the surface, feels stable. The monolith responded to his touch. Light spread across its surface in intricate patterns, forming symbols that rearranged themselves faster than the eye could track. Mira gasped as the carvings illuminated the entire courtyard, casting shifting reflections across the stone. What is it doing? She whispered. It's recognizing something, Aiden said. He felt a gentle pull in his chest, not the tearing force of fracture, but a familiar echo. It responds to memory. To yours? Mira asked. Aiden looked at her. To ours. Suddenly, the monolith projected a faint image, a ghostly silhouette of a figure standing on this very plateau. The image flickered, but the outline was unmistakable. Aiden froze. Mira covered her mouth. The figure was human, not Ceres, not a wanderer. Human? Aiden? Mira whispered, trembling. Someone was here before us. The image flickered again, this time showing the same figure kneeling beside the monolith, tracing the symbols with their hand. Then it shifted, showing a massive beam of light erupting from the stone, shooting toward the sky. Aiden stepped back. This place wasn't built by Sarah's people. Then by who? Mira asked. The projection dissolved. Aiden looked around the ruins, suddenly aware of the weight of the silence. By us, he said quietly. Mira stared at him, eyes widening. Us. Aiden nodded slowly, the truth forming in his mind like a rising tide. This was one of the last places our world tried to anchor itself when the collapse began. A convergence point. A refuge. He touched the monolith again. This city was created to survive what the fracture destroyed. Mira whispered. Then people might have lived here. Aiden turned toward the distant mountains. Or still might. A sudden sound echoed from within the city, a distant metallic clang. Mira tensed. Aiden was not alone here either. Aiden stepped in front of her, gaze narrowing toward the sound. No, he said. We're not. They moved deeper into ruins, following the echo, and the city seemed to breathe around them, alive, ancient, waiting. Chapter 34. The Ones Who Stayed. The metallic clang echoed again, faint but unmistakably deliberate. Aiden and Mira froze at the same moment, their eyes meeting with silent understanding. Whatever lingered in these ruins was not an echo of the fracture, nor a wandering flicker of memory. It was something grounded, something real, something alive. Aiden signaled Mira to stay close as they moved deeper into the city's interior. The light filtering through the shattered walls painted long, fractured shadows that stretched across the stone pathways. Vines swayed faintly in the breeze, brushing against old carvings etched with symbols of protection and memory. The air grew thicker as they approached the source of the sound, carrying the faint scent of burnt metal and old dust. The narrow street opened into a courtyard where collapsed beams formed a tangle of ancient stone and twisted metal. Aiden stepped carefully around the debris. Mira followed, her gaze flicking between the walls and the empty doorways, searching for movement. The clang came again, closer now, sharp, rhythmic, someone striking metal against metal. Aiden crouched beside a broken pillar and motioned for Mira to follow his lead. "It's not an accident," he whispered. "Someone's working. Or signaling," Mira murmured. They edged forward until the courtyard opened into a larger chamber with what remained of a domed ceiling. In the center stood a half-collapsed structure, once a tower or observatory, its top shattered, but its metallic frame still intact. The sound came from inside. Aiden took a steady breath, then stepped through the entrance with Mira at his side. Inside, the chamber was dim, illuminated only by the soft glow of ancient runes that pulsed along the walls. Tools lay scattered across a stone table, improvised chisels, fragments of crystal, shards of metal, and standing over them, back turned, was a figure clad in soot-stained leather and fabric patched in mismatched layers. Aiden cleared his throat just enough to announce their presence. The figure turned instantly. A woman. Her hair was dark, cut unevenly at her shoulders. Her eyes sharp, wary, and undeniably human, locked onto them with a mixture of shock and disbelief. She grasped the metal bar instinctively, raising it like a weapon. Aiden lifted both hands slowly. "We're not here to hurt you." She didn't lower the bar. "No one comes from the north path. Not anymore." Mira stepped forward cautiously. "We came from the plains, from beyond the ridge." The woman blinked, confusion flashing in her expression. "Beyond the ridge is dead land. Nothing survives out there." Aiden exchanged a glance with Mira. "We survived." The woman's grip tightened on the metal bar, her gaze narrowing. "Who are you?" "Aiden," he said. "Aiden Varis. And this is Mira." She stared at them for a long, weighed moment, as if trying to judge the truth in their faces. Then, slowly, she lowered the bar, though her stance remained defensive. "Call me Lisa," she said. "Lisa Robinson." Mira exhaled with relief. "You're human." Lisa tilted her head slightly. "I should be asking you that question. You don't look like anyone from the settlement." Aiden stepped closer, keeping his movements calm. "Settlement? You mean there are more survivors?" Lisa hesitated, then nodded. "Not many. A few dozen, maybe. We've managed to keep the machines running, keep the farms alive. It's not much, but it's something." A spark of hope lit Myra's eyes. "Where is it? Can you take us there?" Lisa wiped grease from her hands onto her trousers, her expression shifting into something more complex, half suspicion, half something like reluctant admiration. "You two really came from the Dead Lands? From beyond what the maps even bother marking?" "Yes," Aiden said. "We crossed a fracture." Lisa's body stiffened. Her expression darkened. "No one crosses the fracture." "We did," Mira said softly. "We escaped." Lisa stepped back, uncertainty flickering across her face. "You escaped the fracture alive?" "Yes." Lisa stared at them with an intensity that suggested she was recalculating everything she thought she knew about the world. Finally, she set the metal bar on the table, exhaled, and ran a hand through her hair. "Then I guess you're not ordinary wanderers," she said. "And if you're not here to cause trouble, I'll take you to the others." She collected a small pack from the corner and slung it over her shoulder. "The settlement's hidden. Not far, but not an easy walk." She gestured toward the exit. "Follow me, and stay quiet. The ruins have their own dangers." Aiden and Mira followed her out of the observatory and back into the sunlight. Lisa moved with practiced confidence, stepping over debris and down narrow paths with an ease that only came from years of navigating the ruins. Her presence alone hinted at a world that had not entirely fallen apart, a world where humans still built, scavenged, repaired, and rebuilt. As they descended a series of stone steps leading deeper into the ruined district, Lisa glanced at Aiden over her shoulder. "You said you crossed a fracture. How did you do that?" "It's complicated," he said. Lisa snorted. "Everything is." Mira stepped beside her. "Lisa, how long have you been here?" "All my life," she said simply. "Born in the settlement. Raised here. I know nothing else." Aiden frowned. "No memory of the world before?" Lisa shook her head. "Only stories. None of them good." They reached a long corridor lined with carved pillars. Faint light seeped through cracks in the ceiling. Lisa slowed her pace. "We need to move fast," she said quietly. "Something's been prowling the ruins lately. Something that doesn't want us leaving." Aiden tensed. "What kind of something?" Lisa's grip tightened on the strap of her bag. "We call them echo beasts, remnants of whatever the fracture twisted. They didn't exist until a few years ago. Now they hunt." Mira swallowed. "Can they be killed?" "With enough fire," Lisa said, "or enough luck." Aiden stepped closer to her. "We'll be ready." Lisa nodded, then pointed toward a distant set of broken archways. "Through there. The path down the ravine leads straight to the settlement." They moved quickly. The wind picked up, swirling dust through the ruins, carrying the faint smell of something burnt. Then Aiden stopped. He heard it too, a low, guttural growl, coming from behind a collapsed wall. Lisa froze. "No," she whispered. "Not now." A second growl echoed through the corridor. Mira grabbed Aiden's arm. "What is that?" Lisa's voice was a whisper. "Echo beast." Aiden's pulse quickened. He stepped in front of Mira instinctively. A third growl, deeper this time, reverberated through the stones. Then the shadows shifted. A massive shape emerged from a broken archway. Limbs too long, joints angled wrong, its body a patchwork of bone, metal, and shimmering fragments of fractured glass. Where its eyes should have been, only flickering light pulsed beneath torn layers of skin. Lisa stepped back. "Run." Aiden didn't move. The echo beast lowered its head and charged, and the ruins erupted into motion. Chapter 35. The Echo Beast. The Echo Beast lunged with force that split the air. Its body moved like a collapsing structure rebuilt in midfall. Every motion sharp, disjointed, unpredictable. Aiden shoved Mira backward just as the creature's clawed limbs slashed through the space where she'd been standing a heartbeat earlier. Stone shattered under the impact, fragments exploding across the corridor. Lisa grabbed Mira by the wrist and dragged her behind a fallen slab. "Keep low. Move when I say," she hissed. Aiden didn't hide. He stepped forward. The beast turned its fractured face toward him. Light flickered beneath torn muscle, and metal plating fused into its shoulders. Its breath came in jagged pulses, glowing shards falling from its mouth like embers. "Aiden, watch out!" Mira shouted. The echo beast charged again. Aiden dodged to the side as the creature slammed into a pillar, cracking it down the middle. Dust erupted upward, clouding the air. The beast twisted, its limbs bending at unnatural angles as it regained balance with a guttural roar. Pieces of its body shifted like plates adjusting under strain, as though the creature didn't fully understand its own shape. Lisa rushed out from cover and hurled a small metal device at the ground near the beast. It detonated with a burst of blinding sparks, momentarily stunning the monster. "Move," she yelled. Mira scrambled across the rubble and grabbed Aiden's arm. "We can't fight it." Aiden's eyes stayed fixed on the creature as it staggered, shaking off the light. "We don't get to choose," he said quietly. The echo beast's roar rose into a shrill, fragmented screech, like the echo of something dying, replayed through broken speakers. Then it lunged again. Aiden braced himself. This time he didn't dodge. He met the creature head-on with both hands raised. A burst of white gold energy surged from his palms, slamming into the beast's chest. The impact sent ripples through its body, ripples that fractured its mismatched plating and split open veins of luminous fluid. The beast staggered back, limbs scraping against the stone floor. Lisa stared. How did you do that?" Aiden didn't answer. His hands trembled slightly. Using that power here felt different. Less certain, less stable. The fracture was gone, which meant whatever he carried now didn't draw from it. It drew from something deeper. The Echo Beast recovered fast. It shrieked and leapt to the side, moving along the wall like a spider. Stones cracked beneath its weight as it shifted position, searching for a new angle. Its head twisted unnaturally, its jaw unhinging into a jagged maw. Mira pulled Lisa farther behind cover. "Is there any way to kill it?" "With fire or explosives," Lisa said, breath shaking. "And we don't have enough of either." The beast sprang again. Aiden rolled aside as the creature slammed into ground, missing him by inches. The shock wave knocked him off balance. He hit the stone hard, pain shooting through his shoulder. "Aiden!" Mira shouted, trying to run to him. Lisa yanked her back. "No, you go out there and it kills you first." The Echo Beast turned toward Aiden, limbs clicking into a new position. Its body shifted, rebalancing itself in a way that spoke of predatory adaptation. It crouched low, preparing for a final strike. Aiden got to his feet, swaying slightly. He raised his hands again, but the power didn't come as easily this time. The world here didn't bend like the fracture did. His breath grew tight in his chest. The beast sensed the weakness. It lunged, mouth widening, jaws splitting into mirrored plates, limbs extending, shadow and metal. Aiden stood his ground. At the last heartbeat, a bolt of searing blue light shot from the ridge above and struck the Echo Beast square in the side. The creature screamed, its body convulsing violently as the impact sent it crashing into a crumbling wall. Burning liquid spilled from the wound, hissing as it hit the ground. A second blast hit, then a third. A figure appeared atop a cracked balcony. Not Saris, not Lisa, taller, armored in plates of pale metal and dark cloth. They aimed a long, glowing device at the beast, its barrel radiating with contained energy. More figures joined them, 3, 5, 7, descending the broken steps with coordinated precision. Their movements were swift, silent, disciplined. Lisa froze, her eyes widened in relief and alarm. "Sentinels," she whispered. "The settlement's guards." The Echo Beast writhed, dragging itself upright with horrifying resilience. It screeched once more and lunged at the nearest sentinel. But the figure met it with a sweeping arc of the energy weapon, slicing through its limb in a clean, blinding cut. The limb dissolved into sparks. The creature collapsed. The sentinels moved as one, precision, unity, purpose. They surrounded the Echo Beast, weapons glowing brighter. A final strike of converging energy hit the monster's core. The creature exploded inward with a flash of white, leaving only a smoking crater where its body had been. Silence followed. Heavy, tense silence. Aiden steadied himself. Mira rushed to his side and caught his arm, relief flooding her eyes. "You're hurt," she whispered. "I'm fine," he said, though his shoulder throbbed. The sentinels approached, 3 from the front, 4 from behind. Their faces were partially obscured behind masks etched with old symbols. Their leader lowered their weapon, studying Aiden and Mira with eyes as sharp as the steel they carried. Lisa stepped forward. "They're with me?" The leader tilted their head slightly. "We saw the flare. We expected Echo Beasts, not travelers." "They're not just travelers," Lisa said. "They came from beyond the dead lands. They crossed the fracture." The sentinels stiffened. The leader looked directly at Aiden. Their voice was low, measured, carrying authority. "Is it true?" Aiden met their gaze without flinching. "Yes." The leader studied him for a long moment, too long, before finally turning to the others. "Prepare a path," they ordered. "We take them to the settlement." Aiden stepped forward. "What's your name?" The leader hesitated, then removed their mask. A young man with steel gray eyes and a scar running from temple to jaw met Aiden's gaze. "My name is Cale Davis," he said. Aiden's breath caught. Mira gasped softly. Lisa froze. The leader's expression didn't change. "And you," Cale said quietly, "are supposed to be dead." Chapter 36. Bloodlines through ash. The name struck Aiden harder than any blow the Echo Beast could have delivered. Cale Davis. The syllables echoed in his mind, heavy, impossible, disorienting. The young sentinel standing before him did not flinch, did not blink. His posture remained rigid, unreadable, but his eyes, steel gray sharp, carried flickers of something almost familiar. Mira stepped closer to Aiden, her fingers tightening around his arm, as if anchoring him back to the moment. "Varis," she whispered. "Aiden, is he?" Aiden's pulse hammered. A pressure grew behind his ribs, the kind that came when memories try to reassemble themselves too quickly. For a moment he felt the dizzying pull of the fractured tug at the edges of his mind, but he forced his breath slow. Lisa looked between them. Confusion etched across her face. "You two know each other?" Cale's jaw flexed. "We have never met." Aiden finally found his voice. "Then why do you have my name?" Cale stared at him without expression. "Because it was given to me. By the elders. By those who survived the collapse. By those who remember the stories." He paused. "By those who believed you were dead." Mira felt the air shift. Aiden stepped closer to Cale, searching his features for something, anything, that could explain this impossible connection. "How old are you?" Aiden asked. 23. Cale replied without hesitation. Aiden swallowed. 23. Which meant Cale was born after the collapse, after the fracture, after Aiden vanished. Mira's breath caught. "Aiden, that means..." Cale nodded once. "I was born in the settlement, raised under its laws, trained to defend it." His eyes narrowed slightly. "And told that I was named after a man who saved part of the world, by losing himself to it." Aiden felt the ground shift beneath him. His throat tightened. "They named you after me." Cale's expression hardened. "My name is a memorial. Nothing more." Lisa stepped forward quickly, sensing the growing tension. "We should move." The Echo Beast wasn't alone. They'd been migrating closer to the ruins every week. Cale's gaze lingered on Aiden a moment longer before he snapped back into command mode. "Sentinels, formation, escort them to the gates." The sentinels obeyed instantly. Mira leaned in close to Aiden as they walked. "Are you all right?" Aiden exhaled slowly. "I don't know." But the truth was far more complicated. Inside, something trembled, not fear but recognition. Cale Davis wasn't his son. Aiden knew that instantly. Cale's age didn't line up. His face didn't match any memory. But the name, his name, being carried by someone born after the collapse meant only one thing. The settlement remembered him. The world remembered him, even when he couldn't remember himself. They crossed a long stone walkway, descending into a wide ravine. Vines crawled along the walls, and a faint waterfall echoed from somewhere deep within. Old mechanical pipes ran along the stone, rusted, patched, humming faintly with residual energy. Mira brushed her fingers against one as they passed. "These were built by the people before?" she asked Lisa. Lisa nodded. "Leftovers from the old lines. They used to carry water and power across the region. We only keep a few running now." "Why not more?" Aiden asked. Cale answered instead. "Machines from the old world require parts we no longer have, and knowledge we no longer trust." His voice was clipped, controlled. "The world changed. The people changed. What survived is what we protect." They walked for nearly half an hour, following twisting paths that wound between stone pillars and ancient foundations. Aiden noted everything. The subtle energy pulsing through certain ruins, the faint glowing sigils that still clung to the underside of archways, the periodic hiss of old vents expelling stale air. This city was not just a ruin. It was a skeleton of a civilization still breathing. Finally, the ravine opened into a wide basin, and Aiden saw it. The settlement, nestled between two massive cliff walls, protected by natural stone barriers, stood a cluster of structures made from both ancient stone and newer, improvised metal. Ropes connected towers. Light flickered from open windows. Water mills turned slowly along a narrow river that cut through the center. Smoke curled from chimneys built atop slanted rooftops. Human life, real, sustained, enduring. Mira inhaled in amazement. "Aiden, they rebuilt." Aiden nodded, a tightness growing in his chest. People moved through the settlement. Children carrying baskets, guards walking the upper platforms, Workers repairing a wooden walkway. The settlement wasn't large, but it was alive. Cale led them toward a tall gate reinforced with metal plates scavenged from ruins. 2 guards stood watch, their weapons similar to Cale's, barrels glowing with faint energy, runes etched along the sides. As the group approached, one guard stepped forward. "You're late," he said to Cale. "We saw the flares." Another echo beast. Cale nodded. And 2 travelers. The guard's eyes widened as he noticed Aiden and Mira. From outside, from beyond the dead lands. Cale confirmed. The guard stiffened, stunned. "That's impossible." Cale glanced at Aiden. "Not anymore." The gates opened slowly, metal groaning under the strain. The guard stepped aside. Aiden and Mira entered the settlement. Dozens of eyes turned toward them instantly. Curiosity, suspicion, fear, hope. Aiden felt the weight of it all. Mira stepped closer to him, tension visible in her shoulders. Lisa elbowed him gently. "They're not used to strangers. You'll get stares." Aiden nodded. "I understand." Cale motioned for them to follow him through the settlement's main walkway. The ground was paved with stones worn smooth by years of footsteps. Children peered from behind doorways. Elders watched from shaded porches. Workers paused mid-task, tools hanging in their hands. "Cale," an older woman called from a balcony above. "Report." Cale paused. Echo beast neutralized. 2 outsiders brought in. The woman's gaze fell on Aiden and Mira. Her eyes widened slightly with recognition. Recognition that sent a chill down Aiden's spine. She whispered to another elder beside her. He froze, then slowly nodded. Aiden exchanged a glance with Mira. They know something. Cale continued forward until they reached a broad stone structure built into the cliffside. Its entrance was adorned with carvings, spirals, intersecting lines, symbols almost identical to the ones Aiden had seen in the fracture. Aiden stopped short. His heart slammed into his ribs. Those carvings, they weren't random. They were memory sigils. Mira touched his arm gently. "Aiden, do you recognize them?" "Yes." His voice was low. "They're from the fracture, but older, more complete." Cale turned to face them. "This is the Hall of Records," he said. "The place where our people preserve what remains of the old world." Aiden's breath caught. Cale continued, expression tightening with something between duty and disbelief. "And inside," he said, "is where your story begins." Aiden blinked. "My story?" Cale nodded. "Because the elders told me this. The man named Aiden Varis vanished into collapse to save what remained of the world." Cale's gaze hardened. "And they said that if he ever returned, the world would begin changing again." A hush fell between them. Then Cale added, almost reluctantly, "And now you're here." Chapter 37. The Hall of Records. The Hall of Records stood carved directly into the cliffside, its entrance framed by ancient stone etched with symbols that pulsed faintly beneath the sunlight. Aiden felt a tremor of recognition as he studied them. The spirals, the angular intersections, the branching pathways of light. These weren't merely carvings. They were memory patterns, stabilizers, anchors, exactly like the ones that threaded through the deepest layers of the fracture. Cale led them through the entrance, flanked by 2 sentinels who carried lantern-like devices that cast long columns of blue light along the walls. The interior was cool and dim, the air carrying a faint metallic scent mixed with old dust and polished stone. The hallway narrowed before opening into an expansive chamber illuminated by a massive light source embedded in the far wall, a slab of semi-transparent crystal that glowed with inner radiance. Shelves and stone recesses lined the curved walls, filled with scrolls, tablets, metal plates engraved with symbols, and crystalline shards that hummed softly as the air shifted. Mira's breath hitched. "Aiden, this place is incredible." "It's older than the settlement," Lisa whispered from behind them. "Older than the collapse. Some say older than the fracture itself." Aiden felt a pull behind his sternum, a faint pressure, like the air itself was remembering him. Cale halted near the center of the chamber. A group of elders stood waiting. 3 women, 2 men, all dressed in robes woven within metallic threads. Their faces were weathered but alert, eyes sharp despite their age. One of the women stepped forward. Her hair was silver and tied in long braids, and her eyes, dark and steady, held a calm authority. "You have returned," she said. Aiden stiffened. "You know who I am?" "We know who you were," she corrected. "And we see who you have become." Mira stepped subtly closer to him. Another elder, a tall man with deep lines etched into his cheeks, spoke next. "We have kept records for generations. Stories of the collapse, of the people lost, of the man whose grief tore open the sky." Aiden felt the words like blows. Mira squeezed his hand, grounding him. Kale remained silent, but his jaw tightened. Aiden forced breath into his lungs. "Tell me what you know." The silver-haired elder nodded and gestured toward a massive, circular platform in the center of the chamber. Symbols were carved along its edges, arranged in precise patterns that radiated outward like the petals of some ancient mechanical flower. "Stand upon the locust," she said. "Let the hall witness you." Aiden stepped forward. Mira moved to follow, but the elder raised a hand. "Only him." Mira frowned. "Why?" "Because the hall responds to the one who created the tear," the elder said. "And what it reveals could be overwhelming." Aiden turned back to Mira, touching her arm gently. "It's all right. I need to see this." She hesitated, then nodded, stepping back beside Lisa. Aiden moved onto the platform. Subtle vibrations rippled through the stone, as if it recognized the weight of him. The symbols along the rim brightened, glowing faintly with blue-white light. The elders began to chant, a low, rhythmic tone that made the crystals in the walls vibrate in sympathy. The air grew warmer, thicker, charged. The crystal slab at the far wall flickered. Its light intensified. Then it projected a swirling haze of images into the air, fragments of memory drawn from the hall's ancient store. Aiden's breath caught. At first, he only saw silhouettes, figures running, collapsing buildings, sky fracturing into shards of impossible color. Then the vision sharpened. Aiden froze. It was him, standing in a ruined city. Falling to his knees, screaming Mira's name as the world behind him split open like a wound. Mira covered her mouth, tears pooling instantly. Lisa stepped back, eyes wide. Kale stood frozen, no longer the calm sentinel, just a young man watching history destroy itself. The elder raised her voice slightly. "This is the moment of collapse. The axis tear. The day the fracture was born." The projection zoomed closer. Aiden watched himself cradling a glowing shard, one he didn't remember touching, its light pouring into sky in an upward cascade that tore through clouds. What was I holding? Aiden whispered, barely able to speak. The elder answered calmly. "The heart of convergence." Aiden blinked. "I've never heard of it." "You wouldn't," she said. "It was a relic kept hidden. A stabilizer born from the old world. It was meant to prevent fractures, not create them." The image shifted again. It showed Aiden running toward a collapsing structure, Mira falling, the heart glowing, Aiden jumping after her, and the energy bursting outward as the world bent around him. Mira sobbed softly as the scene replayed. Aiden's chest tightened until breathing became a battle. Then the image changed again. It showed the sky's ceiling shut in places, the land reshaping violently. People fleeing, screaming, then falling into luminous tears in reality. Kale exhaled sharply. So the collapse wasn't caused by an attack. It was caused by grief. Aiden bowed his head. His voice trembled. "I didn't mean to." The elder stepped closer. "No collapse is ever intentional. But the bond between you and the heart, it was stronger than you understood. And when you reached for Mira in that moment, it reacted to your desperation." Aiden whispered, "I caused all of this." "No," the elder corrected gently. "You were the spark, but the world was already cracked long before you touched the heart. Your pain merely revealed the truth." Mira rushed forward then, unable to stand back any longer. She stepped onto the platform beside him and grabbed his shoulders. "Aiden, listen to me. You didn't choose this. You didn't know. I fell. You reached for me. Anyone would have." Aiden closed his eyes. He leaned into her touch. For the first time, he let his weight rest on someone else. The projection continued without him looking. It showed the city as it was rebuilt, the survivors gathering, Kale, as a child, lifted in someone's arms, being given the name Varis. The elder spoke again. The settlement named him in your honor, not because you destroyed the world, but because you were the one who tried to save it, even at the cost of yourself. Kale swallowed, eyes flickering with something like respect. I was taught your name as a reminder, not of fault, but of sacrifice. Aiden opened his eyes slowly, staring at him. The connection he had felt earlier deepened. The elder stepped back. Now you know your truth, but there is more. She gestured toward another section of the crystal slab. A new set of images formed. A map of the region, mountains, ravines, settlements, and beyond them, darkened zones where light did not reach. The fracture still exists, the elder said. You escaped its core, but its edges spread far. The world is not whole. Aiden felt Mira grip his hand. What do we do? He asked quietly. The elder looked at both of them. You mend it, she said. Together. Mira straightened, resolve sharpening her posture. Tell us how. There are 3 anchors left, the elder explained. Ancient structures built to stabilize memory and matter. If they are awakened, the fracture will weaken. Aiden nodded slowly. Where are they? The elder pointed to 3 darkened regions on the map. Each requires someone who carries the echo of the collapse. Aiden understood instantly. They needed him, and they require someone who carries the world's memory. The elder added. Mira squeezed his hand. I'm coming with you, she said. Aiden looked at her, eyes burning with both gratitude and fear. Always, he whispered. Kale stepped forward. And I'm coming too. Aiden blinked. Why? Kale's gaze hardened with purpose. Because the man I was named after didn't give up on the world. And neither will I. A moment of heavy silence filled the hall. Aiden felt something shift inside him. Something like acceptance, like destiny, like the first real breath after drowning. He turned to the elders. Tell us everything, he said. We start now. The elders nodded, and the hall of records came alive around them. Symbols brightening, maps shifting, the echoes of a broken world aligning at last. Chapter 38. The 3 anchors. The hall of records shifted around them as if waking from a long slumber. Symbols along the crystal walls burned brighter, casting slow-moving spirals of light across the stone floor. Every pulse of illumination seemed timed with Aiden's heartbeat, steady, resonant, anchoring the moment in a kind of sacred gravity. The elders circled the illuminated map, their robes brushing softly against the stone. Aiden, Mira, Kale, and Lisa stood at the center of the chamber, while the crystal slab reshaped its display. The glowing terrain rearranged itself into a 3-dimensional map of the continent. Mountains rising like jagged teeth, rivers forming thin neon threads, valleys sculpted in soft blue light. One by one, 3 distinct points ignited on the landscape. 3 anchors, 3 destinations, 3 wounds in the world waiting to be healed. The elders stepped closer. The silver-haired one lifted her hand toward the brightest point. This, she said, is the first anchor, the Pillar of Dawn. The glowing point flared like sunrise. It lies beyond the eastern ridge, deep in the valley of shimmering veins. Her voice softened, a place molded by light itself. Aiden frowned slightly. Light, as in residual fracture energy? No, said the elder. Older light, the kind that shaped the world long before the fracture touched it. Mira's eyes widened. Then the valley is alive? Alive, the elder confirmed, and unstable. Only someone who carries the resonance of the collapse can cross it without being rejected. Aiden inhaled slowly. So, the valley will respond to me. It will, she said, but not always kindly. A ripple of unease moved across the group. Kale stepped forward, shoulders squared. If the valley is dangerous, we'll protect each other. Lisa let out a quiet, unimpressed snort. Protect each other? The valley swallows entire caravans. Let's not pretend we're invincible. Kale shot her a look. No one asked you to pretend anything. Lisa opened her mouth to retort, but Mira gently touched her arm. Let's understand everything first. Then argue. Lisa reluctantly nodded. The elders stepped to the second glowing point. located far to the south, with a map darkened into jagged ridges. "This is the second anchor," said another elder, his voice low and solemn. "The deep ward gate." The image expanded, showing a massive chasm spiraling downward into black mist. Aiden felt a chill. "What is that place?" "A burial ground of the old world," the elder said. "Not for bodies, but for memories. The deep ward gate stores the echoes of everything that once lived in this land." Mira whispered. "A memory vault." "More than that," the elder corrected. "It is the place where lost histories gather to wait. It has been dormant since the collapse, and without its stabilization, the southern lands will continue to fade." Cale folded his arms. "How deep does it go?" The elder's lips pressed into a thin line, further than anyone has returned from. Aiden glanced at Mira, then at Cale. "We'll return," Lisa muttered under her breath. "Let's hope that's not your last famous line." Before anyone could respond, the crystal map shifted again, and the third point pulsed in a cold, muted silver, far to the west, beyond a series of broken coastlines. The elders approached it with visible hesitation. "The third anchor," the silver-haired elder said, her tone tightening. "The horizon engine." A circular construct formed on the map, gigantic, mechanical, half-collapsed, half-suspended above a shattered shoreline. Flickering arcs of energy pulsed around its perimeter, crackling like restrained lightning. "What is that thing?" Mira breathed. "A relic from the old world," the elder answered. "Built to stabilize the skies, keep storms from tearing the coast apart, and store kinetic energy from the ocean itself." Cale frowned. "But it looks damaged." "It is," she said. "The collapse shattered one of its primary rings. Now it hangs between activation and destruction. If it falls, the western coast will follow." Aiden stepped closer to projection, studying the vast machine. "We need to repair it." "You need to calm it," the elder corrected. "Only someone who carries the resonance of broken reality can interact with its core without triggering collapse." Aiden nodded, accepting the weight of it. Mira stepped forward, her gaze steady. "And I'm the memory bearer, so I stabilize the anchors while Aiden reactivates them." "Correct," the elder said. "And us?" Cale asked, gesturing between himself and Lisa. "You protect them," the elder replied. "The anchors will attract remnants of the fracture. Echoes, beasts, anomalies. Aiden and Mira will be too exposed to fight." Lisa grimaced. "So with the shields?" Cale nodded firmly. "We'll keep them safe." For a moment, the four of them stood in the glowing light of the map. Aiden feeling the tension build like a weight between his ribs. 3 anchors, 3 intense and unknown missions, and only one possible outcome: restoring the world or watching it fall apart again. The silver-haired elder raised a hand. "Before you leave," she said, "you must understand what lies ahead." The map shifted again, and 3 ghostly images rose from the crystal slab, a flickering mirage of the valley of shimmering veins. Fields of luminescent stone, mist rising in bands of light that drifted like flowing rivers, a projection of the deep ward gate, spiraling towers descending into darkness, echoes forming shapes in the air like phantoms reaching upward, a vision of the horizon engine, massive, suspended rings twisting above a storm-torn sea, light leaking from broken arcs with thunderous pulses. Aiden felt each image imprint itself into him. Mira reached for his hand. He squeezed hers gently. Cale watched Aiden closely, expression unreadable. Lisa shifted her weight silently, trying not to show her nerves. The elder spoke again. "These are the paths ahead. But there is something you must hear, something all carriers of the fracture's resonance must know." Aiden tensed. "What is it?" The elder stepped forward until she stood directly before him. Her eyes, one soft, now sharpened with warning. "When you approach an anchor," she said quietly, "it will not recognize you as the one who healed." Aiden's breath stalled. Mira squeezed his hand harder. "What do you mean?" Mira asked. The elder continued, voice heavy. "The anchors respond to pain, not clarity. They were forged to hold a wounded world together. And so, when you draw near," her words dropped like stones into the air, "the anchors will try to break you again." A silence deeper than the hall itself, consumed the chamber. Mira's face drained of color. Break him how? Emotionally, the elder said. Psychically, they will show you the memories that created the fracture in the first place. They will show you your worst moments, your deepest terrors. They will try to pull you apart. Aiden inhaled slowly. I survived the fracture. This will be worse, she warned. Because this time you know the truth. Aiden didn't look away. Then I'll survive this too. The elder nodded solemnly. You must, if you fall. The world falls with me, Aiden finished. Mira turned to him, her eyes burning with fear and resolve. Then you won't fall. Not this time. I'll be there. I won't let those memories take you. Cale stepped closer. Neither will I. Lisa crossed her arms. You break, we fix you. Simple. Aiden managed a faint, grateful smile. The elder raised her hand again, sending the map into a slow rotation. Choose your path. The order you take is yours to decide. Aiden studied the 3 glowing points. East, the valley of shimmering veins. South, the deep ward gate. West, the horizon engine. Each destiny felt heavy. Each one dangerous. Each one required trust deeper than any of them had ever known. He looked at Mira, then Cale, then Lisa. We go east first, Aiden said, to the Pillar of Dawn. The elders bowed their heads. Mira whispered, then we leave at sunrise. Aiden nodded. At sunrise. The hall dimmed once more. The map faded. The anchors vanished into darkness. But the way of the journey remained, and the world waited. Chapter 39. The Pillar of Dawn. They left at first light. The settlement still slept in muted quiet as Aiden, Mira, Cale, and Lisa crossed the inner courtyard toward the eastern gate. The sky above the ravine had only just begun to pale, streaks of soft blue and gold pushing against the lingering darkness. A thin layer of mist clung to the lower paths and the edges of rooftops, curling around stone and metal like breath that hadn't decided whether to stay or fade. Aiden adjusted the pack on his shoulders, feeling the weight of water flasks, dried rations, a roll cloak, and a small collection of tools Lisa insisted they bring just in case the world tried to fall apart again. Beside him, Mira walked quietly, one hand resting on the strap of her own pack, the other curled in and out of fist in an unconscious rhythm that betrayed her nerves. Cale moved ahead with the confidence of someone who had walked dangerous paths his entire life, his weapon slung across his back and a smaller knife strapped at his hip. Lisa trailed slightly behind, eyes scanning the upper walkways and shadows, as if expecting the settlement itself to change its mind and bar their way. The guards at the gate stepped aside as Cale approached. One of them, an older man with a scar across his lip, rested a hand over his chest and bowed his head slightly. May the paths hold, he said. Cale nodded once. And may the walls stand. The gate creaked open. Cool air flowed in from outside, carrying the crisp scent of untouched grass and distant stone. For a moment, Aiden's chest tightened with a strange mixture of anticipation and dread. Inside the settlement, they had shelter, people, a sense of fragile order. Outside, only uncertainty waited. Mira must have felt something similar. Her fingers brushed his. Too late to change our minds? She asked, voice light, but eyes serious. Aiden gave a faint smile. You really want to turn around now? She shook La Testa. No, just checking if you did. Cale glanced back at them. If either of you runs now, I'm not chasing you. Lisa snorted. He's lying. He totally would. There's no way he'd live with the guilt. Cale ignored her, pushed fully through the gate, and stepped on the path that led out of the ravine. The others followed. The land outside the settlement opened and steady, rolling lines of earth and stone, the remnants of old roads barely visible beneath the wild grasses that had reclaimed them. The sky broadened as they moved away from the ravine walls, revealing a wide, pale canvas streaked with quiet clouds. Aiden inhaled deeply, feeling the air move through him in a way it never had inside the fracture. Every breath felt clean, real, heavy with possibility. For the first part of the journey, no one spoke much. Footsteps and the rustle of fabric were the loudest sounds, layered over the whisper of wind across the hills. Aiden found his thoughts drifting again and again to the crystal map in the Hall of Records, to the 3 glowing points, to the Elder's words. The anchors will try to break you again. Mira must have sensed his mind tighten. After a while, she eased a little closer, nudging his arm with her shoulder. "Tell me something not about doom," she said. "Anything." He looked at her. "Anything?" "Yes." "Distract me." He thought for a moment. "Before the collapse, you said you always wanted to see the sea." Mira blinked, surprised. "You remember that?" "More every day." Aiden said quietly, "You drew it once. On the back of some report I was meant to turn in." Her lips curved. "You yelled at me for wasting paper. I told you we needed it for the archives." "You told me," she corrected, "that the world needed more records and fewer sketches." She tilted her head. "How's that working out for you?" Aiden huffed a small, genuine laugh. "Maybe I was wrong." "Maybe," she echoed, amused. "Fine. I was wrong." Cale, walking a few paces ahead, glanced back at the sound of their laughter. Something in his expression softened for an instant, though he quickly looked forward again. Lisa muttered, "If you two start kissing while we're walking, I'm tripping you both down a hill." "No, you won't," Mira said calmly. "You jump down to catch us." Lisa tried to keep a straight face and failed. The light grew stronger as they continued eastward, the sun rising behind a low bank of cloud that turned its rays diffuse and gentle. Hours passed, measured by the shifting angle of shadow beneath their feet. The landscape gradually changed. Hills gave way to sloping terraces of stone, veined with thin lines of metallic color that glinted faintly whenever the light hit them at the right angle. Aiden slowed, narrowing his gaze. "There," he said, pointing ahead. The others followed his line of sight. At first it looked like nothing more than another ridge, but as they climbed the slope, the land beyond revealed itself in full. The valley of shimmering veins was not wide. It stretched like a long, curved scar between 2 rising hills, its floor covered in layered stone that glowed from within. Irregular bands of luminescent material ran beneath the surface like veins of living ore, pulsing softly in rhythmic waves of bluish-white light. Mist hung in the air above the valley, catching and refracting the glow until it looked as though light itself was trying to take physical form. Mira exhaled slowly. "It's beautiful. And unstable," Cale added. "Look." Here and there, sections of stone floor trembled visibly, as if the valley itself were breathing in uneven intervals. In other spots, the luminescent veins flickered, brightening abruptly before dimming again, like the erratic heartbeat of a wounded thing. Lisa folded her arms. "You sure this place isn't another fracture waiting to happen?" Aiden stepped to the ridge's edge and let his senses extend outward. The hum beneath the valley was strong, layered, complex. It wasn't a sharp, tearing resonance of the fracture. It was deeper, older, heavier, carrying the weight of time and memory. It felt like standing near the core of a sleeping star. "No," he said quietly. "This is different. It doesn't want to devour anything. It's trying not to break." Cale scanned the valley floor for a path. "So, how do we cross it?" "The Elder said it responds to resonance." Mira mused. To him. Aiden nodded slowly. "If the Pillar of Dawn is somewhere inside that valley, the veins might adjust around me." Lisa raised an eyebrow. "Or they'll crack open and drop you into the sky." "Optimism." Cale muttered. "I'm realistic," Lisa replied. Mira stepped closer to Aiden. "What do you feel right now?" He focused again, letting the hum seep into him, letting the valley's rhythm sync with his own. There was a faint pull beneath his rib cage, a familiar tug he had once associated with being dragged deeper into the fracture. But this pull was gentler, less a tearing force and more of a request. "It recognizes something," he said. "Not the broken me, the complete me." "Then we test it," Cale said, carefully. They descended from the ridge, moving down a narrow path carved by erosion and time. The air grew cooler as they approached the valley floor, and the mist thickened, swirling in soft eddies around their ankles when they stepped off solid earth and onto the glowing stone. Aiden went first. The moment his boots touched the luminous surface, the veins nearest to him pulsed brighter. The hum rose in pitch, then settled, adjusting to his presence. The stone did not crack. It held. He took another step. The light flowed outward from him in ripples, as though the valley were acknowledging his movement, mapping his path in advance. Mira watched his feet carefully. So far, so good. She stepped onto stone beside him. The veins brightened again, but more gently this time, their glow sliding around her presence instead of reacting directly to it. Where she stepped, the hum evened out, smoothing a jagged rhythm into something more stable. Aiden noticed it instantly. "You're tempering it," he said, "balancing the resonance." Mira glanced at him, surprised. "Me? You carry the world's memory," Aiden reminded her. "If this place was built to stabilize reality, it would respond to someone like you too." Kale tested the stone next. The veins flickered when he stepped on them, but did not flare or shudder. Lisa followed, her expression wary. When all four stood fully in the valley, the hum rose again, spreading beneath them like a web of connected threads. For a brief moment, everything seemed to align, their steps, their heartbeats, the pulsations of the glowing veins. Then the valley shifted. The ground ahead of them suddenly brightened, bands of light intensifying to the point of near-blinding brilliance. A section of the stone surface several meters away fractured, not downward but upward, erupting into a jagged spike before collapsing back into itself. The mist convulsed around it like a startled creature. "Okay, that's not ideal," Lisa said. "The valley's testing us," Aiden said, "reacting to our presence, trying to figure out if we're a threat." Kale's eyes narrowed. "Or trying to encourage us to turn around." Mira closed her eyes for a moment, breathing slowly. When she opened them again, something in her had settled. "We're not the same kind of threat the fracture was," she said firmly, as if speaking to the valley itself. "We're here to mend, not to break." The veins near her feet brightened, then softened, their frantic glow calming into a steady luminescence. Aiden sensed it clearly this time. The valley was listening. He stepped forward again, guiding the others along a path that seemed to reveal itself only a few steps at a time. The veins shifted beneath them, drawing lines of light that curved gently around unstable areas, forming a winding route deeper into the valley's heart. Each time they reached a patch where the stone shivered, Mira would pause, rest her palm loosely against Aiden's arm, and the trembling would slow, as though the valley recognized the layered resonance between them. "You two are really doing something," Lisa murmured. "I don't know what exactly, but I'll take it." Kale scanned the surrounding area, his weapon ready, eyes up. Just because the ground's cooperating doesn't mean everything else will. He was right to worry. As they reached the valley's midpoint, the mist thickened into swirling columns that twisted upward, catching the light in sharp angles. For a moment Aiden thought they were simply denser regions of fog. Then one of them moved against the wind. "Did you see that?" Mira whispered. Another column shifted. Then another. Shapes formed inside the luminous haze. Vague silhouettes carrying the faint suggestion of arms, heads, torsos. Not solid, not fully present, but there, watching. Aiden slowed, lifting a hand slightly, not to attack but to acknowledge. "We're not your enemies," he said quietly. The silhouettes flickered. One of them drew closer, its edges vibrating at an unnaturally high speed. When Aiden focused, he realized he wasn't seeing a creature. He was seeing compressed echoes, bundled clusters of memory and energy that had never coalesced into stable form. Fracture leftovers, thin shadows of events long past. Mira's eyes glistened. "Are those people?" "Imprints," Aiden said, "of people, of moments. The valley pulled them in when everything broke. It's been holding them ever since." Kale's jaw clenched. "Can they hurt us?" "If they destabilize," Lisa said, "they could crack the entire surface we're walking on." Aiden felt the hum shift again. The valley was no longer just reacting to him. It was measuring the group as a whole, their fear, their determination, their memories. This was the beginning of the anchor's trial. He drew in a deep breath and stepped toward the nearest shimmering silhouette. "Aiden," Mira said softly, "be careful." "I will," he answered. "But we can't mend anything by staying on the edges." The column of light twisted as he approached, narrowing around an indistinct figure. For an instant, the shape sharpened and Aiden's heart lurched. He saw a man falling. A woman reaching for him. A city tearing open behind them. The same scene from the hall, but reduced, distorted, half devoured by time. He recognized himself. He recognized Mira. He recognized the moment the world broke. The valley pushed the memory at him like a test. Pain rose up like a wave. He nearly staggered. But Mira was already beside him, her hand gripping his forearm, her presence cutting through the noise. "It's not now," she whispered. "It's not now. It's then. You're not there anymore." The trembling in his chest eased. The memory receded. The column of light softened. Aiden exhaled. "It's probing my memories, looking for fractures inside me." Mira remained at his side. "Then let it find what it wants. We survived those moments. We're still here." Cale spoke up, tone firm. "If the valley wants to see whether you break, let it watch you not break." Lisa added, more quietly than usual, "And if you start to fall apart, we'll drag you through anyway." Aiden looked at the three of them, then back at the valley that pulsed underfoot. He realized then that this wasn't just his trial. The anchors would test all of them in different ways, measuring not only his ability to endure, but their ability to stand with him when memory pressed hardest. He stepped deeper into the valley. The light brightened around them, veins pulsing faster now, leading their path toward a central rise that glowed more intensely than anything else in sight. Through the mist and radiance, Aiden began to see a structure forming at the far end, a tall, slender column of pure luminescent stone rising from the valley floor, its surface wrapped in swirling patterns of light that spiraled upward like captured dawn. The Pillar of Dawn, the first anchor. The valley's hum rose, pressing at his bones, at his scars, at the places inside him that still remembered the fracturer's home. The pain of old moments brushed against his mind like cold fingers. Falling, screaming, losing, failing. He kept walking. Mira's hand remained on his arm. Cale's presence was a steady weight at his back. Step after step, Lisa's soft curses under her breath somehow made everything more human. With every pace forward, the pillar grew clearer, its light steady and unwavering despite the instability all around it. It stood not as an object of destruction, but as a promise that the world could hold itself together again if someone was willing to stand inside its pain and refuse to break. Aiden's heartbeat matched the pillar's pulse. He didn't know what would happen when he touched it. He only knew that he had to. "We're close," he said quietly. Mira nodded. "Then we finish this." The valley tightened around them, light and memory circling closer, like a storm preparing to descend fully. And with the Pillar of Dawn towering before them, ready to judge whether he was worthy of holding the world together, Aiden Varis stepped forward to meet the first anchor of the new world. Chapter 40. The First Trial of Dawn. The Pillar of Dawn towered above the valley like a shard of the rising sun frozen mid-ascension. Its surface glowed in waves of warm gold and pale blue, swirling together in patterns that shifted with every breath of wind. The closer Aiden and the others came, the more intense the radiance grew, not blinding but penetrating, sinking past skin and bone until it pressed against the center of Aiden's chest. The valley responded in kind. The veins beneath their feet pulsed faster, synchronizing with the pillar's heartbeat. Mist curled upward in spirals, weaving itself into elongated threads of light that drifted toward the structure as if drawn by gravity. Cale slowed his pace first. "Aiden," he said quietly, "the ground's changing again." He was right. The stone beneath them no longer behaved like solid rock. Each step sent ripples across the surface, soft waves of light that rolled outward before fading into the mist. It felt like walking across a frozen lake that was slowly remembering it wasn't supposed to be solid. Aiden exhaled. "This is the threshold. Once we cross it, the pillar tests us." Lisa unsheathed her knife with a soft metallic sound. "Tests you mean?" "Us," Mira corrected firmly. "We're not letting him walk into whatever this is alone." Aiden turned to her. "Mira." She stepped closer until her forehead rested lightly against his. "Stop. You know better. Whatever this pillar is going to do to your mind, it will come from mine too. We're bound in this." He wanted to argue, but her eyes left no room. Cale nodded. "And if the valley decides to fight back physically, Lisa and I are not going to watch from the sidelines." Lisa shrugged. If some glowing ghost tries to chew on us, I'm stabbing it. Simple. Aiden let out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. Okay, together then. He stepped forward. The moment his boot touched the innermost circle of stone, the pillar reacted. A resonant hum surged outward like a shock wave. Deep, ancient, vibrating down to the marrow. The ground brightened beneath Aiden's foot. Lines of light shooting outward in branching paths. Mira grabbed his arm to steady herself as the glow swept beneath her as well. Kale and Lisa braced, but the shockwave passed through them rather than striking them, leaving them slightly breathless but unharmed. The pillar's light concentrated on Aiden. Mira felt it too, pulled from him, through her, through something invisible between them. A voice rose from the pillar. Not a voice made a sound, but memory, pressure, presence. You carry the wound. Aiden stiffened. Mira's grip tightened. You carry the break. Images flashed behind Aiden's eyes, not fully formed, but enough to send him reeling. A city collapsing. A scream. Light shredding the sky. Kale stepped forward instinctively. What's happening? Lisa grabbed his shoulder. Wait. If you interrupt whatever the anchor is doing, you might make it worse. Mira stepped closer to Aiden. Hey, focus. You're here. You're not there. Aiden swallowed hard, forcing himself to breathe evenly. I'm fine, he said. It's starting. The pillar's radiance spiraled upward, splitting into rings of light that rotated around its core. Mist folded back, revealing a clear path leading toward the base of the structure. The valley quieted. No tremors, no shifting veins. It felt like the world was holding its breath. Aiden stepped onto the path. The light reacted instantly, curving around his feet in intricate patterns. The hum deepened, resonating to the valley in slow, rhythmic pulses. Mira walked beside him, mirroring his pace. Each step she took softened the path around them, the erratic pulses smoothing into coherent waves. Kale and Lisa followed a few steps behind, but as soon as they reached the threshold, invisible force pushed them back. Lisa grunted and staggered. Seriously? Kale steadied her. It wants only them in the inner circle. Aiden didn't look back. Stay close. Just outside whatever boundary it set. Kale nodded. We're not leaving. The pillar loomed large now, so tall Aiden could no longer see its peak. Patterns along its surface spiraled upward like an ascending melody. Light rippled across its base, forming a doorway of shifting gold. Mira exhaled. I guess we go in. Aiden took her hand. Together, they crossed the boundary. The instant they stepped through, the world dissolved. The valley vanished. The pillar vanished. Even the ground beneath them vanished. They stood in a void of luminous mist, endless, weightless, shifting. Shapes flickered in the distance. Silhouettes, echoes, moments suspended like shards of glass floating in light. Mira looked around in awe. Where are we? Aiden recognized it instantly. The anchor's memory, he said quietly, were inside its core. The mist thickened, forming walls of glowing fog that rose around them in spirals. The air grew warmer. A low, resonant pulse beat like a distant drum. A figure appeared in front of Aiden. Only a silhouette at first, then sharpening into full form. Mira's breath caught. A man stood there. Dark hair, sharp eyes, a familiar posture. Aiden froze. He was looking at himself. Not as he was now, as he had been before the collapse. Whole, unscarred, unbroken. The memory Aiden stared straight at him, expression unreadable. Mira stepped closer, breath shallow. Ada, is that? Yes. His voice barely formed. That's me. The figure blinked. Then the world around them twisted. Light folded inward, and in an instant the void became a shattered street from the old world. Pavement ripped. Buildings half collapsed. Shards of fractured sky overhead. Aiden staggered back. No, not again. Mira grabbed his arm. It's a memory. Just a memory. But Aiden could barely hear her. The memory version of himself ran across the ruins, shouting Mira's name. The sky split. Light poured through it like a wound. The heart of convergence glowed in his hands. Aiden's breath hitched, pain slicing through him as the moment replayed. The anchor pressed harder, forcing the memory to unfold in excruciating clarity. Aiden fell to his knees. The world trembled beneath him. His lungs seized. The scream tore from his past self again. Mira knelt beside him, cupping his face in her hands. Aiden, look at me. Look at me. You're not there. Come back. He struggled to breathe, mind fracturing under the weight of the memory. But her voice cut through, warm, steady, real. She pressed her forehead to his. This isn't the moment you break. This is the moment you fight. A second figure appeared in the memory, Mira falling. Aiden choked out a sound. No. Myra's grip tightened. That wasn't your fault. The anchor is amplifying it. Don't let it. The ground beneath them shifted again, the memory tearing itself open, trying to force Aiden into the exact emotional wound the collapse had created. The heart glowed. Aiden reached. The sky screamed. A pressure built behind his eyes. Too strong. Too deep. He felt himself slipping. Mira took his face in both hands and forced him to meet her gaze. Aiden, look at me. I'm here. Not falling. Not lost. Here. Her voice was the only solid thing in the world. The memory flickered. The pain wavered. Aiden clenched his teeth. I won't break. He reached inside the pain, not to embrace it, but to steady it, to reshape the memory the anchor was trying to twist. The sky flickered. The heart dimmed. The collapsing moment froze in place. Aiden stood. The memory version of him stopped screaming. The falling image of Mira dissolved. The sky sealed into calm light. The ruins vanished. The void returned, peaceful now, luminous. Mira let out a shaky breath. You did it! But the anchor wasn't finished. A soft voice whispered around them. First trial complete. Second trial approaches. Aiden swallowed hard. Mira grabbed his hand, bracing herself. What is the second trial? She asked. The light swirled violently, forming new shapes, new memories, new fears, and the pillar's voice answered. This time it will not test him. Mira stiffened. This time it will test you. Chapter 41. The memory of her falling. The void pulsed once, slow, heavy, like a heartbeat far too large to belong to any living thing. Light spiraled upward around Mira, coiling into long ribbons that shimmered with shifting color. Aiden stepped instinctively in front of her, but the ground beneath him pushed him back with force both gentle and absolute. Mira, he shouted, reaching for her. She reached back, but their fingers passed through each other as though the air had become liquid. Cale and Lisa, outside the inner circle, saw Aiden stagger and slam his hand against an invisible barrier. What's happening? Cale demanded. It separated them, Lisa murmured, eyes wide. It's taking her. Inside the pillar's core, Mira found herself standing alone. The luminous mist at moments before had been soft now curled like smoke around her arms, her shoulders, her legs, probing her shape, measuring her breath. The ground under her feet darkened, swirling into deep pools of gray and silver like rippling memory. A voice rose, not sharp like the fracture's pull, not cruel, but immense, bearer of remembrance. The light tightened around Mira. You walk with the memory of the world. Show it, carry it, face it. Mira swallowed hard. What do you want from me? The voice spiraled downward like gravity. Truth. Her heartbeat quickened. Truth about what? Truth about what you lost. Truth about what you fear you will lose again. A wind of white light swept through the void, and the world shattered. Mira gasped as the luminous mist collapsed into a familiar landscape. A narrow platform of stone, a broken railing, wind whipping her hair. The sky above darkening into fractured blue. Her old research tower, the place she had stood the night of the collapse, the place she fell from. Aiden's voice echoed faintly behind her, too distant to reach. Mira! She turned, heart hammering. The tower was restored here in perfect detail, down to the cracked tiles beneath her boots. Even the old data screens flickered faintly, replaying fragments of her old work, her equations, her sketches. But the air was wrong. It hummed with the pillar's energy, turning every breath into something heavy, sharp, unavoidable. Mira whispered to herself, "This isn't real. This is memory." But memory felt real when it wanted to hurt you. She walked slowly toward the edge of the platform, the one she had stepped to close to that night. The railing trembled, the metal twisted by the first tremors of collapse. The wind from the fracture had torn upward through the city, pulling everything toward the sky like a monstrous tide. Mira! She spun around. Her past self stood across the platform. Younger, more tired, hair wind-tossed, eyes glassy with confusion and fear. The two versions of herself stared at each other. Myra's throat tightened. Oh no! Her past self stepped closer, moving like someone walking underwater. Each motion slow and heavy. The wind rose behind her, pulling harder, tugging at her coat. You know what happens now, the younger Mira whispered. You remember the scream. Mira flinched. Don't. You remember the tearing. Her past self's voice fractured. You remember falling. The world shook violently as the memory approached its breaking point. The sky split open in a ragged wound of white light. The wind roared. The railing snapped. Mira stumbled back, clutching her head. Stop it. Please stop. The pillar's voice whispered. Bear it. Her past self reached out, not to be saved, but to pull Mira into the moment. In an instant, Mira felt her foot slip, felt the tile grind beneath her, felt the drop open beneath her like a yawning mouth. She fell. Wind howled past her ears. Light burned across her vision. Her stomach lurched violently. The sky twisted itself into a spiral above her. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. Her hands clawed at empty air, and the memory wrapped around her like a coffin until a voice pierced the fall. Aiden, she whispered, and as if her voice carried across time itself, Aiden appeared in front of her. Not real Aiden. Memory Aiden. Eyes wild, reaching, leaping after her into the fracture wind. Myra's heart shattered. She reached for him, but the memory would not let them meet. The pillar's voice rose again. This is the moment you carry. This is the moment that binds you. Understand it, or fall again. Myra's breath came in sharp gasps. She forced her eyes open against the whipping wind. She forced herself to see. Her younger self. The collapsing tower. The fracture ripping open. Aiden jumping without hesitation. He didn't hesitate. He didn't think. He didn't weigh risks. He just reached for her. Tears blurred Myra's vision. I remember, she whispered. I remember everything. She felt the wind tighten again, ready to drop her harder, deeper, to make her relive the worst. But this time Mira turned in the air, arms spreading wide, as she stared directly at the spiraling sky. I'm not afraid of falling anymore, she said, voice steady. I survived it. We survived it. The void trembled. The wind slowed. The spiral loosened. The light dimmed. The younger Mira hovered in the air beside her, expression softening, dissolving into glowing particles. You didn't fail, her younger self whispered, voice trembling as it faded. You never failed. The last shards of the memory dissolved. Mira hit solid ground, not crashing, but landing gently, knees bending to absorb the impact. She remained kneeling for a moment, chest heaving, sweat running down her brow. The void around her restored itself, smooth, luminous, quiet. Aiden appeared on the other side of the barrier, pounding his fist against the invisible wall. Mira, he shouted, talk to me. The barrier flickered, split, then shattered. Aiden rushed forward, nearly falling as he caught her in his arms. She pressed her forehead to his chest, trembling. I saw it. I felt it all again. He held her tighter. It's over. I've got you. Her breath slowed. Her body stopped shaking. She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes. I'm not afraid of falling anymore, she whispered. He cupped her face gently. You don't fall. Not while I'm here. A new voice rose from the pillar. Louder now, resonant, almost warm. Second trial complete. The light around them shifted, folding upward, compressing into a final spiral of gold. Kale and Lisa stepped into the circle as the last barrier dropped. You made it, Kale said, breath releasing in relief. Lisa wiped her eye with the back of her hand. Good, because I was 2 seconds from punching the pillar. A low hum built from within the pillar of dawn. Aiden turned toward it. Mira rose beside him. Kale and Lisa took defensive positions. The pillar spoke one last time. Final trial approaching. And this time, all four of you will face it. Light exploded upward. Blinding, brilliant, absolute. And the third trial of the pillar began. Chapter 42. The Way to Four. The light exploded around them in a widening spiral. So bright it seemed to peel the valley away one layer at a time. Aiden shielded his eyes. Mira clung to his arm. Cale Davis stepped forward with his weapon drawn, and Lisa Robinson cursed under her breath. When the brilliance faded, the world had changed again. They stood on a vast circular platform made of pure, living light. It stretched outward into a horizonless void, suspended in nothingness, sustained by the pillar's radiance. The air hummed in steady pulses that vibrated against their skin. Above them, countless strands of golden energy twisted like roots of an inverted tree, disappearing into darkness. Aiden felt the pillar's presence everywhere, heavy, ancient, watchful. Third trial, final trial. The voice was not a whisper now. It was everywhere, layered and resonant. Mira tightened her grip on Aiden's hand. We can do this. All four of us. Cale stepped beside them. What do you think it will show us? Lisa exhaled slowly. Something bad. Something we don't want to see. That's how these things work. The platform shifted beneath them, gentle but intentional, like the inhale of a giant creature. A moment later, for beams of light shot upward from the floor, one around each of them. They didn't trap or restrain. They isolated. Each person stood within a column of soft, shimmering radiance. Aiden looked to Mira, then to Cale and Lisa. Stay close. Even if it separates us, stay close. The pillar's voice rose again. The first anchor must judge the unity of the four. The world is not healed by one voice alone. Mira whispered, unity? Cale frowned. What does that mean exactly? Lisa rubbed her temples. I'm betting it means they'll try to pull us apart. A tremor shook the platform. The beams of light around them tightened. The void swallowed everything. At first, Aiden thought the trial was attacking him again. Shadows rose on all sides, and for a heartbeat he stood in complete isolation. No Mira, no Cale, no Lisa. But then the darkness shifted, and four separate images formed, circling the group like orbiting moons. Each image showed a different scene. Each scene contained only one of them, for different fears, for different memories, for different weights. One for each member of the group. Aiden understood instantly. The anchor wasn't testing him. It was testing them, all four, together, and they had to confront each other's fears, not their own. The first vision, Cale Davis. Cale's image sharpened first. He stood in a desolate battlefield under a storm-torn sky. Fires burned. Shadows moved. Bodies lay scattered in angles that mirrored echo beasts, sentinels, and strangers alike. Cale knelt beside a fallen comrade, barely older than a child, whose uniform was soaked in blood. The young man's hand twitched. Cale grasped it desperately, but the boy's eyes were empty, accusing, silent. Mira, Aiden whispered, that's his fear. Mira nodded gravely. He fears failing those he's sworn to protect. Cale's real body trembled inside the column of light. His jaw clenched, and a thin line of pain creased his forehead. Lisa stepped forward first. Cale. The battlefield image flickered as if responding to her voice, but did not vanish. Aiden realized the truth. We're supposed to step into each other's fears, he said. Help each other withstand them. Without waiting for permission, he walked directly into Cale's vision. Mira followed. Lisa stepped in with a muttered curse. The battlefield swallowed them instantly. The air thickened with smoke and the metallic tang of blood. Cale knelt over the fallen boy, struggling to breathe, crushed by guilt that wasn't his fault. Aiden placed a hand on Cale's shoulder. You didn't fail him. Cale didn't look up. His voice broke. I was supposed to protect him. I chose the wrong route. I hesitated. Lisa knelt on his other side. Cale, he wasn't your responsibility alone. None of us survive alone. Mira moved to the fallen boy and gently closed his eyes, then touched the compass insignia on Cale's shoulder. You are not defined by who you lose. You are defined by who you refuse to abandon. Cale inhaled sharply, and the battlefield dissolved. The four reappeared on the platform, the pillars light steady again. Unity preserved. First weight lifted. Cale wiped a hand across his face. Thanks, all of you. Lisa elbowed him lightly. Don't get sentimental. We still have 2 nightmares left. Cale managed a faint smile. The second vision, Lisa Robinson. The next image flared. It showed a metal corridor twisting endlessly downward, rusted pipes dripping dark liquid in steady beats. Sparks shot from broken panels. The air flickered with the reflection of red emergency lights. A rhythmic alarm pulsed like a heartbeat. Lisa was running, alone, breathing hard. Behind her, shadows crawled along the walls. Not echo beasts, not people, just endless darkness chasing her. She stumbled, fell, and caught herself against a leaking pipe, only for the shadows to surge forward, inches from consuming her. Aiden felt his chest tighten. She fears being left alone in the dark. Mira whispered, "It's deeper than that." She fears abandonment, being the only one left behind. Cale stepped forward, but Lisa suddenly cried out inside the vision, voice raw, "Don't leave me!" Cale froze. He looked at Aiden. Aiden nodded once. All four entered the vision together. The corridor's heat closing on them like a physical force. The metallic scent of oil and burning wires stung their noses. Sparks rained down. The shadows behind Lisa pulsed, reaching for her like claws made of void. Lisa stumbled again in front of them. This time Cale caught her immediately, pulling her up. "We're right here. And we're not going anywhere," Aiden said firmly. The shadows recoiled. Mira took Lisa's hands. "You never run alone again. Not now. Not ever." Lisa tried to laugh, but it came out as a broken sob. "I just hate the dark." Cale tightened his grip on her forearm. "Then face it with us." The shadows lunged, but dissolved midair as all four stood shoulder to shoulder. The corridor collapsed inward like crumpled paper, and they reappeared once more on the platform. Lisa wiped her face and sniffed once. "If anyone tells anyone I cried, I'll personally throw you off the next cliff." Cale smirked. "Lisa, we were literally in your brain. We saw everything." Lisa narrowed her eyes. "You're dead to me." Aiden and Mira exchanged a small smile. It was the first time since the trial began that the air felt lighter. Unity preserved. Second weight lifted. The pillar hummed approvingly. The third vision, Mira Varis, light folded inward, swirling until Mira's image sharpened. A library. Endless. Silent. Empty. Shelves stretching for miles, each filled with blank books. Mira walked between them, fingertips brushing spines that crumbled into dust the second she touched them. She whispered something, too quiet to hear, and another book decayed into nothing. Aiden felt a cold pang in his chest. This is her fear. Cale frowned. "Losing books." "No," Aiden whispered. "Losing memory. Losing the world's story. Being unable to hold on to what matters." Lisa folded her arms. "Then we'd better get in there before she turns into one of those blank books." They stepped forward, and the library swallowed them whole. The silence was crushing, suffocating. Every step echoed too loudly. Mira stood in the center of the aisle, arms wrapped around herself, tears streaking down her cheeks as another book crumbled in her hands. "No matter how hard I try," she whispered to no one, "everything fades. Everything slips. I can't hold it all. I can't save everything." Aiden walked straight to her and took her hands. "You don't have to save everything," he said. "You only have to save what matters." Cale placed a hand on a shelf. The books near him stopped decaying. "You saved us," he said. "That's enough." Lisa blew dust off another row of books. "And if the world forgets stuff, fine. We'll rewrite it." Myra's breath hitched. "I'm not enough." Aiden cupped her face. "You are the reason I survived the fracture. You are the reason we're here. You're not carrying the world alone. You carry it with us." The books brightened, their titles reappearing in golden script. The library dissolved into warm light. Mira wiped her eyes. "Thank you." Lisa smirked. "Anytime. Also, your brain has terrible interior design." Mira actually laughed. Unity preserved. Third weight lifted. The fourth vision, Aiden Varis. The platform trembled. The void darkened. Aiden inhaled sharply. He already knew what it would show him, but he was wrong. The vision didn't show his guilt, not the collapse, not Mira falling, not the screaming world. Instead, the pillar showed a future where he fails again, a wasteland, broken sky, collapsed anchors, the world dark and silent. Kale, Lisa, and Mira lying still on the ground, their bodies unmoving, their faces calm, as though they had simply stopped existing. Aiden stood alone in the ruins, older, broken, hollowed out, whispering their names. Mira, Kale, Lisa. No answer, no breath, no world. Aiden fell to his knees in the vision, hands shaking, voice gone. The pillar whispered, "This is your fear, not what you did, what you might still do." Mira reached for him, but her hand hit an invisible barrier. "Aiden," she shouted, "look at us. We're alive." He didn't hear her. Kale slammed his fist into the barrier. "Break it." Lisa grabbed Aiden's shoulder from behind and shook the barrier violently. "Come on, big guy, listen." Aiden's vision self whispered, "I can't lose them again." Aiden in the real world clenched his fists. His breath shook. Then Mira screamed loud enough to seem like it cracked the void. "You don't lose us. We choose you." The barrier fractured. Aiden gasped as the ruins flickered. And suddenly Mira was there, right in front of him, pulling him into her arms. Kale grabbed his right shoulder. Lisa grabbed his left. "We're here," Kale said, steady and firm. "We stay," Lisa added. "We don't fall," Mira whispered. The entire vision collapsed into pure white. They re-emerged on platform, all four standing together, holding each other up. The pillar pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and the voice returned, softer now, unity preserved. The first anchor awakens. Light bursts from the ground, rising like dawn itself, filling the valley, reaching the sky, and far in the distance, the pillar of dawn ignited fully for the first time since the collapse. Chapter 43. The Pillar Awakens. The light from the pillar of dawn rose in a spiraling column that swallowed the sky. It wasn't a sudden explosion, but a steady, rising tide, layer upon layer of radiance folding upward like the petals of a colossal luminous flower. The entire valley trembled beneath it, each glowing vein pulsing with the same rhythm, sinking in a harmony that hadn't existed since before the collapse. Aiden and Mira stood at the platform center, their hands still intertwined, breath still unsteady from the trial. Cale Davis and Lisa Robinson flanked them, each of them squinting against the blinding brilliance that poured outward. The voice of the pillar, once thunderous and immense, now spoke with gentle resonance. The first anchor is restored. Balance returns to the east. A wave of energy swept across the valley, warm, vast, rippling like heat across desert sand. The shimmering mist calmed instantly, settling into soft, low swirls. The unstable sections of stone that once quivered dangerously now solidified, gaining clarity and structure. Even the whispering imprints dissolved peacefully, returning to flow of the valley rather than fighting it. Mira exhaled, shoulders lowering. "It's calmer." Aiden nodded. The whole valley just stabilized. Kale watched the glow ripple out toward distant hills. "It's like someone pulled a broken bone into alignment." Lisa grimaced. "Graphic, but accurate," Kale added. Aiden stepped toward the pillar, now pulsing with renewed elegance. The patterns carved into its surface flowed like liquid gold, shifting with the ease of water following a familiar path, where before the light had been chaotic, sharp, unpredictable. Now it moved with purpose. Mira approached beside him. "Do you feel it?" Aiden nodded slowly. "Yes." The pillar hummed in response, recognizing him. "Bearer of the wound," the voice murmured softly, almost fondly. "Bearer of a memory. Your unity has been proven. Your path continues." Aiden felt warmth spread through his chest. Mira placed a gentle hand over his heart. "You held," she whispered, "even when it tried to break you again." Aiden touched her hand. "Only because you were here." Kale coughed awkwardly. "Are we going to leave the rest of the anchors waiting while you two stare lovingly at each other, or—" Lisa smacked his arm. Let them have their moment, you walking stone statue. But Cale didn't deny it. He only crossed his arms and looked away, the faintest blush coloring his face. As the group stepped away from the central platform, the floor, once suspended in void, slowly solidified into something resembling real stone. The luminous mist faded into clear air, revealing the true valley once more. The veins across the ground had dimmed, no longer pulsating violently. Instead, they glowed with steady, gentle light, like starlight trapped beneath glass. Aiden turned in a slow circle. It's beautiful. Mira nodded. It feels healed. Cale scanned the area, and much less likely to murder us. That too, Lisa said. The path behind them, an unstable, flickering walkway on their approach, had become a smooth, radiant bridge that carried itself across the valley floor with serene stability. The elder was right, Mira said softly. The anchors reflect the world's pain. And when we mend the pain, Aiden added, the world mends with it. Cale eyed them. So what does this mean for the settlement? Aiden thought a moment. The eastern winds will stabilize. Echo beasts will avoid this whole region. And the memory storms, whatever they were, they'll dissipate. Lisa gave a low whistle. Not bad for a morning's work. But something tugged at Aiden's senses. A faint vibration beneath the normal rhythm. Not a threat, but a call. A ripple in the world's fabric that stretched outward from the valley and into the horizon. A message. A direction. Mira felt it too. Aiden there. She pointed toward the far distance where the land rose into a low ridge. A faint stream of light, barely visible, curved upward from beyond the horizon, like a beacon that only they could perceive. Cale squinted. What am I supposed to be looking at? Something only the anchor-bearers can see, Aiden murmured. Lisa raised an eyebrow. Fantastic, because seeing weird glowing things always ends well for us. It's pointing south, Mira said, to the second anchor. Aiden nodded. The Deep Ward Gate. The name alone sent a chill down Cale's spine. The elders said few go there. Fewer return. And none at night, Lisa added. But hey, at least it isn't another glowing death pill box. Mira frowned. It won't be like this valley. It will be different. Aiden touched her shoulder. We'll face it together. The pillar's voice rose one last time behind them. Go south. The second anchor waits. And its memory is vast. The light dimmed gradually, the pillar entering a state of calm dormancy. Lisa stifled a yawn. Anyone else tired? Because personally, I feel like I've been beaten with a glowing emotional stick. Cale gave a small nod. We should return to the settlement. Rest. Resupply. Mira smiled. And tell the elders the pillar is restored. Aiden looked one last time at the pillar's golden surface. No, he said quietly. We won't tell them. The others turned sharply. Why not? Cale asked. Aiden stepped down the reform path, his expression calm but resolute. Because they already know. He tapped his chest. When the anchor awakened, the world felt it. Mira's eyes widened. You mean? Yes. Every anchor bearer in this world felt it. Every region connected to the pillars shifted. He grimaced thoughtfully. Somewhere out there, someone or something felt the change. Cale's jaw tightened. You're thinking of enemies. I'm thinking of anything tied to the fracture, Aiden said. Good or bad. So we move, Lisa said, before anything else finds us. Aiden nodded. Before anything else finds the next anchor. Without another word, the four of them began their descent from a valley. The air felt warmer now, calmer, the world whispering in slow, peaceful tones. Even the ground beneath their feet seemed to guide them gently toward the ridge. As they reached the final rise overlooking the valley, Mira paused. She turned back. The pillar of dawn shimmered like a single shard of sunrise, standing quiet and regal against the now peaceful landscape. She whispered softly, One done. Aiden stepped beside her. Two. To go. Cale adjusted his weapon. South then? Lisa cracked her knuckles. Let's go wake up the next ancient nightmare. Aiden smiled faintly. And together, stronger, unified, and newly bonded, they began their journey toward the Deep Ward Gate. Chapter 44. Toward the Deep Ward Gate. The path south began as a narrow line of cracked stone leading away from the valley of shimmering veins, descending into a landscape far colder and quieter than the radiant expanse they had left behind. The light from the Pillar of Dawn still glowed faintly behind them, a golden beacon now half seconded by distance, but its warmth faded quickly the farther they walked. The ground changed first. Smooth stone gave way to hardened clay, clay to fractured earth, and earth to a pale, dust-like soil that puffed beneath their boots with every step. Cale Davis walked ahead, spear in hand, scanning the horizon for danger. Lisa Robinson followed beside him, arms crossed, her steps as silent as drifting sand. Behind them, Mira and Aiden kept a steady pace, their footsteps synchronized from long familiarity. For a while there was only wind, dry, sharp, carrying the faint scent of something metallic. Mira slowed. Looking around, it feels abandoned. Aiden nodded. This part of the world hasn't recovered the way the East has. It's waiting for the next anchor. Lisa kicked a pebble that rolled several meters before vanishing into a crack. Waiting or warning? Cale pointed to the ground. Look. They gathered around him. A footprint, but not human. Three-toed, deep, pressed into the pale soil, like something heavy had passed through. Mira knelt and brushed her fingers lightly over the edges. Fresh. Aiden's jaw tightened. Echo Beast. Lisa shook her head. Too clean. Too sharp. Echo Beast dragged their weight. This thing walked with purpose. Cale straightened. We keep moving. Whatever it is, we don't want it circling us. Aiden agreed. They resumed their march south, following the faint glow only Aiden and Mira could see. A thin vertical shimmer rising from the direction of the second anchor. Unlike the pillar's warm gold, this beacon shone in muted gray-blue tones. Cold, heavy, ancient. Hours passed. The sun drifted across a wide, pale sky, slowly tinting toward dusk, and the land continued to change. Sparse stones became clusters of jagged shards. Low hills rose from the dust, cracked like old bones. Deep fissures cut across the landscape, like scars from another age. Cale slowed when they reached the crest of a ridge. We should stop here. Aiden shaded his eyes. Why? Cale pointed. Below them stretched a vast depression, a wide basin shaped like a bowl carved into the continent. In the center, half hidden by distance, a spiraling sinkhole open like a patient mouth. Mira exhaled softly. That's the Deep Ward Basin. And the gate is somewhere inside it, Aiden added. Lisa dropped her pack on a flat stone and sat heavily. Great. We're going into a hole. Always wanted to die underground. Aiden smirked. You're not dying. Not today, Cale agreed. Why do you say it like maybe tomorrow? Lisa shot back. Cale ignored her. They rested briefly, drinking water, adjusting gear, checking weapons. The air around them had grown cooler, heavier. The conversations faded, replaced by the low hum of the wind slipping through the cracks in the earth. Aiden stood at the edge of the ridge, staring toward the basin. It's too quiet. Mira joined him. This place is different. How? Memory feels deeper. She pressed a hand against her chest. Heavier, like it sinks instead of echoing. Aiden frowned. That's what the elders said. The gate stores history, too much of it. And if we go inside, Mira whispered, it will show us things we weren't meant to see. Lisa overheard and groaned. Why is everything in this world trying to psychologically destroy us? Cale looked at Aiden. We should move before we lose the light. Aiden nodded. They descended the ridge. The ground became softer with each step, sinking slightly beneath their feet. The basin floor stretched wide, marked by long, sweeping cracks that glowed faintly in the dimming daylight. Just as they reached the halfway point, Mira stopped abruptly. Wait! Her voice held enough urgency that Cale and Lisa froze instantly. Aiden turned. What is it? Mira stared at the soil beneath her boots. It's humming. Cale listened. I don't hear anything. Neither do I, Lisa said. Aiden placed his hand beside Mira's foot. It's not sound. It's resonance. Then, slowly, the ground matched his heartbeat. A low, steady thump. Then another. Then a deeper one. Cale stepped back. Something's under us. Lisa tightened her grip on her blade. Tell me this basin doesn't have a pulse. The ground answered her by trembling once. A soft, localized quake. Aiden raised both hands. No one moved. The tremor faded. Silence returned. But Aiden glanced at Mira, and she confirmed it with a nod. Whatever lay beneath this basin was aware of them. They resumed walking, slower, quieter, until the massive sinkhole finally loomed before them. It wasn't a hole, not really. It was a spiraling descent carved into the earth, like a giant corkscrew twisting downward. Rings of stone lined its walls, each etched with symbols that glowed faintly. Cale's breath caught. That's beautiful. Lisa whistled softly. Beautiful in a this-will-kill-us kind of way. Mira stepped closer to the edge. This is it, the deep ward gate. Aiden moved beside her. We enter at dawn. Cale frowned. Why not now? Because darkness down there will blind us, Aiden said. And something's awake. Lisa clenched her jaw. I knew it. A sound drifted up from the depths. Soft, low, a whisper, or a breath. Aiden and Mira both felt it. Not on their skin, but inside their memory, like a tugging sensation pulling downward. Cale raised his weapon, scanning the pit. Can it climb? No, Aiden said, but it knows we're here. Mira swallowed. We should camp away from the gate, at least a kilometer. Lisa nodded quickly. Yes, far, far away, very far. Cale looked at Aiden. Agreed. They retraced their steps, moving back toward the ridge until the gate's whisper softened into wind again. As night fell across the basin, they set up camp beneath a weathered overhang of stone. The fire flickered weakly, the air too thin to hold strong flame. Aiden sat beside Mira, who stared silently toward the basin. You're thinking about what's down there, he said softly. She nodded. It's old, Aiden. Older than the pillar. Older than the fracture. Aiden's brow furrowed. Can it hurt us? Myra's voice was barely a whisper. It remembers everything, even things the world forgot. Aiden placed a protective arm around her shoulders. Cale kept watch at the perimeter. Lisa sharpened her knife with rhythmic determination. Down in the dark, something stirred, and the basin answered with one long, slow pulse, deep enough to vibrate the stones beneath their feet. Aiden exhaled. Tomorrow we go in. Mira closed her eyes. Tomorrow everything changes. Chapter 45. Into the deep ward gate. Dawn broke with a muted, bluish glow that barely touched the basin floor. The sun struggled to penetrate the low haze drifting across the deep ward basin, casting long shadows that stretched toward the spiraling pit far below. The world felt colder than it had the evening before, as if the darkness inside the gate had risen slightly during the night. Aiden Varis stood at the ridge, staring down at the spiraling descent. Mira joined him, her breath forming subtle wisps in the cold morning air. Ready? She asked softly. No, Aiden admitted, but we're going anyway. Cale Davis approached, spear in hand, the metal gleaming faintly. I checked the perimeter twice. No tracks besides ours. Lisa Robinson tightened her gloves. Good, because something down there was breathing last night, and I'd like to keep all breathing confined to mammals. Cale shot her a sideways look. How do you know it was breathing? Because the ground was vibrating like someone snoring under a blanket. Lisa kicked a pebble into the pit. A very big someone. The pebble disappeared into the darkness, swallowed faster than gravity alone should have taken it. Aiden inhaled deeply. Stay focused. Once we enter, we stay close. No one lagged behind. Mira touched the spiral-shaped etching lining the rim. These symbols, they aren't just markers. They resonate, like low-frequency memory. What does that mean? Cale asked. It means, Mira said, the gate is alive, not like a creature, but like a library that never stops recording. Lisa visibly shivered. I hate libraries now. Mira smirked. You liked the last one. That library tried to emotionally drown me, Lisa retorted. Aiden stepped to the very edge. The spiral descent was wide enough for 2 people at once, but the stone steps were uneven, big enough to demand caution, narrow enough to trap a boot. The first turn was shallow. The second plunged sharply. Beyond the third, everything fell into near blackness. Cale peered downward. We will need light. Aiden raised his palm. Soft white luminescence gathered in his hand. A side effect of his resonance were the anchors after surviving the pillar's trials. Mira added her touch, and the light grew warmer, steadier. Let's go, Aiden said, and they began the descent. The air cooled with every step. At first, it felt like a cellar, then like a cavern, then like something deeper, untouched by sunlight for ages. The walls hummed faintly as they moved, reacting to their presence. Small lights flared within cracks in the stone. Thin threads of memory, echoing moments long buried. Some glowed with soft blue, others pulsed red or violet. What are those? Cale whispered. Recorded histories. Mira responded. The gate stores moments the world refused to forget. Lisa eyed one cautiously. Do they bite? Only if you touch them, Mira said. Lisa jerked her hand away instantly. Then I won't. Aiden paused near a patch of swirling blue light, embedded in a ledge. It's like the pillar, but reversed. Reversed how? Cale asked. The pillar showed visions vertically, upward toward the sky. Aiden pointed down the stairway. This thing pulls memories downward, into itself. As they reached the 5th rotation of the spiral, the air shifted. The wind stopped. Even their breath seemed dampened. Aiden slowed first. Do you feel that? Cale nodded. Pressure. Lisa tightened her grip on her blade, like being watched. Mira stepped closer to Aiden and lowered her voice. Aiden, something ahead is resonating with you. He frowned. I can feel it, but I can't identify it. A soft whistle drifted through the air. Not wind, not stone shifting. Something else. A whisper. A voice. Faint. Familiar. Mira froze. Aiden, did you hear that? He heard it again. A voice echoing between walls. Aiden, Mira went still. It's calling you. Cale's muscles tensed. We're not alone down here. Lisa moved closer to the inner wall. Fantastic. Aiden raised his hand, strengthening the light. What revealed made everyone's breath catch. At the 6th turn of the spiral, carved directly into the wall, was a pillar of dark stone, like a marker planted to warn those who approached. It bore a symbol they recognized, a broken circle, a jagged line through the center. Mira whispered, the mark of the fracture. Aiden's pulse quickened. Someone reached the gate before. Someone touched it. Cale frowned. Is that even possible? Lisa pointed downward. Looks like it wasn't a friendly visit. Beneath the symbol, the stone was scarred with claw marks. Deep gouges that raked across the spiral path. Fresh marks. Recently made. Aiden knelt, scanning the pattern. It wasn't an echo beast. Mira crouched beside him. No, echo beasts don't leave symmetrical marks. Cale stiffened. Then what did this? A sound answered. From below. Not a whisper. Not a breath. A dragging sound. Slow. Heavy. Rhythmic. Lisa's eyes widened. That's footsteps. Big ones. Aiden rose to full height. Light expanded in his palm. We keep moving, he said, voice hardened. We're close to the gate. Whatever is down there knows we're coming. Cale stepped forward. And we'll face it. Lisa drew her knife. And hopefully stab it. Mira placed a hand on Aiden's back. Together, the dragging sound echoed again, closer now. They continued downward, step by careful step, and the deep war gate waited in the darkness below. Chapter 46. The Echo Beneath. The descent grew darker long before the tunnel did. The light Aiden and Mira carried illuminated the stone clearly enough, yet every step deeper felt as if the world itself was dimming behind them. Sound dampened. Air thickened. Even their own breathing became quiet, swallowed before it reached their ears. Cale Davis tightened his grip on his spear. We're past the 7th turn. Lisa Robinson glanced over the edge. Feels like the pit goes on forever. It won't, Mira whispered. The gate's core is close. I can feel it. Aiden nodded. He felt it too, a deep, low vibration throbbing through the stone. Not dangerous, not aggressive, but aware, like the pulse of something that had slumbered too long and was beginning to stir. The dragging sound they had heard earlier echoed again. Closer, lower, heavier. Lisa froze mid-step. There it is again. Kale crouched slightly, listening. It's on the lower path, maybe 2 turns below us. Mira placed a hand against the wall. No, it's not moving toward us. It's circling. Aiden frowned. Circling what? The gate, she said. It's guarding it. Lisa muttered. Perfect. Not only do we have to go down into this hole, we also have to fight the thing that lives in the hole. Aiden continued forward cautiously. Let's hope we don't have to fight it. Kale shrugged with grim humor. Hope rarely works. The 8th turn. At the 8th spiral, the structure changed. The stone became smooth, polished almost like metal. The steps widened, and strange symbols appeared along the walls. Deeper, sharper carvings than those above. They glowed faintly in bluish-gray patterns, shifting like reflections on water. Mira gasped quietly. These aren't anchor runes. They're older. How much older? Kale asked. Older than the pillars, she said. Older than the fracture. Maybe older than the world we knew. Lisa whistled. We're officially somewhere we do not belong. Aiden crouched, examining a set of runes. They tell a story. See these lines? Kale knelt beside him. What do they mean? Aiden traced a symbol of a downward spiral. The deep ward gate wasn't built to hold danger. He hesitated. It was built to hold memory. Mira's voice dropped. Or to hold something that remembers everything. A cold wind slid past them, carrying that same faint whistle, a hollow note that quivered in the air like a forgotten voice. Lisa rubbed her arms. Okay, that's enough. Someone tell me we're not walking toward a memory monster. Aiden didn't answer, because he wasn't sure. The 9th turn. As they approached the 9th rotation, the dragging sound returned. Louder now, sharper, like something scraping against stone. Kale raised his weapon. It's close. Aiden let his light expand, revealing a steep drop-off into the spiral below. And then, a shadow moved. Huge, tall, stooped. It crossed the path below for only a fraction of a second, but it was enough. Too large to be human, too silent, for its size too graceful for something so heavy. Lisa grabbed Kale's arm. Did you see that? Kale nodded. Something's waiting for us. Mira's pulse quickened. It's not a creature. Aiden turned slowly. What do you mean? It's a memory, Mira whispered. A living one. Aiden's expression hardened. Something the gate preserved. The dragging sound echoed again. This time not from below, but from above. Lisa's eyes widened. It's moving around us. Climbing. They pressed closer together. Kale swept the upper darkness with his spear tip. Where is it? Aiden raised his light. A shadow peeked over the ledge above them. Not a creature. Not a person. Not even a shape with clear edges. More like a silhouette made of drifting ash. As if someone had burned a memory into the air itself, and it refused to disappear. A tall figure. Broad shoulders. Head tilted at an unnatural angle. Limbs too long, joints bending slightly wrong. Its face was blank, smooth, but not empty. Impressions shifted under the surface, like faces half remembered, half erased, constantly forming and dissolving. Mira inhaled sharply. It's a recall wraith. Aiden's eyes widened. Those exist. Only here, she whispered. They form when a memory grows too heavy for the world. The gate absorbs them, but some escape. Lisa stepped back. It can't climb up here, right? The wraith tilted its head. The stone beneath its hands cracked slightly. Kale whispered, Run. The wraith dropped from the ledge. Not falling, but drifting. Descending like ash caught in wind. Aiden yelled, Move! They scrambled down the steps, the wraith drifting after them in silent pursuit. The 10th turn, the gate's edge. The spiral opened suddenly onto a wide platform carved into the cliffside. The air chilled instantly, fog rising from the hollow below. Aiden reached the platform first and pulled Mira forward. Kale and Lisa followed seconds later. Behind them, the wraith halted at the edge of the step, hovering, but not crossing. Cale planted his spear. Why did it stop? Mira stared at the ground. Because this is where memory becomes unstable. Even the wraith can't cross freely. Lisa breathed out a shaky laugh. Great. A haunted line on the floor. Perfect place to set up camp. Aiden ignored them and stared into the abyss ahead. The deep ward gate finally revealed itself. A massive ring of stone and metal lay embedded into the cavern wall, larger than any door they had ever seen. The ring rotated slowly inward, each segment moving at a different rhythm, clicking into place in patterns too complex for the eye to follow. Strands of glowing script float around the ring, like rotating constellations. A slow, rhythmic pulse emanated from its center. Mira stepped closer. It's beautiful and guarded, Cale added, glancing back at the wraith, which hovered in place, face contours shifting slowly. Lisa pointed downward. Then who makes that sound? The dragging noise echoed again, from deeper inside the gate. Not above, not behind, below. Aiden felt his skin prickle. Something is waiting for us on the other side. Mira shivered. Not just something, someone. The gate pulse intensified. The scripts flared. The cavern trembled. Cale steadied himself. It's opening. Lisa drew her knife. I hate everything about this. Aiden clenched his fists. Stay ready. The spiraling gate split open, revealing a darkness thick as oil, and a faint glimmer of blue-white light far, far below. The deep ward gate had awakened, and something inside breathed back. Chapter 47. What waits in the depths? The deep ward gate groaned as its massive rings shifted into alignment. Each rotation produced a hollow echo that vibrated up the spiral walls like a heartbeat buried beneath stone. A cold wind poured out from the opening. Not just cold, but ancient, carried with the scent of something metallic and impossibly old. Aiden Varis stared into the darkness revealed by the gate. A vast chasm stretched before them, disappearing into a bluish void far below. Jagged stone formations lined the walls, layered like geological strata, but the layers shimmered, each one holding faint images flickering across the surface. People, landscapes, moments, like memories suspended in stone. Mira stepped closer, breath caught in her chest. These are imprints, thousands of them. Cale Davis adjusted his grip on his spear. Memories of what? Everything, Mira whispered. The deep ward gate stores the history of the world. All of it. Lisa Robinson crossed her arms. Fantastic. We're inside a giant memory container. I can't think of a worse place to be. A hollow vibration rolled up from the abyss below. Not a sound, not an echo, something living. Aiden inhaled slowly. We need to move. Cale nodded. Agreed. They stepped through the doorway. The descent, the air changed the instant they crossed. The temperature dropped another several degrees. The light from Aiden's palm seemed dimmer, almost smothered by the darkness around them. The platform inside the gate sloped downward into a narrow corridor carved of obsidian black stone. The walls on each side shifted subtly, as if responding to their presence. Mira touched one. It's warm. Lisa jerked her hand away from the opposite wall. This one's cold. Cale frowned. Why would it be different? Aiden examined both surfaces. Because these walls store different types of memory. Warm ones hold moments of life. Cold ones hold endings. Mira shivered. Be careful what you touch. They walked deeper. With each step, the corridor widened, the floor tilting like a descending ramp. Symbols glittered faintly along the walls. Newer than the runes above, more refined, as if someone had carved them with intent rather than chance. Finally, the corridor opened into a massive chamber. The Chamber of Echoes. The room was enormous, cavernous enough to hold a small city. Floating platforms of stone drifted in midair, suspended by streams of pale blue energy rising from the darkness below. On some platforms, faint silhouettes moved like shadows replaying memories. Cale inhaled sharply. Are those people? No, Mira murmured. They're echoes, imprints given shape. Lisa's eyes narrowed. Are they dangerous? Only if you try to engage them, Mira replied. Then I won't, Lisa said immediately. Aiden scanned the far side of the chamber. There, that bridge. A narrow stone archway stretched across the emptiness to another platform in the distance. At the end of that platform, a staircase wound downward into deeper darkness. That's the path to the anchor's core, Aiden said. Mira nodded. Let's move. They stepped onto the stone bridge, and immediately the chamber shifted. The echoes turned, slowly, all at once. Every shadowed figure on every floating platform, dozens of them, rotated their heads toward the group. Kale froze. They're looking at us. Lisa drew her knife. I knew this would happen. Aiden stepped forward cautiously. Hold. They're just observing. One of the echoes drifted closer. A tall, slender figure with no face, body composed of swirling memory mist. It reached the bridge's edge but did not step onto it. Instead, it tilted its head. A faint, hushed voice echoed from its shape. Why? Mira gasped. It's speaking. Kale raised a spear defensively. What is it asking? Aiden listened closely. The whisper grew stronger. Why do you return? Lisa blinked. Return? We've never been here. Myra's eyes widened. Not us, she whispered. Someone with Aiden's resonance came here before. Aiden felt his heart drop. Who? Kale asked. Aiden swallowed. I don't know. The echo leaned closer, body trembling with instability. The wound returns, the wound returns. Aiden stepped back. It's reacting to me. Mira grabbed his sleeve. We have to move now. Kale nodded. Agreed. Lisa pointed toward the far end. Go, before they finished asking creepy questions. They hurried across the bridge. The echoes did not follow, but they did not stop watching. The lower descent. They reached the far platform and entered another corridor. This one carved of pale gray stone, colder and smoother than anything above. The steps here spiraled downward like a corkscrew into the unknown. The dragging sound echoed again, much closer. Aiden stopped. Something's ahead. Kale ready to spear. We face it. No, Mira whispered. We listen. Lisa frowned. Listen to what? The giant noise that wants to kill us. Mira closed her eyes, hands trembling slightly. This anchor isn't like the Pillar of Dawn, she said quietly. It doesn't test your memories. It tests your weight. Kale blinked. Weight. Emotional weight, Mira clarified. Burden, grief, regret, the things that sink. Lisa shook her head. Great, a big depression machine. Aiden placed a hand on Myra's back. Then what's down there? Mira opened her eyes. Her voice was barely a whisper, something that drowned under the collapse and never resurfaced. A cold pulse rippled through the stairs, followed by another. Then a shape emerged from below, climbing slowly into view, massive, hunched, dragging itself upward with limbs that looked half stone, half memory. A head lifted into the light. Not human, not beast, not echo. A figure shaped like a man, but broken, hollow, its face carved with cracks spilling faint light. Lisa whispered, voice trembling. What the hell is that? Myra's face went pale. That, she said, voice cracking, is someone who didn't survive the gate. Aiden stepped back as the figure pulled itself up the steps, dragging something heavy behind it. A massive chain of glowing symbols trailing into the dark. Kale's pulse spiked. It's coming straight at us. Mira swallowed hard. It's a keeper. Aiden froze. A keeper of what? Mira turned toward him, eyes full of dread. A keeper of lost memories. The figure lifted its hollow face. It whispered one word, Aiden, and began its climb toward them. Chapter 48. The Keeper of the Depths. The keeper dragged itself higher with a sound like stone grinding against bone. Every movement sent shivers down the spiral stair, the very steps trembling beneath its weight. Light leaked from the cracks in its body. Not warm, not golden, but cold and bluish, as if the memories trapped inside it had been frozen. Aiden Varis stood motionless for a heartbeat, staring at the thing that had spoken his name. It didn't have eyes, yet it was clearly looking at him. Mira gripped his arm. Aiden, it knows you. Cale Davis shifted forward, placing himself half a step in front of them. Spear leveled. Stay behind me. Lisa Robinson drew her knife with reluctance. I'm really starting to hate everything that talks in this place. The keeper reached the last steps below them and stopped. It loomed taller than any echo beast they'd seen, its form vaguely humanoid but horribly distorted. Parts of its body seemed melted together, like someone had tried to rebuild a person from half-remembered pieces and failed. The chains dragging behind it scraped across the stone, each link engraved with symbols that pulsed faintly as they moved. The keeper tilted its head in a jerky motion that sent small chips of stone falling from its neck. Aiden, it repeated, voice softer now. Resonance remains. Aiden forced himself to speak. What are you? The keeper's head twitched again. Light seeped from his chest, forming vague shapes in the air. Flickers of people, streets, sky, then dissolving. We are what drowned, it said slowly. What the gate could not hold without breaking. Mira's throat tightened. It's a composite. A whole cluster of memories fused into a single thing. Cale's grip on his spear tightened. Is it hostile? The keeper shuddered, the motion creaking through its form like an old structure in a storm. Hostile, the word echoed, then twisted. No, but bound. It lifted its arms, and Aiden saw that parts of its hands crumbled whenever they moved, then reformed a moment later, as if the keeper were constantly falling apart and reassembling. The chains, Aiden said quietly. They keep it here. Mira nodded. If it's a keeper, it wasn't made to attack. It was made to guard. Lisa frowned. Guard what? The anchor? The keeper shifted, the chains clanking. The depth, it said. The gate, the weight, the ones who sink. Aiden took a careful step forward. We're not here to destroy the gate. We're here to mend the anchor. The keeper went very still. Pieces of its face rearranged under cracked stone, like emotions passing beneath frozen water. Mend, it repeated. You carry the break and the memory. Its head turned slightly toward Mira. Mira swallowed. It sees both of us. The chains twitched. For a moment, the keeper seemed almost hesitant. Others came, it whispered. Long ago, seeking to mend, they drowned. A cold chill ran through Aiden. What happened to them? The keeper's body flickered, dozens of overlapping images rippling across its surface. Hands reaching upward, voices screaming, doors closing, light disappearing. They could not bear the weight. The voice dropped lower. They tried to hold everything, all the pain, all the history. The gate swallowed them. Mira's jaw clenched. They tried to fix too much alone. Lisa muttered, story of this world. Cale kept his eyes fixed on the keeper. If we go deeper, will you stop us? The keeper was silent for a long moment. Then it spoke slowly, each word feeling like a decision. If you go, the gate will test you, will try to bury you, but I will not stop you. It lifted its arms, the chains rattling. I cannot. Aiden frowned. Why? The keeper looked down at its own shackles. Because I am already buried. For the first time since they had entered the gate, Aiden felt something other than fear or tension. He felt pity. Mira stepped forward, ignoring Cale's instinctive movement to block her path. Keeper, what do you want? Stone flakes fell from its shoulders as it shuddered. To rest, it whispered. To forget. But I am made of what cannot be forgotten. Mira's heart twisted. You're made of memories that refuse to die. Yes. Aiden took another step forward. If we restore the anchor, will you be released? The keeper tilted its head. If the weight is balanced, if the world stops sinking, I will no longer be needed. Its voice wavered on the last word, not in fear, but in something dangerously close to hope. Cale glanced at Aiden. Then that's another reason to succeed. Lisa sighed. We're saving the world in the giant rock ghost. No pressure. The keeper shifted aside, chains scraping loudly as it moved against the wall. The path is open, it said, but know this. A cold wind pushed past them, rolling up the stairs. The gate does not distinguish between those who bring truth and those who bring lies. It only weighs what lives in you. If your hearts carry more than they can hold, it will pull you under. Mira's fingers dug into Aiden's sleeve. We face it together. That's why we passed the pillar. Aiden nodded. We won't split. Not again. The keeper's cracked face turned toward him one last time. For a fleeting moment, Aiden thought he saw a human expression beneath the stone. Exhaustion. Relief. Then go, it whispered, before the weight grows. They passed it carefully, stepping sideways along the edge of the spiral. The keeper did not move to follow. It lowered itself slowly, its chains clinking, returning to its vigil on the staircase. As they left it behind, the air grew colder still, and the light from Aiden's palm wavered. Mira walked beside him, voice barely audible. You know what this means, don't you? That the gate is going to try to crush us from the inside? Lisa offered. Not just that, Mira said. That others like Aiden tried this before and failed. Cale's jaw tightened. That doesn't change what we have to do. Aiden kept his eyes forward. It changes how careful we need to be. They descended further. The depth below the keeper. Beyond the keeper. The stairs ended in a broad stone ledge overlooking an impossibly deep abyss. A slow-moving current of faint light flowed downward like a vertical river, disappearing into darkness. Symbols hovered in the air above the chasm, orbiting unseen axes, spirals, circles, intersecting lines. Some of them were familiar anchor runes. Others were older, the same unknown language they'd seen above. This is it, Aiden said quietly. The gate's core. Mira's breath hitched. The anchor is at the bottom, buried under everything that fell here. Cale frowned. Everything. Mira nodded. Memories, regrets, broken histories, unfinished stories. This is where they all sank. Lisa rubbed her forehead. So, how do we reach the bottom without becoming part of the collection? Aiden stepped closer to the edge and extended his hand toward the flowing column of light. It pushed against his palm, heavy, dense, like trying to press into deep water. He closed his eyes and felt. It surged with thousands of moments layered together. Laughter, pain, grief, joy, terror, hope. 1,000 voices speaking at once in a language made of experience rather than words. It's a river of memory, he whispered. Mira put her hand over his. The pressure shifted. The overwhelming noise eased just enough that they could breathe. Cale watched them both carefully. You're stabilizing it. Mira shook her head slightly. Not enough to descend. We'd be crushed halfway through. Lisa squinted at the floating symbols. Then maybe we don't go through the river. Aiden opened his eyes. What do you mean? She pointed. Those runes, they're not just decoration. They're doing something. Maybe there's a pattern to, I don't know, part the current or redirect it. Cale looked at her, surprised. Since when do you read ancient anchor geometry? Lisa shrugged. I hang out with smart people. Occasionally, some of it sticks. Aiden studied the symbols. Slowly, he began to recognize certain forms, echoes of what he had seen in the Hall of Records and on the Pillar of Dawn. These runes, they form channels, he said, like pathways, all leading down, but some are more stable than others. Mira's eyes lit faintly. If we align them, we create a controlled descent, Aiden finished. A path narrow enough for us to move through without getting crushed. Cale glanced at the abyss. And if we get the pattern wrong? Lisa gave a humorless laugh. Then we become new content for the memory river. Aiden took a deep breath. We don't get it wrong. Mira squeezed his hand. Then start reading. Together, they began to rearrange the floating runes, not physically, but with focused resonance and the subtle power that connected them to the anchors. Every time Aiden concentrated on a symbol, it pulsed and drifted into a new position. When Mira joined her focus to his, erratic motion calmed into ordered lines. Cale and Lisa stood ready, watching the river of light shift. Slowly, a narrow corridor of dimmer glow appeared in the center of the chasm, like a tunnel through deep water. Mira's face paled. That's our path. Cale tied a length of cord to his belt and to Lisa's. We go linked, in case the current tries to separate us. Lisa nodded quickly. Good. If one of us gets lost, we all get dragged down together. Very comforting. Aiden looked at the path they had formed. At Mira, at Cale, at Lisa. We're going to the bottom, he said. No one lets go. No matter what we see, no matter what we hear. Mira nodded. We hold. Cale tightened the cord. We hold. Lisa took a deep breath. We hold. Aiden stepped forward. The memory river parted just enough to let them in. And together, bound not only by rope but by everything they'd already survived, they began their descent into the deepest part of the gate, where the second anchor lay waiting, buried beneath the weight of all things left unfinished. Chapter 49. The River of Unfinished Days. The first step into the river of memory felt like stepping into deep, icy water that somehow never touched the skin. Light flowed around Aiden's ankles, thick and slow, like liquid glass shot through fragments of color. The narrow corridor they had opened through the current trembled, as if unsure whether it wanted to stay open. Mira held on to his left arm. Cale Davis followed behind them with the rope taut at his waist, one hand gripping it, the other on his spear. Lisa Robinson came last, fingers wound so tightly in the cord that her knuckles had gone pale. Everyone still breathing? Lisa asked, voice small but steady. Still here, Cale answered. Mira nodded. I'm with you. Aiden drew in a careful breath. The air inside the current tasted strange, metallic, sharp, edged with a faint sweetness of old smoke and forgotten rain. Stay focused, he said quietly. If the path flickers, we stop. No one rushes. They descended. The river flowed around them in slow spirals, threads of light crossing and parting like intersecting timelines. Within each stream, images flickered. A child's hand reaching for a kite string, soldiers marching across a cracked bridge, someone laughing in a field of tall grass, a door closing, a city burning, a sky turning red, two figures arguing in a dim-lit room. Mira's eyes tracked them instinctively. These are pieces, she murmured. Moments that never resolved. Choices that didn't finish. Promises that broke. Unfinished days, Aiden said softly. Cale scanned the river uneasily. Can they see us? Mira shook her head. No, they're pasts, not ghosts. Lisa swallowed. Good. I already have too many people silently judging me in my head. The deeper they went, the stronger the pressure grew. It pressed against bones, against nerves, against thoughts. The memories around them weren't loud in any normal sense, but they carried weight, 1,000 small, quiet things that people had once thought they would fix later and never did. Left words, broken plans, apologies unsaid, doors never opened again. Aiden felt the river probing him, pushing against the edges of his mind, searching for something to grab onto. Mira felt it too. It's looking for resonance, she whispered, trying to pull from us what we never finished. Lisa muttered, well, that won't be a short list. Cale's voice lowered. Stay close. Speak if it starts digging too deep. The path buckled slightly. For a heartbeat, the safe corridor narrowed, just enough for the current to brush against Aiden's arm. A rush of sensation slammed into him. He saw himself sitting at a desk covered in half-finished reports, promising he would take a day off after the next project. Mira asleep in a chair nearby, still wearing her work clothes. The window behind them showing a sky he never took the time to watch. A half-written message to his brother he never sent. A call he never returned. The pressure of all the things he had decided could wait. Aiden, Mira said sharply, stay with me? He blinked hard as the images faded. He hadn't realized he'd stopped walking. I'm all right, he said, though his voice was hoarser than before. Cale spoke from behind. It hit you? Aiden nodded. The river doesn't just hold unfinished things. It pulls at the ones inside us. Mira drew closer, shoulder pressed against his. Then we don't let it pull single pieces. We stand as a whole. The path steadied. The current eased slightly away from them. Lisa let out a slow breath. Note to self, don't think about all the promises I've broken. Silence fell again as they continued downward. The corridor through the current tightened as they descended. The light grew darker, not by losing brightness, but by gaining density. The images shifted from small, domestic moments to larger histories. Wars that ended without peace, treaties drafted but never signed, towers built but never inhabited, great machines that had been started and forgotten. Mira's throat tightened as she watched them. Do you hear it? She asked. Hear what? Cale said. The feeling, she replied, of things left undone. It's like a constant ache. Aiden understood. The gate doesn't just store memory. It stores regret. The pressure nudged at Mira now. A classroom, a half-folded letter, a conversation with someone she promised to visit again and didn't. Her own reflection in a window. She turned away from instead of facing what she really wanted. She winced. Aiden's hand squeezed hers. Mira, I'm here, she said. It's fine. It's just honest. Cale frowned. This place feels like it was designed to crush you without ever raising a hand. Lisa huffed an uneasy laugh. So this is what it would feel like if the entire world was my conscience. They continued, at some depth. Aiden couldn't say how far. The current around them changed again. It grew slower, heavier, less wild and more deliberate. The images stopped swirling chaotically and instead began to align along the path, forming something like a corridor of suspended moments. The path they had created merged with something older, as though the gate itself had decided they were deep enough and would now guide them the rest of the way. This is new, Mira whispered. It's helping us. Or it's repairing us, Cale said. Lisa adjusted her grip on the rope. Either way, I vote we keep walking so we don't die in the middle of a metaphysical hallway. As they passed, some of the suspended memories rotated to face them. Aiden saw a scientist in an older, high-collar uniform hunched over a console in a dimly lit chamber that looked suspiciously like an early version of the Hall of Records. A half-built device flickered beside him, never finished. There was a log on the table titled Deep Ward Stabilization, Preliminary Hypothesis. The ink faded before the last lines could be written. Others tried, Aiden murmured, long before us. Mira nodded. They laid the foundations, but they didn't reach the anchor itself. Cale glanced over his shoulder. We will, Lisa muttered. That sounds like jinxing it, but okay. The current tilted. For the first time, Aiden could see the bottom. Far below, the flow of light funneled into a wide basin, a still pool of pale radiance that glowed with deep, almost living intensity. Patterns shifted across its surface, forming vast sigils and dissolving them in the span of a breath. At the very center of the pool, half buried and wrapped in coils of solidified light, lay the anchor. Not a pillar this time, a sphere, a near-perfect globe of crystal and metal, cracked along 3 major lines that pulsed weakly, as if the object itself were struggling to hold together. Mira exhaled shakily. There it is. Cale's grip on the spear tightened. How do we get onto that basin without sinking into the pool? Lisa's eyes narrowed. Good question, because that does not look like something we want to swim in. Their path curved down toward a solid outcropping of stone that jutted out over the basin like a narrow balcony. As they stepped onto it, the current parted completely, giving them a clear view of the anchor below. The pressure peaked. Old pain, old weight, old stories that never found an ending. Mira staggered slightly. It's loud. Aiden steadied her. I know. He felt every unfinished thing he had ever carried try to rise inside him at once. Apologies never spoken, questions never answered, versions of himself he might have become and didn't. The river didn't push these at him from outside. It was simply amplifying what was already there. Cale cleared his throat, voice tight. I'm not seeing visions, but I'm remembering things I'd rather not. Lisa nodded quickly. Yeah, same. It's like someone turned up the volume on my regrets. Aiden didn't say good, but that's what the anchor needed. He took a breath. This is the test, he said quietly. Not illusions, not false futures. Just the truth of what we carry. Mira's eyes were shining, but not with tears, more like reflection. If it's about weight, she said, then our job isn't get rid of it. Aiden looked at her. What then? To hold it together, she answered, without letting it drown us. They exchanged a long look. Then Aiden stepped to the edge of the stone balcony and extended his hands toward the basin. The light shivered. The cracked sphere at the center pulsed once, its fissures brightening faintly in response to his presence. It recognized him. Here we go, Lisa whispered. Cale set his feet shoulder-width apart, spear but planted firmly. We guard you, whatever this thing throws at your mind. And your heart, Mira added. Aiden nodded. Stay grounded. No matter what you remember, keep your feet here, now on the stone. He closed his eyes and reached, not with his hands, with the same part of himself that had once torn the sky open. The river surged. The pool of memories flared. Every unfinished day, every hanging moment, every half-completed story in the basin rushed up in a single, crashing tide and slammed into him. For a heartbeat, he disappeared in the light. Mira cried out, stepping forward, hands reaching. Cale grabbed her shoulders. Wait, if you jump in after him, it'll take you too. Lisa braced herself on the rope. Aiden, don't try to carry it all by yourself. That's how the last ones drowned. The light shuddered. Aiden's silhouette flickered inside the blaze. He had seen enough to understand. The ones who came before had tried to fix every memory, to resolve every regret, to drag everything to the surface at once. No one could survive that. He didn't try. Instead, he changed one thing. He opened the bond between himself and Mira, and the river split. Some of the weight flowed through him, some through her. Some touched Cale, some brushed against Lisa. Not in equal measure, but enough that no one person bore the entire burden. He didn't take responsibility for the whole world. He took responsibility for his part, for what he had broken, for what he had failed, for what he still had the power to mend. The rest he let flow past, refused to hold, refused to drown under. The anchor sphere responded. Its 3 major cracks glowed brighter, then slowly began to contract, edges knitting, not perfectly, not instantly, but undeniably. The basin steadied. The rushing current of unfinished days slowed, settling into a gentler spiral. Above, the entire gate exhaled. The pressure in the chamber eased. Aiden stumbled back onto the balcony, falling to one knee. Mira was instantly there, hands on his shoulders, her forehead pressed to his. I've got you, she whispered. I've got you. Keep breathing. He obeyed, lungs burning, head pounding. Cale knelt beside him. Are you all here? Aiden let out a rough laugh. More than before, I think. Lisa sat down hard against the wall. Good, because if we had to drag your comatose body back up that spiral, I was leaving you halfway. The sphere at the center of the basin pulsed one last time, and then settled into a steady, steady glow. The deep ward gate spoke at last, not in words, but in a vast, resonant feeling that spread through the chamber like warmth returning to numb hands. The second anchor was no longer drowning. It was holding. Mira smiled through exhaustion. We did it. Aiden nodded, still catching his breath. 2 anchors awake. Cale's gaze lifted to the dim shapes of suspended memories above them, and the world just got a little less heavy. Lisa wiped sweat from her brow. Good, because I'm at my emotional limit for the week. Far above, somewhere beyond stone and distance, the keeper must have felt the shift. For a moment, Aiden thought he heard the faintest sound drifting up through the gate, like stone finally resting, like a voice whispering a thank you too quiet to be sure it was real. He stood slowly, still leaning on Mira. Now, he said, we get out of here. Mira nodded, and then Aiden lifted his eyes upward, imagining the horizon far, beyond the cavern. Then, he said, we go west, toward the sea, toward the suspended machine, toward the last anchor trying not to fall, toward the horizon engine. Chapter 50. The Keeper's Release. The way back up felt different. The river of unfinished days no longer clawed at them. The current still flowed, but its pressure had changed, less like a riptide trying to drag them under, more like a deep, steady ocean current. Heavy, but not hostile. Watchful, but no longer desperate. Aiden Varis climbed first, guided by the corridor they had opened to the memory flow. The light parted obediently around him now, recognizing his resonance not as a wound tearing apart, but as a force helping to hold it together. Mira followed close behind, one hand on the rope, the other occasionally grazing his back as if to make sure he was still real. Behind them, Cale Davis and Lisa Robinson ascended with steady steps, each of them breathing hard, not from the physical effort, but from the lingering echo of the anchor's trial. How's everyone's brain? Lisa asked, voice slightly strained but trying to sound casual. Anyone feel like they left a piece of themselves down there? Cale exhaled slowly. I feel like my regrets put on armor and walked across my spine. Mira huffed a small, tired laugh. That's uncomfortably accurate. Aiden didn't answer right away. He was listening, not to the river, not to the gate itself, but to the absence of something. The crushing, suffocating pressure he'd felt on the way down was gone. The sadness still lived here, but was quieter now, bearable, like the weight of a stone held in two hands rather than a boulder strapped to one person's chest. It's lighter, he said at last. Not fixed, not clean, but balanced. Mira nodded. We didn't erase the past. We just stopped it from drowning the present. Lisa let out a breath. Good. Because erasing the past sounds like the kind of thing that leads to sequels where everything goes wrong again. They reached the upper edge of the corridor, where the current thinned and the stone stairway resumed. The gate's walls hummed with a slow, steady rhythm that hadn't been there before, like a heart settling into a healthier beat. As Aiden stepped out of the river, the light brushed his skin one last time. He felt something pass between them. Not words, not images, just a quiet understanding. He didn't belong to the gate, and the gate didn't belong to him, but both acknowledged the other. Mira stepped out after him and shivered as the last threads of memory slipped away from her shoulders. I'll sleep well tonight, she murmured. Or never again. Hard to say. Cale and Lisa joined them on the stone landing. For a moment, they all just stood there, catching their breath, the enormity of what they'd just done slowly settling in. Lisa spoke first. So, we fixed the second anchor. Does that mean the world is 50% less doomed now? Closer to 40, Cale said. She glared at him. You're not allowed to be specific right now. Aiden smiled, even through the exhaustion. Whatever the exact percentage, the South won't be sinking anymore. Mira closed her eyes briefly, listening to something beyond sound. The weight here is still deep, but it's not dragging everything down with it. People will feel it, even if they don't know why. Cale adjusted the strap of his spear across his back. Then we go up, before the gate changes its mind. They began the ascent. The climb felt shorter than the descent, though Aiden knew that was impossible. Maybe it was simply easy to move upward when the world below wasn't trying to hold them there in pieces. They passed through the gray stone corridor, then into the vast chamber of floating platforms again. The echo still drifted above them, faint, half-formed silhouettes suspended in halos of pale light. But now, they moved differently, less erratic, less frantic, almost curious. Mira slowed briefly on the bridge, watching them. One of the echoes drew near and hovered above the path. Its shape wavered, then sharpened into the outline of a woman with her hair tied in a high knot, wearing a style of coat Mira recognized from an old research archive. The woman raised a hand, palm outward, almost as if in greeting. Mira lifted her own hand in response. The echo dissolved, but not into chaotic fragments, into a calm, vertical line of light that slipped back into the river flowing beneath the chamber. She's going home, Mira whispered. Aiden glanced at her. You knew her? No, Mira said softly. But someone did, and that's enough. They crossed the bridge without interruption. The chamber did not attack them, did not shake, did not try to bury them in centuries of buried memory. It watched them leave the way a library might watch someone return a book to its rightful place. At the end of the bridge, the stone corridor narrowed again, winding upward in slow spirals. The air grew warmer with each turn. The faint vector of sunlight from impossibly far above began to pull on their senses. After some time, a familiar shape appeared ahead on the staircase. The keeper. It waited where they'd left it, hunched against the wall, its cracking body held together by the chains wrapped around its arms and chest. Only now, the light leaking from its fissures had changed. No longer frantic and uneven, but slow, steady, dim but peaceful. Lisa whispered, "Is it asleep?" As if hearing her, the keeper raised its head. The motion was slow, but smooth this time, not fractured. Its blank face turned toward Aiden and Mira. Light beneath the stone shifted, like an old expression trying to find its way back through unfamiliar muscle. "You returned," it said softly. Mira stepped forward, heart tight. "We told you we would." The keeper's chains rattled faintly. "The weight has changed. I feel it. The depth is no longer devouring." It tilted its head as if listening to something only it could hear. "The river is flowing, not falling." Aiden took a step forward. "Then the anchor is holding." The keeper was silent for a moment. Then its crack-lined chest pulsed once with a steady glow. "Yes." Cale watched carefully. "Do you still have to guard it?" The keeper shifted, looking down at the chains around its limbs. "I have stood here since I drowned, held together only by the need to keep the gate from failing." It lifted one arm, the links clinking. "Now the need grows smaller, and I grow—" The word took a long time to form. "Lighter." Lisa frowned. "Does that mean you're free?" The keeper's head tilted. "Not yet, but closer than I've ever been." Mira's eyes glistened. "If we fix the last anchor, the horizon engine, will you be released then?" The keeper was silent. The stone in its face shifted, and Aiden again saw a flicker of something human beneath the scars. Weariness, relief, and something fragile and almost unimaginable for what it was. "Hope. If the last tether mends," it said slowly, "then the world will no longer need a body made of all that it could not carry." The chains hummed faintly, their runes dimming. "And I will no longer be made of it." Aiden swallowed. "Then we'll finish it." The keeper lowered its head, slightly. A bow. "Then go, before the world's old errors awake to stop you." Cale exchanged a look with Lisa. "Old errors?" Lisa grimaced. "I really hate how everyone and everything keeps foreshadowing worse things." The keeper shifted once more. A thin crack ran down one of its chains, splitting a rune cleanly in half. Light seeped through the fracture, not in chaotic bursts, but in a single, straight beam that climbed the stairway in front of them. It formed a faint line, pointing upward. "Your path to the surface is clear," the keeper murmured. "For the first time in a long time, the gate does not cling to those who leave." Aiden inclined his head. "Thank you." The keeper did not answer. Its head turned slightly toward the depth below, as if listening to a distant, receding storm. For a brief moment, Aiden felt something tug at him, a wordless request. "If we succeed," he said quietly, "I'll remember you as something more than a prison." The keeper's chest light flared once, so quick and so small that if Aiden hadn't been watching, he might have missed it. "Then I will have already begun to be free," it whispered. They passed on the stairs, moving upward, one by one. The keeper did not turn to follow them. Its chains grew dimmer as they climbed. When they finally emerged from the deep ward gate, the basin greeted them with a different sky. The sun had risen higher, diffused through a layer of pale cloud. The air felt thicker, but not oppressive, just full, like lungs that had finally learned how to inhale properly. Cale squinted as he stepped out onto the basin floor. "It's warmer." Mira turned in a slow circle, eyes half closed, as if listening to the ground. "The pull is gone," she said. "The land isn't sinking anymore. It's held." Lisa looked around. "And nothing's trying to crawl out of the pit and eat us. That's a plus." Aiden walked a few steps away from the gate's rim and knelt, pressing his hand against the pale soil. The faint tremor he'd felt when they arrived, like a submerged heartbeat beating too fast, had calmed. The world here was still scarred, but it was healing. He stood and looked at the others. "That's two," he said. Mira nodded. "Two anchors. Two parts of the world stitched back into place." Cale adjusted his gear. "We go back to the settlement. Report. Resupply. Then—" Aiden finished for him. "Then we head west." Lisa shaded her eyes, squinting at the horizon as if she could already see the sea waiting for them. "To the giant broken machine that's hanging over the ocean. Honestly, I miss the creepy library." Mira smiled faintly. "You might regret saying that later." Aiden tilted his head, gaze drifting upward. Something was different, far beyond the basin. Not visible, not tangible, but present. With two anchors awakened, the world's patterns had shifted. And with that shift came another realization. "We're not the only ones who felt that," he murmured. Cale's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? The elders, Mira said softly. Other settlements. Anyone still connected to old systems. They will feel it, even if they don't know what it means. And whatever is still tied to fracture, Aiden added. Remnants, entities, old programs. They'll feel it too. Lisa sighed. So we lit 2 beacons in the dark and hoped only friendly things noticed them. Cale glanced at the south, then at the distant, unseen west. We don't have time to debate what noticed. We move before anything decides to follow. Mira slipped her hand into Aiden's. He squeezed it lightly. They started walking back across the basin, toward the ridge they'd descended the day before. The deep ward gate remained quiet behind them, its rings slowly shifting into a resting configuration, now more like a sealed vault than a gaping wound. As they climbed, Mira looked back one last time. Far below, just at the edge of visibility, she thought she saw a faint figure sitting calmly on the stair, chains slowly crumbling away like dust on the wind. She didn't say anything, but she carried the image with her. For him, for the world, for all the things that were finally allowed to rest. Chapter 51. Back to the settlement. The climb out of the deep ward basin was slower than the descent had been, not because the terrain was difficult. It wasn't, but because each of them kept looking back. The gate, now silent and still, lay half buried in the center of the basin like an enormous, sleeping machine. The rings that once rotated endlessly had settled into alignment, glowing only faintly with the afterecho of the restored anchor below. The heavy pull that had once sunk the land was gone, replaced by a steady, balanced rhythm. For the first time in decades, the deep ward basin was no longer collapsing. Mira walked beside Aiden, her steps quieter than usual, as if she were listening to something beneath the earth. It's strange, she murmured. It feels peaceful. Aiden nodded. I know, like the ground itself is breathing again. Cale Davis took point, scanning the horizon for movement with the instinctive caution of someone who expected danger to return the moment he looked away. Don't get too comfortable, he said. Something changed out here. The world will notice. Lisa Robinson trudged a few steps behind him, adjusting her gear with a dramatic sigh. If the world notices, that's fine. As long as the world doesn't try to stab us, eat us, or drown us again. Aiden smiled faintly. One can hope. Crossing the basin, the return journey took them back across the cracked ground they had crossed the day before, only now the ground felt stable. The tremors had stopped. The pale soil no longer shifted under their feet, like sand being slowly pulled into an unseen center. Cale crouched at one spot where the earth had once sagged with every step. He pressed his palm against it, testing. Solid, he said. Not perfect, but holding. Lisa raised an eyebrow. Holding because of us? Because of him, Cale corrected, nodding toward Aiden. Mira elbowed Aiden lightly. Because of all of us. Cale gave a small nod. Fine, because of all of us. Even Lisa didn't argue. They continued walking until they reached the ridge overlooking the basin. The view from the top made them stop again. The deep ward gate, in full daylight, looked less like a threat and more like a monument, once more ready to swallow anything that approached. Now it resembled an old machine built for a purpose the world had forgotten but not lost. Aiden took a long breath. 2 anchors, 2 continents balanced. Mira squeezed his hand. One left. Cale crossed his arms. The hard one. Lisa groaned. Can we not talk about the floating apocalypse machine yet? Can we at least make it back to shelter before discussing our next trauma? Aiden opted not to answer. They turned away from the basin and continued their march north. The approach. The settlement came into view around midday, a cluster of reinforced dwellings built into the sheltered side of a rocky plateau. Smoke drifted from 2 chimneys. Sun glinted off solar panes. A faint metallic clang suggested someone working a forge. As they drew closer, figures moved at the entrance. 3 guards, 2 elders, a handful of curious settlers, all watching them, waiting. Aiden slowed his pace. They know something happened, Mira said softly. Cale nodded. Elders are sensitive to anchor shifts. They would have felt it the moment the gate stabilized. Lisa adjusted her belt. Great. So they're waiting to see if we return triumphant or crawling. They approached the settlement gate. An older woman with copper-gray hair stepped forward. Elder Thalen, one of the few remaining who still understood fragments of the old systems. Her eyes scanned the four of them, lingering on Aiden. "It is done," she stated. Not a question. Aiden inclined his head. "The anchor is holding. The basin won't collapse again." Murmurs rippled through the small crowd. Relief, awe, fear, a mix of all three. Another elder, a thin man with deep-lined eyes, stepped forward. We felt the shift at dawn. A pressure lifted. The land exhaled. Mira nodded. "You'll feel that for a while. The gate is stabilizing. It's still heavy, but no longer drowning." The thin elder exhaled sharply, as if he hadn't realized he'd been holding his breath for decades. "Then we owe you more than thanks." Cale shook his head. "Save gratitude for when the third anchor is restored." Lisa muttered. "Spoiler. We're not doing this for gratitude. We're doing it because we have the worst luck." Aiden stepped forward slightly. "We need shelter and supplies. Enough to reach the western coast." Elder Thalen's expression darkened slightly. "The west?" The thin elder swallowed. "If the deep ward gate was a heart of weight, then the western anchor is the heart of motion." Aiden nodded. "The horizon engine." Mira crossed her arms. "We know it's unstable." The elders exchanged a look. "It's more than unstable," Elder Thalen said. "At sunset yesterday, before your anchor fully aligned, the engine flickered." Aiden stiffened. "Flickered how?" "Like a dying star," she replied. Its light pulsed, then dimmed, then surged again. Cale's grip tightened around his spear, so it felt the shift. "Not felt," the thin elder corrected. "Reacted." Lisa's eyes widened. "You mean the engine noticed what we did?" Elder Thalen nodded slowly. "Every anchor is tied to the others. Restore one. The others feel the strain lift. Restore two." Aiden finished, voice low. "The third starts waking up faster." Mira frowned. "Is that good or bad?" Elder Thalen's gaze hardened. "Depends on whether you reach it before it breaks." Silence settled for a moment. Then Aiden straightened. "We'll leave at dawn tomorrow." Cale nodded immediately. "We'll rest, resupply, and move." Lisa groaned. "Can we at least bathe first? I still feel like I'm covered in metaphorical trauma." Mira smiled softly. "That trauma saved us." "Doesn't mean it smells good," Lisa muttered. Inside the settlement. They were guided to a long communal building made of reinforced claystone. The interior was warm, lit by oil lamps and insulated by woven rugs. Fresh water was brought. Food placed on the table. Blankets laid out for rest. Cale immediately began cleaning and sharpening his weapons. Lisa collapsed onto a woven mat, stretching out with a groan that was almost theatrical. Mira sat beside Aiden on a low bench. "You okay?" Aiden leaned back against the wall. "Yeah, just tired." Mira studied him. "You held back. In the river." He didn't answer. "You didn't let it pull everything from you," she continued. "Not all of it." "No." Aiden admitted. "Some things still need to be carried." Mira nodded. "Good." He glanced at her. "Good. If you had tried to drop every weight you ever carried, you would have drowned," she said softly. "Some things aren't meant to be erased. They're meant to be understood." Aiden exhaled slowly. "I'm trying." "I know," she whispered. Across the room, Lisa rolled to her side. "If you two start being emotionally supportive again, I swear I'm leaving the building." Cale didn't even look up. "You're not leaving. You're exhausted." Lisa glared at him. "You don't know that." "You collapsed before you fell asleep," Cale replied calmly. "That was a tactical lie-down," Lisa said. "Sure," he said unconvincingly. Aiden smiled faintly. For the first time in days, the tension eased from his shoulders. The western map. Later that evening, Elder Thalen returned with a rolled parchment. She spread across the table, revealing a wide map marked with faded ink. The west was dominated by a single enormous symbol, a ring suspended above churning water. "The horizon engine," Mira murmured. Elder Thalen tapped the symbol. It floats on the western sea. The storm around it never ends. The sky there cracks with light, even when the sun is down. Cale frowned. How do we get to it? You'll need a vessel, Thalen replied. A reinforced one, and someone who knows the storm paths. Lisa sat up. Do you have such a vessel? Thalen shook her head. We have a guide. Footsteps echoed behind them. A shadow moved at the entrance. A young woman stepped inside, hair tied tightly back, clothes weather-worn, a set of navigation tools hanging from her belt. Her eyes were sharp, steady, and used to danger. She looked at Aiden and the others without hesitation. My name is Strafell, she said. I can take you to the Horizon engine. Chapter 52. Strafell, the Storm Runner. Strafell stood in the doorway with the posture of someone who didn't flinch often, and never without calculation. She was younger than Aiden expected, maybe in her late 20s, with storm-worn clothing and scars on her forearms that looked more like burns and wounds. Her dark hair was braided tightly down her back, and her gaze carried the cool precision of someone used to reading violent waters and surviving them. She didn't bow, didn't offer a polite greeting. She simply said, I can guide you, if you're ready. Cale Davis rose first, evaluating her with soldier's eyes. You're a storm runner. Saran nodded once. I've crossed the Western Surge 14 times. 7 successfully. Lisa Robinson blinked. Wait, just 7? What happened the other? Saran cut her off without looking at her. We don't count the ones where we survive. Lisa stared. That feels like a red flag. Saran finally looked at her. Only if you think the ocean cares about flags. Cale smirked. I like her. Lisa groaned. Of course you do. Aiden stepped forward. You felt the engine's pulse? Saran's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. The storm shifted before dawn. The sky brightened in the wrong direction. The waves bent closer to shore. She paused. Whatever you did in the south, the sea understood. Mira exchanged a look with Aiden. Then the engine is connected more strongly than we thought. It always was, Saran said. Storms aren't weather. They're signals. The engine doesn't just break the sky. It pulls the ocean with it. Aiden inhaled. Can you get us there? Yes. Saran answered immediately. Then, after a beat, if you can keep yourself alive when the sea tries to take you. Lisa crossed her arms. Cheery. Saran ignored her and laid a rough map on the table. A faded sheet filled with swirling lines that could be waves, currents, or things far worse. She pointed to the center of the drawn storm, where a single symbol floated above the water. A circle broken twice, with lightning branching outward. That's the Horizon engine, she said. Always moving, drifting, sometimes rising, sometimes sinking. And every time it shifts, the storms shift with it. Cale traced a finger along one of the darker lines. These currents, are they constant? Nothing in the surge is constant, Saran said, except danger. Lisa threw her hands up. Wonderful. Aiden leaned over the map. We need to leave at first light. Saran shook her head. No, we leave before the moon rises. Mira frowned. Why at night? Because the tides are weakest when the daylight falls, Saran said, and because the storm lights are less aggressive. Lisa blinked. Storm lights. Saran looked at her again. Finally, with the faintest sign of amusement. You'll see. The settlement moved faster than Aiden expected. Supplies were readied. A small reinforced vessel, narrow hull, metal ribs, coated in resin-darkened wood, was brought out from a dry dock carved into the rock. Cale inspected its structure with approval. Sturdy. Sturdy isn't enough, Saran said, jumping aboard. But it's what we have. Lisa pointed to the dark stains along the bow. Is that scorch marks? Saran didn't look up. Yes. From what? Lisa pressed. Saran paused. Then, lightning. Lisa's voice cracked. The ocean strikes you. The sky, Saran corrected. The ocean just throws you into the sky at the right moment. Lisa put her hands on her hips. This is going to be the worst trip of my life. Cale shrugged. Probably. Mira stepped aboard next, testing the balance. It's light, flexible. It needs to be, Saran said. Heavy ships sink in the surge. Aiden helped load the final packs, then turned to Elder Thalen. Anything else we should know? She placed a hand on his shoulder. Yes, the Horizon engine was not designed to be approached. Whatever safeguard protected it have eroded, and whatever intelligence once guided it, she hesitated, may not be intact. Aiden nodded. We've handled worse. I'm not certain you have, Thalen murmured, but she stepped back all the same. Night fell quickly. The moon rose halfway over the ridge, and the settlement gathered in silence as Aiden, Mira, Kale, Lisa, and Saran prepared to depart. Saran stood at the bow, dark coat whipping in the wind. Once we pass the quiet water, you'll feel it. She pointed toward the unseen sea. The surge, the storm, the engine's breath. Aiden stepped beside her. We follow your lead. Saran nodded once. Good, because the sea doesn't give warnings, only consequences. Lisa muttered to Kale, I'm really starting to think she hates us. Kale replied, she doesn't know us well enough to hate us. Comforting, Lisa said dryly. The settlement's gates opened. Wind swept through the trees. Clouds drifted overhead in strange, spiraling patterns. Mira shivered. It's already starting. Aiden felt it too, a faint, electric pressure moving through the air, as if the world were inhaling before a storm. Saran pulled her hood up. Everyone aboard. They climbed into the vessel. Kale took the rear. Lisa sat midship, grip locked on both sides of the hull. Mira settled near Aiden. Saran stood at the helm. The vessel creaked forward as Saran pushed off, guiding them down the narrow waterway that would lead them toward the sea. Behind them, the settlement lights grew dim. Ahead, the night opened into a dark expanse. No stars, no horizon, only a faint, pulsing glow in the far, far west, barely visible but unmistakable. Aiden narrowed his eyes. That's the engine. Saran didn't look back. It never sleeps, she said, and it never forgives. The bow of the boat cut into the dark water. The sea swallowed them whole. Chapter 53. Into the quiet water. The river leading from the settlement widened steadily until it became a narrow inlet that fed into the larger sea. The walls of rock flanking the waterway rose like dark ribbons toward the sky, their jagged silhouettes cutting the moonlight into pale shards. The night air tasted faintly of salt, and with every push of the vessel forward, the scent grew stronger. Saran Vale stood at the helm, feet planted wide, hands steady on the guiding bar. She had not spoken a word since departure. Her focus was so absolute that even the wind seemed careful not to disturb her. Aiden Varis watched the expression on her face, calm, unreadable, sharpened by experience. She was not fearless, he realized. She simply feared nothing less than what she already knew. Behind him, Mira sat close, adjusting a lantern's wick to ensure a soft, steady glow without attracting too much of the night's attention. Cale Davis remained at the rear, keeping balance and watching the water for sudden shifts. Lisa Robinson stayed near the middle, gripping both rails as if expecting the boat to suddenly flip upside down. Is this it? Lisa whispered. The quiet water? Cale glanced down at the surface. Nothing's moving. That's what worries me, Lisa muttered. The water was unnaturally still. Not calm, still. A flat, dark sheet reflecting the sky like polished obsidian. No wind tugged the sails. No waves brushed the hull. Even the oars cut the water with no resistance, as if slicing through silk. This part of the sea is never alive, Saran finally said, not turning around. It's the only part the engine hasn't touched. Aiden frowned. Because the storms don't reach it? Because they're afraid to, Saran corrected. Lisa blinked. The storms are afraid? Saran turned slightly, just enough to meet Lisa's eyes. Everything in the surge is alive. Storms, currents, even the lightning, especially the lightning. Lisa opened her mouth, closed it, then nodded. Right, of course. Alive lightning. Why not? Cale suppressed a smile. Aiden stepped closer to Saran. How long until the water changes? She pointed ahead toward the faint line where darkness turned into something thicker. "A few minutes," she said. "Then the stillness ends." Mira tightened her cloak. "I feel something in the air." "You will," Saran replied. "The surge listens." Aiden's gaze drifted toward the horizon, far off, so faint that could have been a trick of the moonlight. A flicker pulsed just above the sea. Not lightning exactly, more like light caught in a moving lens. "The engine," Aiden murmured. Saran followed his gaze. "It's awake." Lisa groaned. This is how horror stories start. The vessel drifted forward without effort, carried by a current too slow to be natural. The quiet water thickened as they entered deeper, its surface reflecting no wind and no stars, only the pale glow of the moon above. "Why is it so still?" Mira whispered. Saran answered without hesitation. "Because the surge has rules. And here one rule is absolute. Nothing moves unless the engine commands it." Cale looked back toward the settlement far behind them. "Do people come here often?" "No," Saran said. "No one should." Aiden's fingers brushed the edge of the hull. The water felt heavier than it looked, dense, cold, almost viscous. Mira reached toward it, but Aiden gently caught her wrist. "Careful." Saran nodded approvingly. "He's right. Don't touch it. The quiet water is waiting." Lisa shivered. "Waiting for what?" Saran's eyes narrowed. "For what comes next?" Aiden exchanged a look with Mira. The air was changing. Pressure gathered in the atmosphere, subtle but rising. The moonlight dimmed slightly, as though the sky were bracing itself. Cale spoke quietly. "There, ahead." The surface of the water began to shift. Not a ripple, not a wave, a pulse. The first heartbeat of the surge. Saran lowered her stance. "Hold on." Lisa gripped the sides. "Oh, come on already?" The water pulsed again, stronger this time, sending a faint vibration through the hull. Aiden steadied Mira as the vessel rocked. Cale braced himself. "What's causing that?" "The engine turning," Saran said. The pulse grew into a low hum, humming into the wood beneath their feet. The quiet water began to churn slowly, reluctantly, like an enormous creature waking from sleep. The sea inhaled. The next instant, everything changed. The water in front of them broke open as a wave rose, slowly at first, then with sudden force. It wasn't a normal wave. Its shape twisted unnaturally, bending inward, spiraling around an invisible axis. Lisa stared in disbelief. "That wave is spinning." "Storm spiral," Saran confirmed. "Hold on tight." Aiden pressed his weight against the side as the vessel hit the first spiral. The wood groaned. The sea twisted beneath them. Water clashed sideways instead of forward, spinning the boat slightly. Mira gripped Aiden's shoulder. "How do we fight this?" "We don't," Saran said. "We let it take us where it wants to." Cale frowned. "And if we resist?" Saran answered without turning. "We get torn apart." Lisa's eyes widened. "Consensus. Let it take us." The vessel spun with the spiral, pulled into a circular motion that grew faster, tighter. The water around them rose in ridges, forming walls of liquid that tilted and collapsed inward. The sky dimmed again. Aiden's skin prickled. "The air is charged." "Good," Saran said. "That means we're close." Myra's heart pounded. "Close to what?" Saran lifted one hand and pointed west. "The line." Aiden followed her gaze. At the far edge of the spiraling water, a faint white shimmer stretched across the sea. A barrier of light, thin, wavering, immense. "The surge boundary," Saran said. "Once we cross it, the storm will wake fully." Lisa swallowed. "This is a pre-storm?" Cale muttered. "Of course it is." Aiden steadied himself. "Everyone ready?" Mira nodded. "With you." Cale gripped his spear. "Always." Lisa inhaled shakily. "I hate this, but yes." Saran braced her legs. "Good, because we're crossing." The spiraling water tightened beneath the vessel, then snapped them forward like a sling releasing its stone. The boat surged ahead, cutting through the last ring of quiet water. The boundary of light drew closer, wavering like a curtain caught in a wind no one could feel. A sound rose from beyond it, a low, continuous roar. The ocean's voice, the storm speaking, the engine breathing. Aiden felt the hairs on his arms rise. Mira touched his shoulder. "We're doing this." He nodded. "We're doing this." Saran's voice cut across the wind. "Brace yourselves." The boat hit the boundary. Light exploded around them, and the quiet water ended. They plunged into the surge. Chapter 54. The surge awakens. The moment the vessel crossed the boundary of light, the world changed. The sea that had been still and eerily silent became a living, violent force. Wind exploded across the deck, ripping at clothes and hair. The darkness overhead twisted into spiraling clouds that flashed with pale blue lightning, illuminating the ocean in brief, terrifying glimpses. Aiden Varis gripped the railing as the hull shuddered beneath him. The water no longer flowed smoothly. It rippled in jagged, unpredictable patterns, rising and falling in sharp ridges, as if shaped by invisible hands. Mira clung to his arm for balance. "It's alive!" she shouted over wind. Saran Vale planted herself at the helm, jaws set, eyes narrow. "No!" she called back. "It's awake." A massive surge lifted the boat sideways. Cale Davis slammed his spear against the deck to anchor himself, the metal tip digging deep into wood. "Brace for the second one." Saran shouted. "The second what?" Lisa Robinson yelled. The answer came instantly. A wave, not tall but dense and heavy, rammed the starboard side like a charging beast. The vessel lurched so hard that Lisa lost her footing and hit the deck with a cry. Aiden grabbed the rope to keep from being thrown overboard as water crashed over the bow. Mira dropped to her knees beside Lisa. "You all right?" "Define all right." Lisa sputtered, coughing seawater. The sky tore open with a crack of blue lightning that forked across the clouds and struck the water ahead. The sea lit up in a branching web of light, revealing for a split second the sheer immensity of the surge. Towering swells, spinning waterspouts, impossible currents twisting like muscular serpents beneath the waves. Cale raised his voice. "How we navigate this?" "We don't," Saran answered. "We react." Another wave slammed the vessel from below, lifting it violently upward. The boat creaked, the wood straining. Aiden steadied himself and scanned the chaos. "Saran, which way?" "West," she shouted. "Follow the lightning." A bolt struck the sea to their right. The water convulsed. Aiden's breath caught as he noticed something strange. The lightning didn't fade. It left behind a streak, thin, glowing white, that traced a path across the waves. A trail. "The lightning is marking a route," Aiden said. "It's guiding us." Saran didn't look back. "It's not guiding us. It's testing us." A towering column of water rose ahead, rotating like a vertical whirlpool. A waterspout. It spun so rapidly its surface blurred into a glassy vortex. Lisa's voice cracked. "We're not going into that, right?" "Yes." Saran yelled. Cale shook his head. "That's suicide. It's the weak point." Saran shouted over the roar. "It's unstable. The pressure inside will launch us forward if we hit it dead center." Aiden's heart pounded. "Do it." Mira grabbed the rail. "Everyone hold now." Saran angled the vessel toward the spiraling column. The waterspout churned violently, sucking in wind and spray. The boat tilted dangerously as the pull of the vortex grabbed them. Lisa screamed something that was swallowed by the storm. The next moment, they entered the spinning column of water. The world became a blur. Wind shrieked. Water spun in a dizzying spiral around them. The vessel shook so violently Aiden thought it would tear apart. Then, a blast of pressure hit the hull from below. Everything launched upward. The vessel shot out of the top of the vortex, like an arrow. They crashed back into the sea with a bone-jarring slam that sent waves over the deck. Cale groaned, clutching the railing. "If that was the weak point, I don't want to see a strong one." Saran didn't respond. She was staring at the horizon. Aiden followed her gaze and saw it, far off in the distance, barely visible through the storm's chaotic veil. A massive structure floated above the water, a suspended machine, huge, circular, rotating slowly with mechanical groans that echoed across the sea. The lightning seemed drawn to it, striking its surface repeatedly, each bolt absorbed into the machine's core with a pulse of blinding light. The Horizon engine. Aiden's breath caught in his chest. Mira whispered, "It's beautiful." "No," Saran said. "It's dying." A massive wave struck their port side. They slammed sideways. Aiden nearly fell, but Cale grabbed him, steadying him with a grunt. Lisa pointed west. "The lightning trail there." Another bolt hit the water. Again, a streak of glowing white split the waves. Saran steered hard toward it. The boat sliced through the swirling water, following the luminous path. Wind tore across the bow. Salt stung Aiden's eyes. Thunder rolled from every direction, as if the entire sky were cracking apart. But through the storm, the engine grew clearer. A colossal ring of metal, rotating plates layered like petals, gaps between them revealing lightning-charged machinery. A central sphere pulsing with unstable energy. The ocean below it churned like boiling water. "Look at the waves," Mira said. "They're rising in patterns, like breath." "Because the engine is pushing the sea away," Saran replied. "It's trying to stabilize itself." "Failing." Cale narrowed his eyes. "How we get aboard that thing?" "You don't," Saran said. Aiden stared at her. "What do you mean?" "You don't board the engine," Saran repeated. "It pulls you." Another bolt struck the engine. The light was so intense the clouds parted around it for several seconds, revealing its true shape. Lisa gasped, "That thing is not designed for people." "No," Saran agreed, voice low. "It's designed for power." A violent crosscurrent slammed into the vessel. The boat veered sharply. Water engulfed the deck. Aiden slipped, but Mira caught him, pulling him upright. "We're getting closer," Cale said. "Too close," Lisa corrected. The ocean pitched violently, dragging them toward the engine. Pressure built in the air, an electric, suffocating force. Saran gripped the helm tighter. "Hold fast." Another lightning bolt struck the sea right beside them. The resulting shockwave hurled the boat sideways. Aiden was lifted off his feet, struck the deck, and rolled until Mira caught him again. "Aiden!" she shouted. "Stay with me." He forced himself upright. "I'm here." Saran shouted over the roar. "Next barrier incoming." "What barrier?" Lisa screamed. A wall of spinning mist appeared, dense, circular, rotating horizontally across the water like a giant halo lying flat. It wasn't fog. It was a rotating ring of superheated vapor. A storm halo. Aiden felt the heat from meters away. "We can't go through that." "We have to." Saran yelled. "It's the last layer before the engine." Cale braced his legs. Everyone down. The vessel slammed into the halo. Steam exploded across the deck. Heat seared. The hull shook like it would split. Mira cried out and shielded her face. Lisa screamed something incoherent. Cale roared as if to challenge the storm itself. Aiden held Mira tight and braced himself. The halo tore at the boat, burning, pulling, screaming around them, and then they burst through the other side. Everything went quiet. Quiet like the moment after lightning strikes. The sea ahead was flat, not calm, flat, like a perfectly cut mirror reflecting the storm overhead. And there, floating impossibly above that mirror of water, was a Horizon engine in full view, vast, rotating, cracked with light, bleeding energy into the sky. Aiden felt the air around them tighten. The engine had seen them, and it answered with a pulse of blinding white that lit the entire sea. Mira whispered, "It knows we're coming." Aiden exhaled. "Then we don't stop." Saran gripped the helm. "Welcome," she said, voice low and steady, "to the heart of the storm." Chapter 55. The Engine's Breath. For a moment, no one moved. The Horizon engine hung above the water like a broken halo, its colossal ring turning slowly against the storm-torn sky. Plates of metal shifted and overlapped, some fully intact, others fractured or hanging at strange angles, exposing inner mechanisms that pulsed with pale, frantic light. Lightning spilled across its surface in branching veins, absorbed into the structure with each strike, then spat back out in waves of unstable energy. Below it, the sea was perfectly flat. Not calm, not relaxed. Flat, like glass, like tension held so tight it could snap at any second. Aiden Varis felt the air pressing in on his lungs. Every breath tasted of metal and static. His skin prickled along his arms and neck, and some instinct deep inside whispered that this was a place no human was meant to stand, let alone approach. Mira Varis tightened her grip on the rail, eyes wide. It's not just a machine. Saran Vale nodded without looking away from the engine. No, it never was. Cale Davis planted his feet. Spear still clutched in his hand, though he had nothing to stab. What is it, then? Saran inhaled slowly. A storm given bones. Lisa Robinson swallowed. That's exactly the kind of description I didn't need. The boat rocked gently, not from waves. They were almost entirely gone here, but from a deep, rhythmic vibration rolling across the surface of the water. It was like standing inside a chest and feeling the heart beating from within. Aiden realized with a cold twist of understanding. The engine was breathing, not metaphorically, not symbolically. The huge ring expanded and contracted in tiny, precise increments, each movement pushing out a pulse of wind that rippled across the flat sea. Mira stepped closer to Aiden. Can you feel it? He nodded. There's a rhythm, like the pillar and the gate. But this one is wrong. The pillar's pulse had been steady, wounded but recoverable. The gate's weight had been heavy but constant. The engine's rhythm stuttered. Too slow one moment, too fast the next. An arrhythmic heartbeat. Is it failing? Cale asked quietly. Saran's jaw tightened. Worse. It's trying to correct itself and making everything worse in the process. Lisa squinted at the gaps in the ring. How are we supposed to get up there? We don't exactly have wings. Saran's gaze slid toward her. We won't need them. A breeze rose suddenly from nowhere, sweeping across the deck with enough force that everyone instinctively grabbed for something solid. The flat sea responded, not with waves, but with sudden, upward pull. The boat lifted, just a fraction, barely a hand's width, then dropped again. Mira gasped. Did we just... Yes, Saran said. That's the engine's gravity slip. It's trying to draw mass upward. Lisa blinked rapidly. You mean it's sucking things off the water? Anything that gets too close, Saran said. Ships, debris, people. It pulls them toward its access points. Sometimes it releases them. Sometimes it doesn't. Cale's eyes narrowed. How many have tried to reach it? Enough, Saran replied. Not many came back. Aiden steadied himself, the boat's subtle lurching increasing as they drifted closer. We need to get under it, he said. Saran studied him. You're sure? Yes, Aiden replied. If it pulls what comes close, we have to be where it wants to lift from. Mira touched his arm. We let it take us. He nodded, like we did with a storm spiral. But this time we choose how we're taken. Cale grunted softly. I'm starting to see a pattern with you, too. Lisa sighed. Step 1, walk into the dangerous thing. Step 2, don't die. Saran turned the vessel with practiced motion, angling the bow toward a lower section of the engine's ring, where several large plates hung open like broken doors. As they approached, the air grew hotter, and a strange high-pitched whine laced the wind, a constant, strained noise that set Aiden's teeth on edge. The closer we get, the less control we'll have, Saran warned. When the slip fully engages, the water won't hold us anymore. The engine will. Then we make sure it grabs all of us at once. Cale said, I'm not letting anyone get pulled separately. Lisa tightened the rope still tied around their waists. Agreed. We stay connected or we don't go at all. Mira looked at Saran. What about you? For the first time, Saran's expression shifted, just enough to reveal something like tension. I'll be there, she said. But understand this. My job was always to get people as close as possible and back alive, not onto the engine. Aiden met her eyes. From now on, your job is with us. The wind rose again, stronger this time. It grabbed at the vessel's frame, jostling it upward. The sea lost some of its hold as the Horizon engine's pull increased, its mismatched heartbeat kicking harder. Mira closed her eyes briefly, feeling the rhythm. It's desperate. It's like a body stuck halfway between collapse and survival. The other two anchors stabilized. Aiden said, "This one won't. It's been fighting alone for too long, and it's tearing the sky apart in the process." Saran added. A surge of static crawled over the boat. The air thickened into a weight that made it harder to move, harder to breathe. Cale exhaled slowly. "It's time." Lightning struck the engine again, arcing across its surface, then branching downward toward the sea. For a terrifying heartbeat, the energy crackled only a few meters away from a vessel. Lisa flinched. Too close. Mira frowned. No, it wasn't random. It's striking in a pattern. Aiden listened closely, watching how the boat split, where it landed, how it was drawn back up. It's mapping, he realized. The engine is scanning everything near it, measuring shapes, weight, structure. Like the gate measuring memory, Mira whispered. This one measures motion, potential, force. Another bolt hit, this time jumping between two plates in a ring, then slamming into the water in a perfect circle. The resulting shock wave didn't ripple outward. It shot straight up. The boat lifted again, higher this time, hovering for a fraction of a second before dropping. Saran gritted her teeth. We're entering its grip range. When the next pulse hits, it's going to try to haul us upward. Cale bent his knees. We hold on to each other and jump with it, not against. Aiden turned to Mira, Cale, Lisa, Saran. Once we're up there, we'll be inside its field. We have no idea what it will do to us. But this works just like the other anchors. It doesn't want to be torn apart. It wants to be understood, Mira added. Saran gave him a long look. You're all completely out of your minds. Lisa managed a shaky grin. We get that a lot. The air screamed suddenly as a fresh surge shuddered through the storm. The engine shone brighter, its broken plates flaring with internal light. A deep vibration rolled out across the sea. Aiden felt the tug like a hand on the boat. Fingers curling, ready to take hold. Here it comes, Saran shouted. Get ready to jump. Jump into what? Lisa snapped. Into whatever's pulling us. Cale answered. On my mark. The Horizon engine pulsed again, a powerful, rhythmic contraction that bent the very air around them. The boat groaned as the water lost its claim, the hull rising half a meter, then a full meter above the surface. Held in invisible hands. The pull intensified. Now! Cale shouted. They jumped, not away from the boat, not toward the engine. They jumped as one, linked by rope and grip and choice, straight into the field, dragging them upward. The boat jolted violently as their combined weight left the deck. For a dizzying, impossible moment, Aiden felt nothing beneath him. No wood, no water, just the force. He looked down and saw the sea falling away in a flat, dark sheet. The vessel dropped back toward it, empty now, an abandoned shell. Mira clung to his arm, her hair whipping in the wind. Cale held the rope taut, anchoring Lisa, who was cursing rapidly in between gasps. They rose faster. The broken plates of the Horizon engine grew in their vision, swelling from distant structures to massive walls of metal and light. Energy crackled around them in a cage of thinning air and raw voltage. Aiden forced himself not to look down again. The engine's heartbeat hammered against his chest, mismatched, unstable. Mira's voice rose above the noise, soft but clear. Do you feel it? Yes, he answered. It's not just pulling us up, she said. It's reading us, like the gate did, like the pillar did. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat. Then let it, he said, because we're not here to destroy it. The engine's plates shifted, rearranging like massive puzzle pieces as they were pulled toward a gap in the ring. The opening flared with light, forming a tunnel of charged air. Lisa squeezed her eyes shut. If we die, I'm haunting all of you. Cale replied, You already haunt us. She swore at him without opening her eyes. They shot through the gap. Light swallowed them. Heat pressed against their faces and hands. For a fraction of a second, Aiden thought they were going to be crushed against solid metal, but the field adjusted, slowing their ascent just enough. They emerged into a cavernous space inside the engine. Platforms and walkways crisscrossed beneath them, suspended over a dizzyingly open central shaft filled with swirling light and rotating machinery. The air here was thinner, charged, every breath carrying a faint sting. The pull weakened, then cut entirely. They dropped the last few meters and hit a narrow platform hard enough to rattle bones. Aiden rolled, slammed against a railing and sucked in sharp breath. Mira landed beside him with a grunt, caught herself on her hands, then checked quickly that she was still tied to him. Cale hit on his feet, stumbled once, then regained balance, eyes already scanning the surroundings. Lisa landed flat on her back with a groan. I hate the sky. I hate the sea. I hate all anchors. Saran dropped into a crouch, then rose smoothly, her gaze sweeping over the interior. They stood inside the Horizon engine, and as Aiden pushed himself upright and stared into the rotating core down below, he felt one single, undeniable truth. This anchor was different. The others had been wounded. This one was tearing itself apart. And somewhere inside that failing rhythm, it had already begun to decide what to do with them. Chapter 56. The Unsteady Core. The interior of the Horizon engine pulsed with an unearthly glow. Light flowed to the massive chamber like blood through veins, weaving between shifting panels of metal that drifted in slow, unpredictable patterns. Each movement sent echoes through the air, low, metallic groans that blended with the constant hum of power. Aiden Varis stepped toward the railing overlooking the central shaft. The rotating core extended far below, a vortex of machinery and raw energy stretching down into darkness. Every few seconds, a spark of blue-white lightning arced across its surface, branching like living veins. Mira joined him. It's worse than I thought. Cale Davis scanned the walkways above and below, spear in hand. No guards. No entities. Nothing watching us. Lisa Robinson swallowed. That's not comforting. That's never comforting. Saran Vale crouched beside the platform's edge, studying the movement of the inner plates. The engine never had internal guardians. It didn't need them. Because, Cale asked, because anything that enters usually gets shredded. Lisa stepped away from the edge. Great. Aiden clenched the railing until his knuckles whitened. The engine felt wrong. Not dangerous. Broken. Like a creature trying to breathe through a cracked rib. Its rhythm stuttered again, a heavy pulse followed by a strained contraction. It's calling us, Mira whispered, just like the others did. Aiden nodded, but not for help. Mira looked at him sharply. Then for what? He exhaled, to decide what to do with us. A deep vibration rolled through the chamber. The lights dimmed. The plates shifted abruptly into new positions, forming a wide circular path across the upper level. Saran's eyes narrowed. It's opening a route. Cale frowned. For us. Lisa backed away another step. Why would it help us walk deeper into the part that kills people? Because that's how anchor systems work. Mira said softly. They test visitors. They don't always know the difference between friend and threat. Aiden took a steady breath. We follow the route. Cale nodded. Whatever happens, we stay close. Lisa muttered. I liked it better when the danger was emotional trauma. Saran led the way across the first walkway. The metal vibrated beneath their steps, reacting to weight and resonance. The platform didn't shake. It shifted, subtly adjusting its angle to accommodate their passage. Aiden felt the movement. It's listening. More like analyzing, Saran replied. Mira placed her hand against a nearby panel. It feels us. It hears us. But it doesn't understand us. Cale tightened his grip on his spear. Then let's make sure it doesn't misunderstand us either. They reached the upper circle, following the new path. Below, the core wavered, flickering in and out like a dying star. The hum deepened, turning into a slow, throbbing pulse that rattled the walkways. Lisa flinched. What was that? Saran's gaze snapped upward. Look. Across the chamber, a series of panels slid apart like shutters. Behind them, a network of long, sinuous cables writhed in slow spirals. Blue light ran through them like electricity, seeking escape. But the cables weren't moving randomly. They were gathering, forming shapes. Mira's voice trembled. It's assembling something. Cale stepped in front of her. What kind of something? A deep boom shook the engine. The cables detached from the walls. They fell toward the lower walkways, then snapped upward as if pulled by invisible hands, coiling into a humanoid form roughly 3 meters tall. A body of cables, plates, and sparks. Eyes lit by 2 burning spheres. Chest glowing with unstable light. Lisa swallowed hard. Nope. I am officially done with anchors that build their own monsters. Saran drew a short blade, useless against something that wasn't alive, but held it anyway. It's not a monster. A larger piece of metal snapped into place on the figure's arm, forming a gauntlet of swirling plates. It's a stabilizer unit, Saran said. Cale raised a brow. That thing stabilizes something? Yes, Saran answered. Usually by crushing whatever's disrupting the engine's rhythm. Aiden felt the pulse behind him. The unit turned toward them. Mira grabbed Aiden's hand. It sensed your resonance. The stabilizer stepped forward, its weight shaking the walkway. The light inside its chest flickered violently. A voice boomed from somewhere deep within the engine, not spoken, but resonant. Input detected. Another step. Resonance mismatch. Cale muttered, "That doesn't sound good." Initiating correction. Lisa's voice cracked. "That definitely doesn't sound good." The stabilizer raised its arm. Aiden stepped in front of everyone. "Wait." A pulse of force fired from the stabilizer's arm, a shock wave of compressed air and static energy. Aiden braced, but Mira grabbed him, pulling them both aside as the blast slammed into platform. The metal bent inward, a smoking crater forming where they had stood. Cale roared and charged forward, slamming his spear into the stabilizer's leg. Sparks flew, but the creature barely reacted. A second shock wave prepared to fire. Lisa dove behind a column. "Cale, you idiot!" Saran grabbed a dangling cable, slicing it with her blade. The freed cable snapped wildly, lashing like a whip and striking the stabilizer's arm, momentarily disrupting the flow of energy. Mira grabbed Aiden's arm. "You have to connect to it." "I don't know how." Aiden shouted. "Yes, you do." Mira insisted. "You did it with the gate." The stabilizer rose to full height again. Correction required. Aiden closed his eyes. He felt the engine's breath, its broken rhythm, its failing heartbeat. He reached for it. Not with his hands, but with the same part of himself the other anchors had responded to. A sudden shock tore through his mind. The engine saw him, measured him, weighed him. Resonance incomplete. Aiden staggered. "No," Mira said, grabbing his face, forcing him to look at her. "Not incomplete. Shared." She pressed her forehead to his. The engine pulsed. The stabilizer hesitated. Cale froze mid-step. Lisa gasped. Saran stepped back, eyes widening. The stabilizer's chest flickered, wildly, then dimmed. Its stance changed. Not hostile, not attacking. Waiting. Mira whispered, "Try again, both of us." Aiden reached into the engine's pulse again, this time with Mira's resonance beside his. The broken rhythm stuttered, then aligned. Not perfectly, but enough. The stabilizer's core glowed a softer blue. Resonance accepted. The creature lowered its arm. Lisa collapsed onto the platform. "Oh, thank the storm." Cale exhaled sharply. "So what now?" The stabilizer stepped aside. Panels above them slid open one by one, revealing a new path, angled upward into the higher ring of the engine. Saran sheathed her blade. Now it wants us to go deeper." Aiden took Mira's hand. "We go," he said. They followed the path upward, leaving the first guardian behind. The engine watched them ascend. Its rhythm, for the first time, steadied, just for a moment. Chapter 57. The Ascending Path. The path the engine revealed was narrow, far narrower than any place meant for human passage. The metal plates that formed it slid into place with slow, heavy precision, each locking into the next like vertebrae in some colossal spine. The walkways rose at an angle, spiraling upward along the interior curve of the massive ring. Aiden Varis stepped cautiously onto the first segment. It hummed beneath his feet, reacting instantly to his weight. A pulse of light ran forward along the path, as though the engine were mapping every step. Behind him, Mira followed closely, one hand brushing the rail, the other staying ready to grab Aiden if the platform shifted unexpectedly. Cale Davis took the rear position, spear angled downward for balance, eyes fixed on every moving piece of machinery around them. Lisa Robinson remained between Cale and the others, muttering quietly to herself. "I swear," she whispered, "I will never complain about land again. Land doesn't move. Land doesn't breathe. Land doesn't build robots that want to flatten us." Saran Vale walked alongside Aiden, her gaze sharp. "Stay close to the center of each plate. If you step too near the edges, they might retract." Cale frowned. "Retract?" Saran pointed toward a gap in the structure where distant plates shifted suddenly, pulling backward like teeth sinking into the flesh of the engine. "Good to know," Lisa said faintly. The engine's heartbeat pulsed again, deeper this time, more forceful. The vibration rolled through the metal beneath their feet, destabilizing the air. Aiden steadied himself. "It's changing again." "It's calibrating," Mira said. "What we did with the stabilizer shifted something inside the rhythm." "It approved you," Saran added, "but it hasn't decided what to do with you." Aiden nodded grimly. "We keep moving." The spiral path curved around the chamber, bringing them closer to the vast rotating mechanisms above. Huge metal plates slid past each other like tectonic layers grinding in slow motion. Some glowed faintly with pale light. Others were dark and cracked, sparking with unstable energy. Lightning danced between several components high overhead, striking one joint repeatedly until the metal glowed orange. The heat shimmer radiated downward. Mira watched the flickering with a tightening jaw. "It's overheating." "It's been overheating for years," Saran corrected. "Decades. Maybe longer." Lisa frowned. "And if it bursts?" Saran didn't sugarcoat it. "A blast wave large enough to tear the ocean apart." Cale's grip on his spear tightened. "Then we don't let it burst." Aiden felt the engine breathing again, each pulse shaking his ribs. The rhythm was chaotic but not random. It was try to stay alive, try to function, but every correction sent new fractures through its structure. "We need to reach the core," Aiden said. Mira nodded. "That's the only place we can stabilize it." They continued the climb. The higher they went, the stranger the air became. The char grew thicker, swirling in faint currents that brushed against their skin like invisible tendrils. Aiden felt a tingling across his arms. Mira felt the same, flinching slightly. Lisa touched her own hand and jerked back. "It bit me." "It didn't bite you," Cale said. "It shocked you." "Same thing." A crack of thunder echoed from somewhere above. The entire ring shuddered, plates sliding abruptly. Saran shouted, "Hold on to something." A massive panel above them dislodged, breaking free with a metallic screech. It tore downward through the chamber, trailing sparks, smashing into a distant walkway with an explosion of shattered metal. The impact sent a blast wave through the chamber. The path they stood on vibrated violently. Aiden pulled Mira close, bracing them both. Cale shielded Lisa with one arm, gripping the railing with the other. Saran crouched low, fingers gripping a segment seam. The engine's heartbeat stuttered. The light in the chamber flickered. Then, slowly, the rhythm returned. Still broken, still dangerous, but pushing forward. Mira exhaled shakily. "It's collapsing from the inside." Aiden nodded. "We're running out of time." They resumed the climb, the platform beneath them now creaking with strain. As they approached the next level, the walkway straightened, leading into a long, narrow corridor nestled between two rotating sections of the engine. The walls glowed faintly, etched with moving patterns of light that resembled shifting diagrams or formulas written in some forgotten language. Mira slowed. "These aren't symbols." Aiden stopped with her. "What do you mean?" "They're instructions," she said softly. "The engine is rewriting itself." Cale frowned. "Can machines do that?" "Yes," Saran answered. "When they're desperate." Lisa whispered, This place is alive. Aiden touched one of the glowing patterns. The moment his fingers brushed the metal, the light beneath his skin flared. The panel responded, shifting, adjusting, realigning the symbols around his hand. Mira exhaled. It recognizes your resonance. Kale glanced at the now shifting wall. And did like that? A boom shook the far in the corridor. No, Saran said. Aiden jerked his hand away. The engine's heartbeat accelerated, pounding through the corridor in waves of vibration. The walkway beneath them shifted suddenly, snapping into a downward incline. Move! Saran shouted. They sprinted as the floor began retracting behind them, plate by plate, pulled back into the engine's machinery, like a tongue withdrawing into a throat. Lisa screamed, "It's eating the bridge!" Kale grabbed her arm, dragging her forward. Mira sprinted ahead with Aiden, their steps synchronized by instinct and survival. A massive gear turned above them, showering sparks. The corridor ahead split open, revealing a chamber beyond, a wide circular platform suspended over the engine's deepest core. Light swirled upward like a spiral storm. Aiden reached the edge and leapt onto the platform. He pulled Mira across. Kale jumped next, dragging Lisa behind him. Saran rolled across last as the final piece of the walkway was swallowed by the machinery. The platform shuddered as soon as all five were on it. And then, silence. Not calm, not peace. A silence full of pressure, like the moment before a dam breaks. Aiden felt it hit his chest. Mira whispered, "This is a core interface." Saran nodded slowly. The engine is preparing its final tests. Kale took a step forward, spear lowered. Which is what? The floor beneath them lit up, lines of light racing outward from Aiden's feet, spiraling around the platform. The engine spoke, not with words, with a sound, deep layered, resonating through metal, air, bone. Resonance required. Lisa's voice cracked. "Oh no." Another pulse followed. "Choose input." Aiden felt the shockwave run through him. Mira's eyes widened. "It wants one of us." Kale stepped forward. "Not him." Saran raised a hand. "You don't know what it will do." Kale didn't hesitate. "Don't care." Lisa swallowed. "This is the part where someone almost dies, isn't it?" The engine pulsed again, louder. "Choose." Aiden stepped into the center. Mira grabbed his arm. "Aiden." "It chose me from the moment we walked in," he said. "It's been reading me, testing me, and it let us through because of me." Kale opened his mouth. Lisa shook her head, desperate. "There has to be another way." Saran looked at Aiden with an expression that, for the first time, wasn't cold. "Aiden," she said quietly, "if you go in alone, you may not come out." He swallowed hard. "I won't be alone." He looked at Mira, "And I won't survive if I don't try." Mira stepped beside him. We entered together. The engine's platform flared with brilliant white light, and the test began. Chapter 58. The Test of Motion. Light swallowed everything. Not a blinding light, not painful, but a white, suspended brightness that felt like stepping inside a breath held too long. Aiden Varis sensed the platform vanish beneath him, though he couldn't feel himself falling. There was no wind, no sound, no gravity, just stillness. Then a second beat, a pulse, a shift. The light folded inward like ripples returning to a center point. Shapes emerged, lines, silhouettes. Aiden felt Mira's hand tightening around his. The world reassembled around them in a single, seamless motion. They stood in a new chamber, circular, hollow, vast. The walls weren't walls at all, but shifting rings of metal and light, rotating at different speeds, each ring moving in its own orbit. The air thrummed with energy. Mira exhaled shakily. "This is the inner core." Aiden nodded. "It's waiting." Cale Davis, Lisa Robinson, and Saran Vale were nowhere in sight. Only the two of them. Mira slowly turned. "Aiden, I don't think they're meant to be here." "They're safe," he said softly. "Somewhere else in the engine." A low vibration hummed across the floor. A circle of light formed around them, drawing boundaries. A voice rolled to the chamber, not spoken aloud, but resonant, vibrating inside bone and thought. Resonance detected. Aiden tensed, not in fear, but in recognition. The engine spoke again. The world moves. You do not. Balance is lost. Mira tightened her grip on Aiden's hand. It's testing motion, she whispered. Aiden nodded, and with the measure, the rings around the chamber accelerated, revolving faster and faster until the lines blurred into streaks of silver blue light. Aiden felt the vibration in his spine. A thin beam of light shot upward from the floor to the ceiling, right between him and Mira. She reacted first. Aiden! The beam expanded, splitting them apart in a burst of force that knocked Mira backward. Aiden staggered. The engine thundered. Motion requires separation. Mira shouted, "No! Aiden, don't move." He didn't. He couldn't. The floor shifted beneath him, turning into a rotating disc. His boots slid slightly. He adjusted, keeping balance. Mira stood on a separate rotating disc several meters away, spinning in the opposite direction. The engine spoke again. Find synchrony. Aiden's pulse spiked. Synchrony how? The rings above rotated in a new pattern, left, right, forward, back, like a heartbeat trying to reassemble itself. Mira shouted, "It's mimicking the world." Aiden nodded. Land, wind, tides, movement. And you need to match its rhythm, Mira said. Aiden exhaled slowly. Not fear, focus. He closed his eyes. He listened, not with ears, with resonance. The engine pulsed again, not a beat too slow, not a beat too fast, a stutter, a hitch. Aiden moved. One step left, one step forward. Pause. Back. Another pause. His disc responded, speeding up or slowing down as he matched the engine's imperfect rhythm. Mira watched, breath tight. Aiden, keep going. The engine spoke. First vector accepted. The floor beneath Mira shimmered. Her disc began to rise. Mira. Aiden reached out, but the beam separated them again, firm and unyielding. She rose higher, her platform rotating faster. Her voice strained over the hum of energy. Aiden, this test isn't just for you. He froze. What do you mean? She lifted her arm, and the engine pulled her disc sharply to the right. Mira stumbled, barely catching herself. Aiden, it's reading me too. The engine thundered. Dual input detected. Tandem motion required. Mira breathed out, shoulders trembling. It wants us to move together. But we're on different platforms, Aiden said. That's the point. Mira called. The rings around them began shifting again. Patterns of movement too complex for instinct alone. Aiden stepped again, left, forward, back, pause, matching the stuttered rhythm. Mira mirrored him, right, forward, pause, back. In counter motion, the engine pulsed. Second vector aligned. Suddenly the platforms jerked violently. Aiden pitched forward. Mira dropped nearly 2 meters before her disc caught her. Mira! Aiden shouted. She coughed. I'm fine. Keep going. The engine's voice grew louder. Input mismatch remains. Aiden frowned. What mismatch? Mira swallowed. Aiden, listen to me. He turned toward her. This engine is about motion, she said. About movement without fear. Change without hesitation. He clenched his jaw. We're doing that. She shook her head. Not completely. Aiden's heart pounded. The engine pulsed again, violently this time. Their platforms cracked with arcs of electricity. Mira shouted, Aiden, there's something in you that the engine feels. He froze. There's something stuck, Mira whispered. Something you won't let move. He shut his eyes. Images rose, not from memory, but from weight. His father's voice. The day of the collapse. The decisions he didn't make. The guilt he didn't let go. The weight he kept because he thought he deserved it. The engine growled. Weight in motion creates break. Mira cried out, Aiden, you have to release it. Another vibration hit the platforms. Aiden stumbled. Mira slipped and nearly fell. Aiden reached out, but couldn't touch her. Mira, his voice cracked. I don't know how. You do, she whispered, because you didn't face the gate alone. You face it with me. The engine pulsed. Tandem required. Aiden's breath shook. He looked at Mira, really looked at her resolve, her fear, her hope, her certainty in him. Slowly, he raised his hand toward the invisible barrier. Mira raised hers. Their fingers didn't touch, but their resonance did. A shock wave tore through the chamber. Their discs snapped into the same rhythm, mirroring each other. Aiden exhaled everything he'd been holding for years, the weight he thought was his burden alone, and let it move, let it travel, let it flow. Into Mira, through her, with her, the engine roared, resonance match. The platforms locked into synchronization. The rings above aligned. The chamber stilled. Mira fell to her knees, shaking. Aiden did the same. They looked at each other, not speaking, just breathing together. The engine pulsed again, a gentler rhythm. Proceed. The discs slid together, merging into one platform. A doorway opened in the chamber wall. Aiden stood first. Mira rose beside him. He whispered, "We're close." She nodded, and they stepped into the final corridor of the Horizon engine. Chapter 59. The Core Descent. The corridor stretched before them like a metallic throat, narrow, tall, humming with energy that pulsed through the walls in uneven waves. Aiden Varis and Mira Varis stepped forward together, their footsteps echoing in perfect synchrony on the polished floor. The platform behind them sealed shut with a low, resonant clang that shook the entire passage. There was no way back now, only forward. Aiden felt the engine's rhythm shift as they moved. The vibrations in the walls no longer throbbed with the same frantic panic. Instead, they followed the beat he and Mira had created together, a rhythm that wasn't perfect, never perfect, but stable enough for the engine to allow them deeper. Mira brushed her fingers across the wall as she walked. "It's adjusting to us." Listening, Aiden nodded. "It knows we're inside its decision point." "It's not deciding anymore," she whispered. "It's waiting." The corridor turned sharply left, then sloped downward. The air thickened with electrical charge, prickling across their skin. Sparks danced along the edges of distant panels. Tiny arcs of blue-white lightning that traced the seams of the structure. Aiden slowed. "Careful." Mira stepped closer, voice low. "The energy's rising. We're nearing the heart." A heavy pulse rolled through the floorboards. The lights along the ceiling flickered wildly, falling into a stuttering sequence that made Mira's throat tighten. Then, without warning, the corridor opened. The hollow space that greeted them was unlike anything they had seen. A massive spherical chamber stretched in every direction, its walls rotating in layered concentric rings. The rings moved independently, some slow as tides, others whipping around at dizzying speeds. In the center floated a shifting mass of light and machinery, suspended above an abyssal drop, the Horizon engine's core. Aiden felt his pulse sync unintentionally with its chaotic rhythm. Mira inhaled sharply. "It's huge and unstable," Aiden murmured. Pieces of metal drifted around the core like debris caught in orbit, occasionally colliding, sending showers of sparks downward into glowing void. Every collision echoed like distant thunder. Across the chamber, a narrow bridge extended toward the core platform. It had no rails, no supports, just a thin line of metal suspended in midair, trembling under the strain of energy pulsing from the heart of the machine. Mira squeezed Aiden's hand. "This is it." Aiden nodded. "This is it." They stepped onto the bridge. It vibrated with every heartbeat the engine produced. Each step forward felt heavier, like walking through invisible currents pulling them sideways. Halfway across, a violent pulse shook the chamber. The entire bridge dipped. Mira stumbled, but Aiden caught her instinctively. "You okay?" he asked, breath tight. "Yes," she said, though her pupils were wide with adrenaline. "Just keep going." They did. The core platform loomed closer, a wide circular disc surrounded by arcs of rotating mechanical arms, and suspended cables humming with deadly voltage. The light within the core dimmed and flared, shrinking and expanding like a star on the edge of collapse. When they finally stepped onto the platform, the bridge behind them retracted, snapping back into the wall like a ribbon pulled taut. Mira's voice trembled. "It's locking us in." Aiden looked ahead, because the core is about to open, as if responding to him. The pulsing sphere of machinery contracted violently, pulling its fracture plates inward, forming a solid shell around a single blazing point of light. Then the shell split apart. The point expanded into a swirling vortex, a spiral of energy, metal, light, and memory, the living heart of the anchor. Wind ripped around the platform, pulling their clothes and hair backward. Sparks shot upward from the rotating rings below. Aiden felt a force pulling at his chest. Not physically, through resonance. Mira grabbed his arm. Aiden! Something's happening. He pressed his free hand to his sternum. It's reading me again. No, she said. It's reaching for you. The spiral swelled, the vortex roaring to life. Aiden and Mira braced themselves as the engine's voice thundered from every surface. Resonance identified. Aiden gritted his teeth. We did the test. We synced. What more do you need? The platform trembled violently. Another pulse rolled through the chamber. Resolution required. Mira shook her head. Resolution? Of what? The vortex brightened, and images burst outward from the light. Not projected. Not illusions. Memories. Aiden froze. He saw himself as a boy standing beside a broken shoreline. He saw the collapse. He saw the day he didn't act. He saw the moment the world started breaking. Mira's voice cracked. Aiden! The memories spun around him in chaotic loops, each one amplified by the engine's power. Every regret, every hesitation, every weight. Aiden staggered. It's showing me everything I couldn't carry. Resolution required. The engine boomed again. Mira stepped in front of him, eyes blazing with determination. Then resolve this with me. He looked up at her, lost for a moment in the storm of light and memory. You're not meant to face this alone, she said. Not anymore. Aiden clenched his fists. Blood roared in his ears. The engine pulsed, demanding an answer. Resolution required. Aiden took Mira's hand. I'm ready. She smiled, small, firm, unshakable. Then let's finish it. The vortex expanded, engulfing them both, pulling them into the heart of the Horizon engine. As they vanished into spiraling brilliance, the engine let out a sound unlike anything before, not mechanical, not broken, but relieved. The final test had begun. Chapter 60. The vortex of memory and motion. There was no ground beneath them, no air, no sky, no sense of direction, only motion. Aiden Varis felt himself pulled through a twisting corridor of light, the world bending and folding around him in violent spirals. Mira's hand was locked in his, so tightly he couldn't tell where his pulse ended and hers began. The vortex howled with overlapping voices, the echoes of storms, of collapsing anchors, of memories bleeding through time. Aiden heard himself screaming, but not now, not here. A voice from years ago, a younger self, calling out on a day when the world had fallen apart, and he had stood frozen, unable to act. Aiden! Mira shouted over the noise. He snapped back to the present, heart pounding, breath ragged. Then the motion stopped, not gradually, not softly. It snapped away. The vortex collapsed into stillness, leaving Aiden and Mira standing on a vast reflective surface, like a floor made of liquid glass. Above them stretched an endless sky of storm clouds, spiraling, interlocking, illuminated by streaks of white-blue lightning. None of it was real, but all of it meant something. Mira steadied her breath. This is the engine's inner simulation. Aiden's fist clenched. It's a memory field. Your memory field, she whispered. Aiden froze. At the far end of the glass horizon, a single figure stood with his back turned. A young man, tall, slight, shoulders hunched in fear and guilt. Aiden felt his chest tighten. It was him, years younger, staring at the edge of a broken shoreline. Mira stepped beside him. The day the collapse began. Aiden swallowed hard. I didn't act. I watched it fall apart. You were a child, Mira said gently. I was old enough to move. The air around them vibrated, a low hum that felt like regret given sound. The younger Aiden lifted his head slightly, as if sensing he was being watched. He didn't turn. Aiden stepped forward. The world responded. The glass floor rippled outward from his foot like water disturbed by a stone. Images bloomed across the surface, fragmented memories flickering like reflections. His father shouting, the ground splitting, the wind roaring like a wounded beast, people running, people falling. Aiden squeezed his eyes shut. I can't. Mira caught his hand. You already did. Years ago. This is not the moment you failed. This is the moment you survived. The storm above cracked open. Lightning tore through the sky, but instead of striking the ground, it hit the memories. Each bolt split an image in two. Fear, guilt, inaction, isolation. Aiden watched fragments of himself scatter. Mira stepped forward, voice steady. The engine is showing you what keeps your resonance unbalanced. He exhaled shakily. I carried this weight because I thought I had to. No, she whispered. You carried it because you never let yourself move beyond it. The younger Aiden finally turned. His face was pale, eyes wide with terror. He mouthed something, soundless, but Aiden didn't need to hear. He remembered. Help me? A weight crushed Aiden's chest. I failed him, Aiden whispered. No, Mira said softly. You're failing him now, not then. He doesn't need punishment. He needs release. The younger Aiden took one unsteady step backward. The glass beneath him cracked. Lightning split the sky. Aiden lunged. No! Mira grabbed his arm. Wait! He froze, every instinct screaming to run. The boy at the far end stared at the crack spreading beneath his feet. He wasn't pleading. He wasn't asking. He wasn't blaming. He looked tired, broken, and alone. Aiden's breath shuddered. I can't watch it happen again. Mira took his hand and guided it to his chest. Then don't watch. Move. The words sank into him. Move. Motion. Decision. Action. The very thing the engine needed from him. He stepped forward. The younger Aiden stepped back, fearful, but waiting. Aiden moved faster. The glass floor rippled under his feet, memories bursting with each stride. His father vanishing into dust. His mother's voice lost in the storm. The day he realized he was alone. But Mira was with him now. She ran beside him, matching his pace, supported his weight when his legs faltered. The crack widened beneath the younger version of himself. The boy teetered on the edge. Aiden reached out. Their hands met. The moment their fingers touched, the entire world went silent. No lightning, no wind, no storm, only a single beat. Thrum. Aiden knelt, pulling the younger him into an embrace. The boy trembled in his arms before dissolving, not into dust, but into light, a calm, soft light that flowed into Aiden's chest. The engine's voice filled the air, not harsh, not mechanical, but deep and resonant. Weight released. The glass surface beneath them stopped shaking. The storm above parted. Mira knelt beside him, placing a hand on his back. You did it! Aiden stared at the place where the boy had stood. I didn't save him. No, Mira said gently. You accepted him. The storm clouds folded away, revealing a new horizon. But this one wasn't memory. This was the engine's core. The vortex reformed ahead of them, no longer violent, no longer chaotic, inviting. Aiden stood, steadier than before. Mira rose with him. You're ready, she whispered. He nodded. Together, they stepped toward the center of the engine, toward the final convergence waiting inside the light. Chapter 61. The Convergence Chamber. The world of glass dissolved around them, like mist dispersing under heat. The final memory fragmented into drifting shards of light, each piece pulled upward and swallowed gently by the swirling brightness ahead. Aiden Varis and Mira Varis stepped forward as the floor reassembled under their feet, smooth metal forming in circular patterns, each ring shifting into place like the inner workings of a clock. The new chamber around them pulsed with controlled light, not wild, not chaotic, alive. The air was thin and warm, filled with low, steady hum that vibrated deep through bone. The storm sky of the previous simulation faded away, replaced by an iridescent dome that shimmered with pale luminescence. Aiden steadied his breath. This is the final layer. Mira nodded. The engine's true core. A wide platform stretched out before them, suspended over a spiraling abyss of rotating machinery. The machinery below moved in vast, elegant arcs, no longer broken, but not fully stable either. Light threaded to the gears like veins of energy, pulsing in time with the engine's forming rhythm. In the precise center of the platform stood a tall pillar of metal and light, not mechanical, not entirely physical, something in between. Aiden felt it before he fully understood it. Mira whispered, "It's conscious." The pillar shifted, the light at its center stretching upward into a humanoid silhouette. Lines of energy traced the outline of the figure. No face, no eyes, no features, but presence unmistakable. The engine had taken form. Aiden's pulse quickened. Mira's grip tightened around his hand. The figure's voice resonated through the chamber, not through sound, but through motion itself. Motion restored. Weight accepted. Resolve required. Mira whispered, "This is a final convergence." Aiden stepped forward, heart pounding. "What do you need from us?" The figure shifted. Light spiraled around its limbs, forming arcs that expanded into circles floating midair. These circles spun slowly, each one tracing a different pattern. Aiden recognized them. The descent pattern of the Pillar of Dawn, the pressure vector of the Deep Ward Gate, the chaotic rhythm of the Horizon engine. All three anchors, projected at once. The figure spoke again. The world broken. 3 anchors. 1 resonant path. Mira inhaled sharply. Aiden is connecting them. The circles accelerated, forming a spiral around the figure. Lines of energy jumped between them, sparking violently. Aiden felt a pull in his chest, the same sensation he had felt at each anchor, but now fused into something larger, a whole that wanted completion. Mira stepped closer to projection. "What does resolution mean? What do you want us to do?" The figure tilted its head. Alignment, motion through unity, resonance and convergence. Aiden frowned. "That's not an instruction. That's the principle." Mira whispered, "No, it is the instruction." "Aiden, look." She lifted his hand and pressed it to her chest. Her heartbeat matched his. Perfectly. The engine pulsed. The circles spun faster. The figure expanded, its outline trembling as if under pressure from within. Aiden took a step forward. "You want us to merge the anchor's rhythms, to bring them together." The figure responded immediately. "Yes." The entire chamber vibrated with the confirmation. Mira swallowed. "But how?" "We're just 2 people." The figure flickered, then split into 3 overlapping silhouettes, each one tinted by a different anchor. Gold for the pillar, blue for the gate, white for the engine. All 3 silhouettes turned toward Aiden and Mira. Aiden clenched his fists. "Show us." The chamber flashed to white. A wave of energy engulfed them, not painful, not burning, but immense. Suddenly they stood suspended above the rotating abyss, the machinery below whirred in perfect synchronized spirals, each part moving in accordance with the other. Mira gasped. "They're singing together." The engine's voice thundered. 1 rhythm. 2 inputs. "Begin." Mira turned to Aiden, breath shaking. "Aiden, this is a dual convergence test." He stared. "As in, what happens if one of us fails?" Before she could answer, the platform vanished under their feet. They plummeted. Not down, not up, but into a spiraling tunnel of vectors and light. 3 rings encircled them. The first beat with the pillar's pulse. The second with the gate's weight. The third with the engine's motion. Aiden grabbed Mira's hand. "Stay with me." She held tight. "Always." The rings tightened, spinning around them. The first ring forced Aiden into a rhythm he knew. Steady, deliberate, unbroken. The second ring pressed into Mira with a pressure she recognized. Weight, emotional density, memory of every choice. The third ring tugged at them both, fast, unpredictable, requiring instinct and trust. Aiden shouted over the rising storm. "It's dividing the anchors between us." Mira gritted her teeth. "No, it's showing we can't stabilize them alone." Their rings began to collapse inward. Aiden's rhythm faltered. The pillar stuttered. Mira's weight pressed too sharply. The gate wavered. The engine spiraled faster, chaos building. A single voice spoke through the storm. Unity required. Aiden forced breath through his chest. "Mira, swap with me." She blinked. "What?" "Give me the weight." Aiden shouted. "Take the rhythm." She hesitated, fear flickering. "Aiden, if you carry that." "I can now," he shouted, "because I let the boy go." Her eyes widened. Then she nodded. They stepped inward. Aiden lifted his hand. Mira lifted hers. Their palms met, fingertips pressing together. The rings intersected. Colors merged. Rhythms overlapped. Weight flowed from Mira into Aiden. Motion flowed from Aiden into Mira. A shockwave detonated through the chamber. Convergence initiated. The rings aligned into one, gold, blue, and white fused, and the vortex swallowed them, pulling them toward the final point where all three anchors met. Aiden held Mira's hand in a grip that felt unbreakable. "We finished this," he whispered. She nodded. Together, the world of the engine folded inward, the chamber trembling, the core exploding in light, and they were pulled into the absolute center of the Horizon engine. Chapter 62. The Rhythm of Three. There was no chamber anymore, no machinery, no metal, no sky, no floor beneath their feet. Aiden Varis and Mira Varis hung, suspended inside a sphere of pure radiance, a world made entirely of light and motion, swirling in layered arcs around them. Every bound line of energy curved and intersected like the strands of a living constellation. The three anchors encircled them as colossal halos of color, gold, pulsing steadily, the pillar of dawn, blue, deep and immense, the weight of the deep board gate, white, rapid and unpredictable, the motion of the Horizon engine. All three rings spun around Aiden and Mira in widening spirals, bending the space inside them. Mira exhaled slowly. "This is a convergence point." Aiden nodded. The heart of all three systems. The rings tightened suddenly, their rotations becoming sharper, more demanding, closing in like orbiting suns. Aiden felt the pulse of each anchor slamming into him, rhythm, weight, motion, a triad that threatened to tear him apart. Mira's voice shook. "Aiden, hold on to me." He tightened his grip on her hand. "I'm here." The rings accelerated, making the air vibrate in waves of pure force. Aiden's heartbeat stuttered. Mira's legs buckled. Their lungs fought for breath. The engine's voice thundered from everywhere at once. The world divided, anchors separate, resonance fractured. A blast of light erupted outward. The rings split apart and spiraled away, each one slicing space in its wake. Mira shouted over the roar. "It's showing us what went wrong." Aiden forced himself to look. The gold ring pulsed alone, isolated, without the others to stabilize it. The blue ring collapsed inward, unbalanced, straining against its own weight. The white ring spun too fast, overcompensating, shattering its proper rhythm. Mira whispered. They weren't meant to work alone. That's why the collapse began. Aiden clenched his fists. "We need to bring them back together." Another pulse struck them, a shock wave that tore the rings farther apart. Unity impossible. The engine boomed. Mira stumbled. "No, don't listen to it." Human, input insufficient. Aiden gritted his teeth. "You're wrong." The rings smashed into the sphere again. Gold, blue, white, each one colliding with Aiden and Mira. The impact sent Aiden to his knees. Mira cried out as the force drove her backward. He crawled toward her. "Stay with me." She reached for him. Their fingers slipped, but didn't break contact. The engine's voice rose, louder, harsher. Resonance cannot hold. Division necessary. Aiden forced himself upright. "No," he said, "not division." Mira stood beside him, trembling but unbroken. Connection. The anchor struck again. Aiden caught the gold ring with one hand. Mira caught the blue with the other, and the white slammed between them. The force exploded outward. Aiden shouted, pain ripping through his arms. Mira screamed but refused to release her grip. The rings fought to pull them apart, to force separation, to return to their fractured states. Aiden roared, "I won't let go." Mira echoed him, "Neither will I." The white rings surged with wild light between them, motion chaotic and desperate. Mira gritted her teeth. Aiden, swap again. He nodded instantly. She passed the weight to him, and he passed the motion to her. Their resonance crossed, a surge of energy threading between their hands and hearts. The 3 rings trembled violently. A crack of light jumped between them. Aiden shouted, "Now bring them together." He pulled the gold ring toward him. Mira pulled the blue, and the white ring snapped between their arms like a fast-moving comet. The rings collided. A blast of power tore through the convergent sphere, not destructive, transformative. Gold melted into blue. Blue fused with white. White curved around gold. A single, brilliant ring formed around Aiden and Mira. 3 anchors in one. The engine's voice didn't thunder now. It whispered, a tone of awe, resonance, unified. Aiden felt the world shift. Gravity changed. Light changed. The pressure that had held them in suspension dissipated. Mira sagged against him, breath shaking. "We did it." Aiden held her firmly. "We brought them into one rhythm." The fused ring hovered above them like a rising sun. The convergent sphere calmed, its rushing arc slowing, its brightness softening into a warm glow. The engine spoke again, softer still. Stability possible. The chamber brightened. The light became warm, like dawn breaking after storm. Aiden looked at Mira, hair floating, eyes shining, face illuminated in the glow of 3 anchors, finally breathing as one. He whispered, "We're not done yet." She nodded, exhausted but resolute. "We have to release it." Together, they raised their joined hands into the light. The unified ring pulsed, threefold resonance bursting into a final, brilliant wave. The sphere exploded, not in destruction, but in release. Aiden felt the light rush outward, beyond them, beyond the engine, across the ocean, across the world. The anchors were connected, balanced. "Oh," the engine whispered, "the world begins again." And then everything went dark. Chapter 63. The Return of Breath. Darkness did not feel like falling. It felt like floating, as if the world were inhaling after holding its breath too long. Aiden Varis drifted to the black, weightless and unanchored, unsure if he had a body or if he was only a thought suspended in silence. Then, a flicker, a pulse, a soft glow spread through the void like the first hint of dawn. Aiden felt something tugging gently at him, a pull not of gravity, but of rhythm, a heartbeat, his heartbeat, Mira's heartbeat, the engine's heartbeat, all aligned, light unfurled beneath him, forming a thin line that widened into a circular platform. The black dissolved into warm gold-white radiance as Aiden's feet touched solid ground, real, textured metal beneath his boots. He inhaled sharply. Air rushed into his lungs. He was alive. "Aiden!" He turned at the sound of his name. Mira stood inches away, swaying slightly, her hair drifting around her face like fine strands caught in a gentle current. Her eyes were wide, not in fear, but in disbelief. "You're here," she whispered. He let out a breath that broke into a weary laugh. "So are you." She leaned into him, her forehead resting briefly against his shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her, steadying both of them. They stood together in the soft glow until the metal beneath them shifted, rising slowly. The platform carried them upward into a widening column of light. As they ascended, the chamber around them came into view. It wasn't the broken interior they had first entered. No sparks, no smoke, no fractured plates. Everything was repaired. The machinery rotated smoothly, humming with balanced energy. Gears meshed seamlessly. Surfaces gleamed with renewed luster, and the core, once a storm of chaos, now shone with calm, fluid motion. Mira whispered, "It stabilized itself." "No," Aiden corrected softly. "We stabilized it." The platform curved toward a wide landing where a familiar walkway reformed itself, twisting into place like a bridge remembering its purpose. When their feet touched down, a surge of cool air swept past, gentle, controlled, no longer the violent gusts of a failing system. Aiden looked upward. Saran, Kale, Lisa. Their names echoed through the chamber. A distant clang responded, a metal plate shifting somewhere in the upper layers. Then hurried footsteps. Cale Davis appeared first, breathless, eyes wide. "Aiden! Mira, you're—" He didn't finish the sentence. He grabbed Aiden in a crushing embrace, nearly lifting him off the ground. "Oh, thank the storms," Cale said, voice cracking in a way he'd never admit. Lisa Robinson barreled in behind him, skidding to a halt. She blinked twice, then pointed, then blinked again. "You," she gasped, "you didn't die?" Aiden rubbed the back of his neck, not for lack of trying. Mira stepped toward Lisa, smiling faintly. "We're okay." Lisa grabbed Myra's shoulders. "Good, because if you had died, I would have had to blame Cale, and then we'd all be in emotional therapy forever." Cale muttered, "You already need therapy. Not the point." Saran Vale approached at a slower pace, her expression unreadable except for the soft relief flickering behind her eyes. "You returned," she said simply. "And the engine?" Aiden asked. Saran looked around as several panels slid into place overhead, aligning with soft metallic sighs. "Stable," she said. "Balanced. It's the first time I felt a steady beat in longer than I can measure." A platform drifted downward from the upper ring, carrying diagnostic screens and rotating glyphs that shimmered faintly. Saran studied them, her brows raising. "It's broadcasting a unified pattern," she murmured. "All three anchors." Lisa's eyes widened. "Meaning?" "The world stops breaking," Mira said quietly. Aiden exhaled, a long, raw breath full of weight, leaving his chest. Cale clapped his shoulder, so hard he nearly knocked him over. "Well done, both of you." The engine gave a soft pulse, warm, like a gentle breeze sweeping across metal. Aiden looked at the group. "We need to leave before it decides to test us again." "Agreed," Saran said. "Stability doesn't mean predictability." They made their way toward the exit bridge. The walkway reformed under their feet, each plate clicking into place with clean efficiency. As they approached the final tunnel, the lights shifted, faint arcs of gold blue white swirling briefly around Aiden and Mira before fading. Mira paused. "It's thanking us." Aiden nodded. "I felt it too." Lisa folded her arms. "Right. Well, I accept gratitude in the form of absolutely never coming back here again." Cale snorted. "Same." Saran stepped onto the final platform, which rose toward the outer ring of the engine. "Let's go home." Aiden took one last look at the core chamber. It glowed steadily, peacefully, like a world beginning to breathe again. He turned back to Mira. "You ready?" he asked. She slipped her hand into his. "Let's finish this." The platform ascended, carrying them toward the exit shaft and the open sky beyond, away from the heart of the engine, and toward whatever waited for them on the horizon. Chapter 64. The horizon that waits. The ascent toward the surface took time, not because the engine resisted, but because it was guiding them gently, like a great machine aware that fragile human bodies had limits. Aiden Varis stood near the edge of the rising platform, watching as the inner layers of the horizon engine slid past in smooth, elegant rotations. The harsh groans of broken metal were gone. The rattling plates had steadied. The pulsing rings now glowed with a calm white-blue radiance. It was breathing, alive, balanced. Mira Varis stepped beside him, resting a hand lightly on the rail. "Feels different up here," she whispered. Aiden nodded. "It's quiet." Lisa Robinson snorted behind them. "This is the first quiet I'm ready to trust." Cale Davis leaned his spear against his shoulder. "Let's hope it lasts." Saran Vale watched the shifting walls as they passed. If the stabilization persists, the collapse zone storm should begin thinning within days, maybe hours. Lisa raised her brows. Meaning the world isn't dying anymore," Saran said. Simply, silence settled over the group, a silence full of relief, disbelief, exhaustion. Aiden felt Mira lean slightly against his shoulder. He didn't move away. They reached the upper access tier, the same one they had jumped from during the ascent into the engine. Now the air was calm. The skies above the open hatch a pale gray instead of a raging thunderstorm. The hatch split open with smooth grace. Wind rushed in, fresh Cool, salt-scented wind from the open ocean. For the first time in what felt like ages, there was no static in the air, no weight pressing on their lungs, no sense of machines screaming in distress. Just breath, just sky. They climbed onto the outer walkway. The engine hovered above the water in its full, circular majesty. The storm that had once clung to it, like a parasite, had dissipated completely. Clouds thinned. The bruised sky brightened. Cale squinted into the wind. Where's the boat? Lisa shaded her eyes. Where we left it? Saran pointed toward a stretch of calm sea. There. Their vessel bobbed gently on the water, intact and waiting, untouched by any current or stray surge of gravity. Aiden exhaled. It didn't drift. Mira smiled softly. The engine held it. Cale grunted. So it really is grateful. Lisa muttered. Can gratitude row us back to shore? No. Then lower the exit platform, please. Saran rolled her eyes, but pressed her hand against a control plate embedded in the walkway. A smooth metallic path extended downward from the engine, forming a ramp to the water. They descended slowly, Cale first, then Lisa, Mira, Aiden, and Saran last. When they stepped onto the boat, the deck felt strangely solid under their feet, as if the sea itself had steadied. Cale took the helm. Ready? Aiden nodded. Take us home. The engine rumbled softly to life. They moved, not through waves, but through a perfectly calm corridor of water. Mira leaned on the rail and looked back. The Horizon engine hung in the air, gleaming like a repaired star. The clouds parted around it, revealing a pale beam of light breaking through and spilling across the sea. Aiden stood beside her. You okay? She turned to him, eyes soft. Better than I've been in a long time. He nodded, understanding more than she said. Her gaze drifted to the horizon. You released the weight today. So, did you, he said. She smiled faintly. Maybe that's the real convergence. Aiden felt the wind shift gently against his face. Warm, balanced, alive. For the first time he understood. Anchors weren't just machines. They were reflections of the world, of people, of the balance between weight, rhythm, and motion. The collapse had begun long before the anchors broke. It began when people stopped moving forward, stopped forgiving, stopped connecting. Mira spoke softly, almost as a thought. What happens now? Aiden looked toward the distant shoreline. Cities waiting, storms calming, a world breathing again. We rebuild, he said. Together. Cale called from the helm. Land in 10 minutes. Lisa cheered weakly. Finally, I want warm food and a bed that doesn't try to kill me. Saran smirked. Good luck finding one of those. Aiden and Mira exchanged tired laughter. The boat glided over the calm water as daylight grew brighter. When the hull finally kissed the shore, they stepped onto sand that felt warmer than it should have, like the world itself welcoming them back. Behind them, the engine hummed one final gentle note, a tone that echoed across the waves like a promise. Balance restored. Future possible. Aiden took Mira's hand. Ready? He asked. She squeezed his fingers. For whatever comes next. Together. They walked toward the horizon, not toward danger, not toward collapse, but toward a world beginning again. Epilogue. When the world learns to breathe. The storms did not vanish in a day, but they softened. The skies, once torn open by roaring fissures of light, began to heal. The winds that carried the weight of collapsing anchors now drifted with gentler purpose, as if the world were waking from a long dream of strain. 3 days after returning to shore, Aiden Varis stood on the cliffs overlooking the sea. The horizon, once a jagged wound of cloud and storm, rippled with morning light. Mira joined him quietly, her footsteps crunching over dry grass. She offered him a cup of tea, hot, fragrant, simple. He accepted it with a nod. How long have you been here? She asked. Well, Aiden said, I wanted to see it happen, with my own eyes. Mira followed his gaze. The Horizon engine hovered far out over the water, now steady and brilliant, its rings rotating in harmonious spirals. A pale column of light flowed gently from its center, touching the sea like a thread stitching the world together. It's beautiful, she whispered. Balanced. Aiden corrected softly. Finally, behind them, voices carried through the morning air. Cale Davis groaned loudly as he trudged up the hillside. Who decided cliffs were a good place for reflection? This terrain is hostile. Lisa Robinson followed with a notebook and 2 pastries stuffed under her arm. You complain more than the storms. Saran Vale arrived last, hands in her coat pockets. She took in the view with a calm, thoughtful expression. The other anchors? Aiden asked her without turning. Stable, Saran replied. Their patterns matched the Horizon engine now, one rhythm across the whole system. Lisa jotted something in her notebook, which means, Saran exhaled. The collapse wasn't averted. It was undone. Lisa stared at her, then slowly said, Is this where I'm supposed to cry with joy or panic about the future? There's always both, Saran replied. Cale dropped onto grass with a heavy thump. I'm choosing joy. Panic later. Aiden finally turned to face them. You all did this, he said quietly. Every one of you. Cale shrugged awkwardly. We helped. You too did the impossible part. Mira shook her head. No, none of it would have worked if we weren't all together. Lisa raised a finger. Can we agree just for today that we all did everything and nobody died? Because that feels like a win. The group laughed, soft, tired, real. Aiden looked back toward the engine. The light shimmered across the waves, stretching far beyond the horizon, as if promising the world that change would be rebuilt, repaired, reborn. Mira stepped beside him, shoulder brushing his. What now? He inhaled deeply, the air cleaner than he remembered, the world lighter. Now, he said, we figure out how to live in a world that has a chance to stand again. Saran gave him a rare, faint smile. No storms for a while. Cale smirked. No collapsing machines. Lisa stretched her arms toward the sky. And maybe some sleep that isn't forced coma? Mira rested her head lightly against Aiden's shoulder. Let's hope the world remembers this feeling. Aiden watched the Horizon engine glow on the distant sea. Steady, balanced, breathing. It will, he said. And for the first time in years, he believed it. Thank you for listening to The Library of Broken Worlds by Dorian Strafell. If this story stayed with you, please consider liking the video, subscribing to the channel, and sharing it with someone who loves immersive stories and dark mysteries. If you'd like to support the author, you can find the book on Amazon below. Until the next story, thank you for being here.